Today is February 5th, and this is a meeting of the Joint Senate Health and Welfare and Insurance Committees. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Senator McMath.
Here.
Senator McMath present. Senator Jackson. Present. Senator Jackson present. Senator Boudreaux. Present. Senator Boudreaux present. Senator Cloud. Present. Senator Cloud present. Senator Hinchins. Present. Senator Hinchins present. Senator Hodges. Here. Senator Hodges present. Senator Luno. Here. Senator Luno present. Senator Owen. Senator Presley. Here. Senator Presley present. Senator Talbot. Senator Bass. Here. Senator Bass present. Senator Alain. Here. Senator Alain present. Senator Barrow. Senator Duplessis. Here. Senator Duplessis present. Senator Edmonds. Here. Senator Edmonds present. Senator Foyle. Here. Senator Foyle present. Senator Sebo. Senator Wheat. Here. Senator Wheat present.
All right, a few announcements before we get started. Please silence your cell phones. If you must take a call, please step outside of the committee room. If you wish to give testimony today, please fill out a witness card, complete it and sign it, and hand it over to the Sergeant at Arms. Most of you have been here before. The cards look like this. Green cards are in support, red cards are in opposition. We won't be voting today. Again, this is a discussion on the acquisition of Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana by Elevance. That is the topic of discussion that we have today. I want to thank all the members of both Insurance and Health and Welfare for taking the time, and obviously everybody that's here today to discuss what is a significantly important issue for our state. This is considered one of the most important decisions with regards to healthcare in the state of Louisiana that we will have for perhaps a very, very long time. And we felt that it was incumbent upon us as members of the legislature, even though we don't have a formal role in the up or down approval or disapproval of this deal, to have this meeting and to ask the questions that we will be asking today. There are currently 1.9 million people covered by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. This is a $2.5 billion deal. Again, incredibly significant. And we felt that it was incumbent upon us to come in here today and ask the questions. And I think the overarching theme, at least for me, and I know several members of this committee, is going to be what's in the best interests of the people of Louisiana. And so hopefully we're going to be able to shed some light on that today and get some of these questions answered, because this deal is moving pretty quickly. And the way I see this committee meeting going today, we will start off with kind of an overview of the timeline and the process with regards to the vote that is currently taking place. And we'll bring up the Department of Insurance. I believe Mr. Caldwell, the Executive Counsel, is here today. That will answer some of our questions with regards to the process. And then we'll bring up folks from Blue Cross Blue Shield and Elevance to one, give some opening statements that I believe you guys have prepared. And then we're going to turn it into questions. So with that, let's just go over. I've had the staff kind of prepare some basic timelines. And in fact, as Mr. Caldwell's here, do you want to? Why don't you come and take the table? We're really going to jump right into this, if that's good with the committee members. It is my understanding that the reorganization and demutualization. Go ahead, grab a seat, Mr. Caldwell, and if you will, I'm sorry. State your name.
Good morning, members, Mr. Chair. David Caldwell with the Department of Insurance. I am Commissioner Temple's Executive Counsel.
Yeah, thank you for being here, Mr.
Thanks
Caldwell.
for having me.
And if you haven't yet, if you don't mind filling out a white card.
It's yes,
already
sir.
got it. Good deal. Mr. Caldwell, if we can, I'd like to dig into the timeline of the deal. So I'm going to Might save you some testimony here. Let me just bear with me and read this. And all members, you guys have this in your packets. The reorganization and demutualization, February 14th and 15th. The Department of Insurance public hearing on the reorganization and demutualization of Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana. That's scheduled for the 14th and 15th. February 21st, Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana policyholder meeting to vote on the plan of reorganization and demutualization. And if I'm missing something here, Mr. Caldwell, please jump in.
Yes, sir.
At that meeting, 2/3 of the voting members must approve the conversion of Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana from a mutual insurance company to a stock issuance company, correct?
That's correct.
Between February 21st and 29th, the Commissioner of the Department of Insurance, Commissioner Temple, who has really just jumped right into his job with this deal.
That's right.
Commissioner makes a determination regarding the reorganization in accordance with revised statute 22:72. In that statute, it says, quote, no domestic insurer may convert from a stock to a mutual or from a mutual to a stock insurer or from any type insurer to any other type insurer except as provided in RS 22:71 unless a plan of conversion is submitted to and approved by the Commissioner of Insurance. B, the Commissioner of Insurance shall not approve any such conversion unless, in his opinion, after a full investigation, the best interest of the policyholders of any such insurer will be served. And we're going to discuss the definition of the narrow definition of policyholders, and then verse the broader definition of policyholders and the people insured by Blue Cross Louisiana. That's that 1.9 million souls that I was referring to earlier. The acquisition. On February 29th, the Department of Insurance public hearing on the Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana acquisition. The proposed public hearing on the acquisition will not be held if the Commissioner and/or the policyholders do not approve the plan of reorganization, demutualization of Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana. And then within 30 days after the public hearing, the Commissioner shall make a determination regarding the acquisition in accordance with RS 22:691.4. So is there a drop dead deadline for the acquisition or sale of this? Is it 30 days after the 29th?
Well, not in terms of the hearing itself. Any drop dead date in terms of an acquisition or sale would be between the parties, proposed parties, Blue Cross and Elevance. I believe you've accurately stated the timeline. The hearing on the reorganization is set for 14th and the 15th. We anticipate 2 days to be sufficient to take in the information for the Commissioner to make a determination on what's best and fair and equitable to the members and the policyholders, a standard which you've also articulated. And I did want to say up front, the reason the Commissioner is not here himself is because I advised him that he should not be here as the ultimate arbiter of this transaction as to whether it's fair and equitable to policyholders. I didn't think it would be fair to either side for him to say something that might be construed as projecting his decision one way or the other, because he's not made a decision, nor can he make a decision until he hears all of the evidence on the case. So he sent me in his stead to talk about the way the parameters of the hearing are going to go. The acquisition hearing is a proposed date, February the 29th. We wanted to get something on the calendar because in terms of getting notice out to the public and ensuring that we have everything set by law, we have certain dates and timelines we have to meet in order to make sure the public has adequate notice on the hearing itself. And it is a substantial amount of time and effort that goes into setting these hearings. Each and every time we have to continue it, we have to divert, we pretty much have to drop everything to get these hearings done. There's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot of policyholders, members, as you have articulated. So we have to make sure that we've got the hearing room straight, that we've got our Zoom conference, that we have enough capacity for that we're going to be broadcasting this hearing on YouTube to ensure that those who aren't able to make it down here in person can listen in. That's going to be held prior to the policyholder vote, and we would encourage that any members and policyholders who are interested in making a determination and casting their vote listen to all the testimony. We feel like there should be and will be sufficient information for those members to make a decision one way or the other.
Mr. Caldwell, talk to me, if you can, about who set the date for the public hearing.
So the date for the public hearing was set by the department, if you're referring to February 14th and 15th.
I am. That was prior to this administration, or?
Well, so what happened was Blue Cross filed their amended petition in December, and at that time, of course, former Commissioner Donlin was still in office, and so we consulted with him about what it is he wanted to do. And, of course, as you know, we have a new commissioner, Commissioner Temple. So Commissioner Donlin did consult with Commissioner Temple out of courtesy and professionalism as far as when this hearing would be set. And it is Commissioner Temple's desire to, I remember testifying in August of last year and informing the committee that the department was ready to proceed on August 27th. We granted a continuance to October 5th, and actually we were prepared to hold the hearing in December. Commissioner Donlin, former Commissioner Donlin was, before the application was ultimately pulled. And so it is Commissioner Temple's thought that he was asked to make this decision and that he's going to make it. As you all are aware, we are in another insurance crisis in our property and casualty market of both affordability and availability, that we have a very big session coming up with property and casualty matters that we need to address. And so he felt that this would be the appropriate amount of time for him to evaluate the transaction, have the hearing, and make the decision, where we didn't run into a situation where the decision was still outstanding and, knock on wood, that we had a hurricane or something happen in the fall. So there's just a lot of business that the department has to do other than the Blue Cross. This is a very, very important decision. He appreciates that. I know for a fact that he's been very engaged since last year, since he knew that he was going to be the new commissioner, and we have gotten him informed. So I can say that he feels like he's going to be ready on the 14th and 15th. This was his request, and the department accommodated it.
So was there an emphasis to it sounds like, based on what you just said, that there was emphasis to really move this along as quickly and expeditiously as we could? Would that be an accurate statement?
Well, it is, in the sense that Blue Cross filed last year. So this application's been out since last January, and so we're running on a year. I think as a department, we have an obligation to give. If somebody requests a hearing, we may not be able to provide the answer they want, but we are obligated to have a full and fair hearing within a timely fashion. And so yes, that we are moving this along, that we're not going to run the clock out on this deal simply for the sake of that all parties are entitled to have a full and fair hearing. And by all parties, Blue Cross, the policyholder members, and everybody. So he just felt like it was time to get it done, and he's worked very hard to engage himself so that he'll be ready.
Yeah, and in fact, according to revised statute 22:72, you were required to have a full, quote, after a full investigation, the best interests of the policyholders are determined. That's right. Yeah. Any thought given to the fact that February 14th is the day after Mardi Gras?
Well, it is Ash Wednesday. I actually had thought, not realizing that Mardi Gras was on that Tuesday, where we were going to have it Monday and Tuesday. We have a lot of holidays in Louisiana, and I'm glad I'm from here. But then you let it roll on, and we have the start of the legislative session a couple of weeks after that. We'll be there, ready, bright-eyed, Wednesday and Thursday. I'm going to cut back my Mardi Gras celebrating this year, and would encourage those that want to hear about the hearing to tune in and get them a cup of coffee and listen, because it's gonna take a minute.
Don't forget about the flowers for Valentine's Day either.
That's right. That's right.
Let me ask you a question. Another question here. So this deal was put on hold, for lack of a better
Yes, sir.
term. There was a letter that was sent out, dated or made out, believe it was addressed to you on August 23rd, 2023, and it came from the U.S. Department of Justice, Antitrust Division. Did that letter have anything, or did that have some sort of effect as to the delaying or the pushing back of this deal while it was being considered?
Not for us. The letter is very instructive in that it lays out in general terms how antitrust law works. We were appreciative of the general layout of the law. I actually got that and called the Department of Justice, the people that wrote the letter, to ask them if there was anything further they had, and they told me that no, this was just for general information purposes. I thank them for that. I also indicated that, you know, the letter may generate some questions about what the Fed's role is in this transaction. They acknowledged that, and I have received no follow-up correspondence from them.
You've not received any follow-up correspondence from them?
I have not.
What is your understanding of the Fed's role in this deal?
Well, under the Hart-Scott-Rodino Act, Blue Cross is required to submit a letter to the Feds who analyze the transaction under their antitrust law, and that is a prerequisite to admission. And so that letter was written in February of last year. The Feds sent Blue Cross an acknowledgement, and the way it works is it's a deemer type letter. In other words, if the Feds don't do anything, you have to wait 30 days before you take any action. But if the Feds don't do anything, then it's deemed to, let's say this the right way, Blue Cross can proceed because the Feds have not objected, and then that letter is good for a year.
Okay. I have a few more questions. I'm going to reserve those, but let some of the other members talk. Senator Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions. First of all, I read the letter from the Department of Justice as well. It wasn't exactly clear. It's kind of ambiguous a little bit, in my opinion. Do y'all have any concerns about that? Have y'all followed up with them to ask them any specifics about the information that was contained in that letter?
I did personally, to ask them the purpose of sending the letter, and I got nothing definitive from them. What they told me was, look, we're not telling you what to do. We're just outlining general antitrust concerns, and we had a discussion about that. We have read and are familiar with the antitrust statute, and part of that, if you recall, last year was the Attorney General's office really handles antitrust aspects, and so they had an investigation on their part. And so normally in these types of transactions where the Feds do not object, we will then look at the market share, and there are certain exemptions in law under the acquisition. So I can't say that it's not a concern. I can tell you that it's something that we have looked at and that we do take into consideration in the overall scheme of the transaction itself. And it's
Tell me if I'm correct about this, because I'm a lawyer, but I'm not real clear on this. I don't practice in this area a whole lot. But when the Feds take no action on the decision as to whether or not it violates antitrust, it's not definitive. In other words, lawsuits are still brought, maybe actions by an AG or something like that, often in these kind of situations, even when the Fed took no action.
That's correct. That just because the Feds don't take action doesn't mean the state can't take action, and so their silence does not end the deal for either state actors or for private litigants should the deal be approved, because under the reorganization and the acquisition, both of those statutes have appellate rights. So,
and I assume in the case of a private action, the state would have to bear its cost of defense in one of those actions.
So for the Department of Insurance, any Blue Cross related litigation that arises out of this, it's our position that they would ultimately be responsible. So any
Really?
Well, that's our position. I mean, well, I will say
like that position, but I haven't seen it happen.
I don't know the looks that are coming from behind me right now, but I will say that but this is what I do know for the reorganization and for the acquisition by statute. And so we have retained outside counsel to assist us in the review, both the actuarial reports, which are in the record, and then separate legal counsel, and those costs by statute are borne by the entity seeking to apply. So Blue Cross pays those bills.
I don't think they're going to be paying any lawyers for antitrust suits that are filed against the state of Louisiana, though. One other question, there was the 2/3 voting requirement for members to approve this. Is that statutory?
Yes. It's 2/3 of the voting membership, so it's not like a 2/3 of the total membership. It's 2/3 of who shows up to vote.
Are the voting members defined in statute?
No.
How do you determine who's a voting member? Is that strictly up to Blue Cross?
It is. So the membership is determined by the corporate bylaws, and that's set in and that's not set in statute. That's determined by how the corporate documents determine what their membership is. So, for example, I'm with the state. I mean, my card says Blue Cross, but because the state bears the risk and they essentially do TPA work for the state, I'm not a member. I don't get to vote, even though I'm a policy holder, but it's through Office of Group Benefits. And so there are those types of delineation.
Okay. Give me 1 minute, please. The date for the public hearings is set for the 14th and 15th. That's what we established a moment ago. When does voting take place?
The vote by statute has to be after the public hearing, and in this case, it is set for the 21st, and so that's set by Blue Cross. Now, the commissioner cannot make any sort of decision unless the vote is in, and of course, it has to be 2/3. And so, if the members vote it down, nothing else happens. And we can't close the record until after the vote has occurred, and then the commissioner has 30 days from that date of the closing of the record in order to make a decision.
So, these things go. We hear all kind of things, and that's why we have these meetings to try to flesh it out. But I was told that there was some voting that had taken place already. Are you aware of any votes that have taken place already?
So what would have taken place is Blue Cross sends out their proxy votes for people that want to go ahead so it's early voting, right? That's what the proxy is, and so people would already have cast votes if they elected to vote by proxy and not show up at the meeting. The votes are actually counted at the membership meeting on the 21st.
So there's a mandatory public meeting and there's a mandatory time period for voting. How do you get around that? Is there a statute that lets you get around all that and it says you can accept in this circumstance when you can early vote?
You can, yes. So the statute allows for proxy voting. Voting by proxy, so you don't have to show up. That's obviously general corporate practice. But yes, sir.
I got you on that one.
Okay,
that was a pretty simple one. My question is a little more complex than that. Can we avoid these other mandatory parts of the statute, like the public meeting and the time period for voting, to allow this proxy voting at a different time?
Well, so to answer your question, the Department of Insurance does not set the date of the vote. That vote is set by Blue Cross. The statutory requirement is that the proxy vote cannot happen until the actual meeting cannot happen until after the hearing. So that's the constraint they have. So I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. If they were to have set it a month later than the hearing or 2 months later, that would have been within their discretion. We could not have closed the record and made a decision until the vote was held, but that's up to them.
So in this instance, Blue Cross would actually handle the voting themselves. They would send out the ballots to whoever they deem is able to cast a vote?
They do.
And does the department get to approve their ballot or anything? Do you get to even see it before it goes up?
So the department looks at, and we did in this case, we look at the member information statement and then the proxy, the summary, and our standard is adequacy. So what we're looking for as a department is and we look at the ballot itself, the proxy that says vote for or against. And so our standard is, does the member information statement and the summary reflect what's actually in the plan? And is it adequate? Does it put the members on notice that, hey, here's the basic tenets of the deal. We're going to have a hearing on it, and you get to vote, and we think we should vote in favor of this because it's good and all of that. As far as the accuracy of every small statement that's in there, we will look for if they get some of the dates wrong or, there's something blatant about that. But really, it's our position that what the hearing is for is to vet all of this stuff out. And so that, from our perspective, what we look to ensure is that the notice does that, like a pleading, just like a notice type of pleading. Hey, there's going to be a hearing coming up. Here are the general issues. You need to make the decision for yourself. We think it's a good idea. We recommend it, and so that's it. Now, in terms of, there's a different standard in a shareholder derivative action, which is materiality, and that really goes to the nuts and bolts of how accurate the statement is. But that's not what we do. And so there's been a sorry.
That's okay. Did y'all approve the proxy ballot that went out before?
We did.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions there right now. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Luno. Senator Presley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Caldwell, thank you for being here today. I just have a few questions for you regarding how I'm a little bit confused regarding the provisions of the reorganizations and how they apply to a third-party purchaser once that reorganization. Can you help me just understand that a little bit more?
Sure, I can give you a little. In order for the sale to occur, so Blue Cross has to reorganize, and they have to reorganize into from a nonprofit to a for-profit stock, and then the company then would seek to acquire it. So it's two separate processes: the reorganization, and then, if that's approved, the subsequent acquisition. So what you then have is you have an entity that is going to be held. I believe ATH Holdings is the holding company, and I'm talking really high level here. So sure. If there's something that I miss, it's because I'm just trying to talk high level. Any restrictions that are put on that deal would be, in terms of operation of the company, or so the commissioner, let's say hypothetically, the deal can be approved as is. It can be just give a straight thumbs down, or it can be approved with certain conditions. So, for example, foundation, right? If somebody said, well, 4 members on the board is not enough, we want an additional 2 members, the commissioner can put those kind of conditions. I think there were some questions about, well, how far do you go with that? So could there be additional conditions put on the deal at the reorganization stage to say that this is a condition of my approval of the reorganization and ultimately the acquisition? Yes, that is the case. The commissioner does have very wide discretion. The question then becomes when, how far does the Department of Insurance want to go in running? I mean, we're not in the business of running an insurance company, and, for private businesses, they operate, and one of the messages that we want to make sure that that the businesses in the rest of the country understand is that, look, we'll give you a fair answer. We may not be able to give you the answer we want, but we're not going to run your deal for you. That's your job. And so I think when you start talking about, well, what about this condition and what about this condition, I think the answer is that yes, we can impose certain conditions. We do. Our standard is what's going to be in the best interest of the members and the broader policyholders. That's what's laid out by statute. But there are concerns about how much do you really get involved with micromanaging a private company, and that's something that we consider when we look at the totality of the circumstances.
So, but the commissioner has the ability to put certain restrictions on what the third party purchaser can do. Is that correct?
It would be the entity that the third party purchaser controls. So understand that Elevance is the top company, and then you have a holding company, and so you have Blue Cross, which operates under their name. And so really the conditions on the reorg would be on that company that has reorganized. But indirectly and in effect, yes, it tells the holding company what they should do.
And in part, your role or the role of the department is to protect policyholders. Is that right?
That's right.
Has the department done any market research analysis on Elevance Health?
We have.
And what has that shown?
Well, what we've done, and Elevance has a very, by the way, a very limited presence in Louisiana right now, and so the data that we have on that, I believe they have some Medicaid business, if I'm not mistaken, and we've looked at the complaints in that area. We've looked at other states. One of the requests that we made of Elevance, and this will come out at the hearing, is any litigation that Elevance has been involved in over a certain amount, and any fines that they have that have been imposed on them in other states. I have that in a spreadsheet, and that's going to be part of the presentation for consideration, and that would be a accumulation of publicly available regulatory actions that have been taken. So I don't want to comment and say somebody's good or bad in that respect, but I will say that we do have those actions, and some of them have been in the media, and some of them I've read in the paper that y'all know about too. But that will be made part of the record for consideration by the commissioner and also by the members.
And the hearing for the Department of Insurance, the public hearings are February 14th through the 15th, correct?
That's correct.
And then the vote is actually taking place on the 21st of February, is that right?
It's currently scheduled for the 21st, that's correct.
Do you believe that that's enough time for the policyholders to have the opportunity to review the information that's provided during that public hearing?
I do, and for this reason, if we were talking about August the 27th, I mean, we've rescheduled this a couple of times. There's been a lot of coverage on this case since that time. I think it really, honestly started to flare up in the summer of last year, where people really started getting interested and engaged. There's been a lot of press articles that have addressed this. We have received a lot of public comments, and I'll tell you, I've been actually very I don't want to say surprised, but I guess glad that the public and the general public, non-lawyers, have really wrapped, the ones that have wanted to anyway, have really wrapped their arms around what the issues in the case were. I mean, what we've heard is there's concern about rates, there's concern about the network. People are wanting to know what's going to happen with the foundation, and do they have enough information to make a decision. And I think the hearing is going to be a culmination of all of those things. I mean, we've been pretty thorough, and look, I'll say that you could always any trial that I've ever been involved in, I've always looked back and go, well, I could have done this or I could have done that, but we've really worked hard to ensure that we're putting out all the information. We encourage the public to go onto our website right now. I mean, I would say there's a very fair cross-section of views against and for the deal, and so hopefully we can supply any additional information, and they can see the live testimony and make the decision for themselves.
Do you think the public's at a disadvantage for those that have already cast their proxy vote that has already gone out to the membership that is allowed to vote in this case, or because they don't have the benefit of the research that y'all have provided and that you plan to provide to the public during those public hearings on the 14th, 15th of February?
Well, I mean, anybody that's called, I've certainly said, hey, hold your judgment and wait and see what happens at the hearing. There are people who have chosen to early vote and, have made up their mind one way or the other, who were dead set against it. And, that's fine. That's their choice and their opportunity. So, I mean, we would encourage those to tune in and to listen and to really do their best to make an informed decision. You know, we've noticed this hearing a couple or three times, and so I would, you know, have hoped that, you know, look, if they chose to go ahead and vote, then that's up to them, and I would have asked that they wait, but that's their prerogative as members, and they may have educated. And some of them, you know, the information I've read is like, well, you've done a lot of homework, actually. So
Sure. Let me ask you this last question, and then I'll give up the microphone for now, at least. Can the commissioner place conditions on Elevance Health, or are they limited to the conversion of Blue Cross Blue Shield only?
The conditions that would be placed would be on the forming company. We can't go and tell Elevance, well, you know, and I don't know if this is your question, but for example, we can't tell them, well, that you got to go operate in this state, or, you know, we have to limit it to what, to those conditions on the operation of the company that exists within Louisiana. So it would be limitations. I mean, it would be an indirect set of conditions. Okay. With the caveat that what we're looking at is, I mean, how much, I mean, and I do want to emphasize this because this hasn't been said, a couple of things. So Blue Cross has the burden of proving that this deal is fair and equitable to the policyholders and members. You know, we've done a lot of research, we've taken a lot of time and effort, but as the entity that's making the decision, we sit back and we watch. We haven't done that in this case. I mean, we've certainly done our due diligence, but they have the burden to prove. And so any answer that is, it's not, oh, just trust us. I mean, that's like taking a test and telling the teacher, oh, hey, just trust me. Well, that's not enough. And so and it's a high burden, and it's one that we take very seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
Yes.
I just want to follow up with Senator Presley's questions. You know, with regards to these conditions that can be placed on this. You know, this stems mostly from an appearance by Governor Landry at the LHA, the Hospital Association meeting that they just recently had, where he spoke for quite some time and while didn't take a formal position on this deal, had suggested to the executives in the room to come up with certain conditions. I want to say he even asked for 3 that they could all live with. I'm talking about the CEOs of all the hospitals in the state. Many of those are acquaintances and friends of mine, and they reached out and they were asking or suggesting which types of conditions that they could live with. But quite honestly, we were discussing things like maintaining a certain level of Louisiana employment, maintaining the headquarters in Louisiana. It's almost themes that seem to be more operational in nature. But is it your understanding that those are the types of conditions that the Department of Insurance can place? I think this is important for us to clarify here because, in fact, there was just an article, I believe 2 days ago, specifically about the governor's position in these possible conditions that the Department of Insurance may or may not be able to impose. Because if you could clarify that as best you can, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. I'll say, and there actually is one condition in the deal that's already where I believe Elevance has agreed to keep its Louisiana employment status for 2 years. And so can the commissioner impose those types of modifications? The answer is yes, he can. And then it becomes a question of how many of those conditions become imposed such that the Department of Insurance is running the company. And so that it really kind of depends. We would welcome we welcome any input from any of these organizations if they feel there's something they can live with to make the deal better. We've stated that all along. But I will say that the commissioner does have very wide discretion in the conditions. Now, the conditions that he imposes, just because he imposes those conditions doesn't mean that Elevance or Blue Cross has to accept them. If we put all this stuff on top of a deal and say, yes, we'll approve it subject to these conditions, they can walk away. So
repeat that one more time if you don't mind.
If we impose all of these conditions on the deal, we can put 50 things in there. But if we do, Blue Cross and Elevance can walk away because they can say, well, this just isn't the business model this isn't what we were intending to do.
Right.
So they do have that ability at any time because they're both. Well, Elevance is a private business acquiring, and Blue Cross has control of their business operations.
And when you say walk away, you mean walk away from the deal altogether?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Jackson? Let me get you. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is more regarding, and I understand the deal will impact OGB greatly, whether it's positively or negatively. The current contract that the state has through OGB with Blue Cross Blue Shield, is that contractual obligation, does it contain a transfer clause for any successors that may take over Blue Cross Blue Shield? Or does that have to be renegotiated?
I have not specifically looked at the OGB contract. I think all the contracts that are in place will remain in place. I think as part of any condition. So those aren't going to be. I can say this now, but I will have to check into it. I hate to
because
say
you would
something.
have to. That would really have to be explained to me by somebody in the room how we're on the contract, and I'm not saying I'm for or against this or I think it's great or not. How there's a contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we state that it will remain in place. Because I think the larger question for me as a member is whether or not we're obligated as LGB as a state entity to the successor, and that would have had to be included in a contract for us to have that obligation.
Right. Well, I would have to look specifically. Perhaps Blue Cross can speak to that. They may be more. Well, they should be more familiar with the OGB contract. I have not seen that provision, so I don't want to tell you something that's wrong.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I reserve my line of questioning for Blue Cross when they come up to understand the contract.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Senator Bass?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Caldwell. How are you today?
I'm okay. Thanks
Good.
for having me. Appreciate
Fantastic. Glad to be here, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. I'm a little confused. The DOI standard is adequacy as far as the ballots going out.
That's correct.
How do you define what adequacy is?
I think if you ask 20 different lawyers what that means,
Well, they're behind you, so we got 20 in the room.
It's going to, and you'll hear it, right? I'm sure. I mean, because look, this is something we've had to deal with. If you ask 20 different lawyers, they're going to give you the answer, and the answer is going to depend on honestly, where they sit in terms of how they view whether they like it or they don't. I can tell you how we look at it, and this has been something that I've been involved in, is adequate means in this case is what is going to put the policyholder member on sufficient notice that there's something going on, that there's the deal, proposed sale, reorganization, that this is basically what's happening, and that there's going to be a hearing on this, and we're encouraging you to vote for it, but there's arguments against. So if we continue to look at that member information statement, we took the position that it's not our responsibility to rewrite the entire member information statement. I mean, if I was looking at it and somebody asked me to rewrite it, I could. That's their job. But whether or not it's adequate. It's not whether the information in there, whether there's anything material to the deal that could have been stated differently. That would be part of a shareholder derivative action. So I will say that we did our dead level best, and we actually made some changes in the proxy notice and in the ballot. For example, in this latest ballot, it said you had to vote for or against, and it said if you didn't check a box, that it was understood that was going to be a for vote. You were basically giving your right to the directors to do what they felt was best on your behalf. And while that is a common corporate practice, in this case, we felt like, well, and how many people are going to send something in and not check a box, right? So I don't know, but it seemed to be a minor point. But we decided that, look, if you don't, the ballot's no good if it doesn't have a for or against. It's, you know, like a regular election, right? If it doesn't state the intent, that's the way it is. And so there were a couple of other changes we made regarding, for example, whenever the information statement said that the board recommended a vote for, that there was a statement put behind that disclosing the conflicts of interest, potential conflicts of interest that the board might have in recommending that, because of the fact that some of the board members will be on the foundation, just to give them. So we did make some little tweaks, but we did not rewrite the whole thing for them. And as far as the accuracy of what is in there, I want to say that our decision that the notice itself was adequate is in no way an endorsement of any of the statements that are made in there, because I don't want people to think that just because we said that the notice was okay, that the department necessarily agrees with everything that's in those statements. That's what the hearing's for, and that's what the commissioner's decision is all about. There is a dispute through our experts on the amount of money that's claimed to be entitled by the policyholders. We have an expert opinion that says, well, maybe the $3,000 is not, as a fixed component, is not adequate for them, and that's something that will be vetted out with, at the hearing. I hope that answered your question. Sorry.
Well, when I hear adequacy, you're talking about information, not the number of ballots that were sent out.
That's correct.
And so how many lives are covered by Blue Cross, according to this information?
Well, there's 90,000 and some change, either 92 or 96, I forget. And then, of course, the number of 1.9 million total policyholders in the state. So that would be the universe of affected lives.
Okay, so how many ballots were sent out? If you've got 90,000.
It would have been 90, it'd be the 92 or 96, I forget the end number. So that would be the membership galaxy, I suppose.
Well, I guess I'm confused because the executive summary here says $3,027 per policy would be going out and paid to the eligible members. That total amount by Elevance would be $307 million. Mm-hmm. So if I just divide that number into that number, I come up with 101,420. So where's the discrepancy in 8,000 or 9,000 people?
It's probably, I'd have to check that. I think it's going to be, I tell you what, they can answer that directly. So right. It's a little bit of math, but it's accurate. I think it has something to do with the group membership. So an employer is a member, but the employees are not, because the employer is the one that's paying the premiums as part of the plan.
Well, I guess I'm confused then, because a mutual company is owned by the policyholders, right? Or the members.
Right, by the members.
And so we're considering group members to be members, but not individual members to be members.
No, individual members are, but if you're an employer, you are one member. And then anybody under you is not a member. That's the way they've calculated it.
Okay.
I think Blue Cross can tell you
Sure.
with absolute clarity how they've defined the membership.
Well, as far as adequacy of the information, though, you said you came in August, which was 6 months ago. The documents that we've read say the information is dated 12/31/22. Mm-hmm. So at this point, it's 13 months old. So I guess my question from adequacy of information is the information that's going to those people to vote, is it still accurate?
Well, they had to resubmit after filing a new proxy and new member information statement, which we had to review.
Okay, so can you give me a brief education on what the new was compared to the old?
Well, I will say that there weren't a ton of material changes to the deal. So, for example, in the new member information statement, which came with the new filing, which was in December, they would have made changes to the foundation, for example. They put, that was updated to include contingency on setting it up as a Louisiana trust, contingent upon legislation that has not been drafted or propounded as of yet. And another thing dealing with the foundation is that there were 2 additional members proposed for the board. One which the governor had a full seat, and there was another ex officio seat for the Department of Insurance. And so that new information would have then been included in the new materials that were sent out to the policyholders. But the way that it was crafted by Blue Cross was an amendment to the existing plan. So we had to make sure that was all clear, and sometimes it gets a little confusing, even to me.
Well, you talk about the foundation, and I'm going to go back to the mutual company for a minute, but it's being funded by both Elevance and Blue Cross Blue Shield. And so $2.746 billion in payments goes through Elevance. 667 million goes from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And so are they also voting when they vote by proxy to fund that foundation with this 667 million, or they're just voting for approval?
When they vote by proxy, they are giving their approval to the entirety of the deal. And so the entirety of the deal, at its essence, would include transfer of whatever billion amount. I forget, it's 2.6. It's the total deal is $3 billion and some change. The foundation gets a very substantial billion portion of that, right? Mm-hmm. And so that is part of the reorganization. So where the monies come from, rather from Elevance or Blue Cross, the answer to your question is yes, they are voting for the entirety of, voting to approve the entirety of the transaction.
So when they vote to approve the entirety of the transaction, the authorized control level risk-based capital percentage threshold goes down from 838% to 500%. So it's still well capitalized, but they're being made aware that basically Blue Cross, after they vote for this, will have less liquidity, therefore more liquidity risk based on this. They're getting all that information.
That information's is in the member information statement, and we're also, I mean, that's part of what the hearing is about too, because obviously when you lower your risk-based capital, there's a substantial amount of surplus, and so what a question is by reducing that surplus, what effect would that have potentially on rates, and does the company need to guarantee that there be a certain percentage of risk-based capital? And so those are very ripe questions for discussion at the hearing and questioning, and that's one of the areas we tend to explore pretty thoroughly.
Well, and I guess my question is to go back to the fact that this data is 13 months old, so these percentages won't be accurate, will they? Because you've had another year of business that's gone on between when these numbers were reported and when this hearing will be.
I think that the numbers, I would have to look specifically at when reporting occurs. I would reserve that particular question for Blue Cross about the accuracy of those numbers. I will say that the tenets of the deal in terms of how much surplus is going into one from one company to another, that's laid out by contract. Now, whether if your question or your statement is, okay, well, their surplus was X last year, it may be a little different this year, so there may be, instead of $600 million, it may be $580 million that's going because they had to pay out more claims. The representation is that it's essentially the same, that it's not materially different, but I would defer to Blue Cross on that because I think that also has to do with when their reporting is and when we receive it.
So I guess the question is exactly how much is going into the foundation. Based on what you're telling me, it's not something that the DOI knows. It's something we need to ask Blue Cross Blue Shield.
No, I mean, the amount of money that's going into the foundation is set out through the deal. If there's any change in that, they're obligated to tell the members and the general public. But the sale price is what it is.
So even if Blue Cross in the last year has another tens of millions of dollars on their books, it still remains the same.
So if they have more money?
Yeah, let's just say they profited in 2023, which I believe they did. We still have the same equal amounts of money that are going to the foundation.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Nice question.
All right.
But I will say that that would be something that we would obviously find out and inquire into, and that if there's additional money that needs to go in there, it would be put in there.
Now, how would that function? I haven't been able to find a foundation or a trust that functions that way. I guess my question is, you're lowering the liquidity risk, or excuse me, you're increasing the liquidity risk. And so let's just say, the creek rises, for lack of a better term. So you really get in a bind in what those percentages are. Is there any clawback where the foundation and or the trust can make whole this liquidity over here, or once it's in the foundation, there's no getting that back out of the foundation?
Well, I think the way you handle that is with a guarantee from the parent company that they maintain a certain amount of liquidity, your risk-based capital, and I think the requirement is it's at 375%. I think is what the deal once the surplus is out goes.
Well, but you said the parent company is the foundation and the trust is operating under it's its own entity, correct? Mm-hmm. And so Blue Cross Blue Shield or Elevance has no control over that foundation.
Oh, if you're talking about how the foundation, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. If you're talking about how the foundation itself operates, that's going to be according to the foundation documents. What I was referring to is the company that's left, so the Blue Cross company that Elevance has acquired. Our concern is making sure that that company is functional, that it can pay claims. And so when I talk about the risk-based capital, they have to maintain a certain amount of surplus in order to be able to pay their claims. And so I apologize. When I was speaking, I was talking about how the department ensures that that part stays operational so that it doesn't go below a certain level. And so when I said parental guarantee, what I meant was a company guaranteeing as a parent, and we do this quite frequently with insurance companies that are acquired, is requiring the parent. So you can't siphon all the money out to something else, and then you have what essentially is a shell company, right? So they can't pay claims. And so what you do is you make the parent guarantee the money, or you require that a certain amount of money remain in there that can't go into it. But you're right. Once it's in the foundation, it's in.
Okay. Has the DOI reviewed the foundation or the trust, or how that's going to operate, or anything that's independent of that at all?
We've reviewed the foundational documents that have been sent to us, but remember, it is Blue Cross. It's their burden to show to the department and the general public that the deal is satisfactory, that they have enough controls in place, that they do it. So what the department's opinion is you have to come to us and you have to show us how this thing works. And if you just say, hey, just trust us, is that enough? And so the foundation and the proposed foundation has to have its own strictures in place if this thing is going to work. Because they're the ones that are going to be running it, right? We can't tell them, only to a certain extent, how you're going to do things. At some point, they have to have a viable plan, and they have to show what's going to happen with the money. And so, to that end, we have gotten information from Blue Cross and Elevance from as far as how it's going to be run and the four tenets. What we have at this point is we have general information. Our expert reports that were published last fall do acknowledge that there are some issues with the foundation. It's my understanding that they have shored that up some in terms of actually having four basic tenets for how they're going to spend the money, and that's been out in the public. But we have that information. Whether or not it's ultimately enough, that's going to be up to the commissioner when he makes his decision.
Well, you say the four tenets, so you're being told what the money is going to be used for, but you made the statement of how it's going to be run. And so are there bylaws? I know there are articles of organization. I know there are other things, but the Department of Insurance has reviewed those.
That's correct.
And so they put those forward and then tell you this is how it's going to run. If they wanted to change those bylaws or articles of organization or whatever it would they be able to do that?
I think that per the documents that I've seen, I will say that it's a fair statement to say that those you can always change anything down the road. I mean, that's by operation of law. 10 years from now, could they do something? And so that's a consideration, is, how long are these promises going to last? What strictures are in place in order to ensure that people do what they say that they're going to do?
So has the department had a chance to review the legislation that was dictated from Elevance and Blue Cross on what they're asking us to do and how that's going to function?
I haven't seen anything, nor do I think anything's been drafted at this point.
I reserve my right to ask them the same question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bass. I'm going to tack on a little bit there. Just this deal was set forth, what did we say, January of 22, I believe it was. We had the foundation plays a significant role in this deal. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
We had a full session where the legislature was in session, and I am not aware, and I've asked others if they were aware of whether any legislation dealing with the creation or setting up of this foundation was ever introduced or considered. Are you aware of any legislation that was considered last legislative session with regards to the foundation?
There was none. I do know that when the new foundation legislation was proposed, it was after the session was done, because we were I testified at this hearing in August, and then so when Blue Cross pulled the deal, so that was a new thing that they came back with in December. So there would have been no legislation on this last session.
Okay, so what you're saying is the foundation wasn't contemplated when this was originally introduced?
There was a foundation that was contemplated and testified about, but after Blue Cross pulled the deal, they made some changes, and one of those changes was, and they can explain this more, that in order for Louisiana to have a little better control and oversight, that a Louisiana trust was needed, and apparently there's just some mechanisms under our current trust scheme, and this is all according to Blue Cross. I haven't seen the legislation. That there's something in the Louisiana trust scheme that makes it tougher to operate with this amount of money.
Sure.
And they can explain more of that to you, but that's my basic appreciation.
And I'll get into that with
Yes, sir.
We'll get into that with him. I appreciate it. You said earlier that you have general information with regards to the foundation, right? I guess I have some concern whether general information, given how important the foundation is to this entire deal, is enough to satisfy or achieve a quote-unquote full investigation, which you are statutorily obligated to do so. Do you?
Well, this is the way I can answer that. The ultimate decision is up to the commissioner, but we can only get information that they provide that we ask for. And so if their answer is look, this is the way the foundation is set up, here are our bylaws, this is all we have at this point, we're gonna do a great job with it. That's what we have. And so how this foundation is going to operate is very, very important, and the amount of information that we currently have is an issue to be addressed and more fully vetted at the hearing.
Yeah, and I just caution you to make a decision based on limited information. I mean, that should be, if something comes of this today, that should be one of the I guess the agreements that we may have. And I'm sorry to bounce around, but you mentioned this earlier, so as the chair, I get to go all over the place, so bear with me. You mentioned that maybe one of the conditions that Blue Cross has discussed was putting a hold on employee retention for 2 years. I believe it's something.
There's a provision regarding retention and employment of Louisiana.
Okay.
Louisiana-based folks. I don't want to quote it exactly, but there is a provision in there for 2 years. They can more fully describe that.
Has the Department of Insurance considered what would happen if Elevance doesn't meet that condition? And healthcare costs are rising. We've heard that a lot, and the workforce needs to be laid off. This has happened in the past. If the terms of these conditions are violated, what are the options of the Department of Insurance? Has that been contemplated?
Well, that's going to be contemplated with any action that we approve, and we have a number of. And don't let me forget to talk about rates, by the way, because I think I was told to make sure that y'all understood precisely about health rates because it's different from property and casualty.
Who told you to discuss that with us?
I've seen some stuff about it, and there needs to be some clarity with approval of rates. So
Okay.
It was some in-office discussion. Now I forgot what I was saying. I'm sorry.
Department of Insurance actions if one of the conditions was violated.
Right. So, I mean, we can do a lot of things. I mean, you can pull their license to do business in the state. I mean, that's a very extreme remedy. They can be fined. You can move to enforce the conditions. So we have a lot of hammers in that regard that we can use to enforce the deal, and we would expect that any conditions that were imposed would be followed to the letter, assuming the deal would be approved in any shape or form.
Are you aware of whether Elevance has been fined in the past for dealings in other states?
Yes, they have been.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move on to President.
On health rate, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Did you want to hear about health rates, or you may not want to hear?
We'll come back to that.
Okay, sure.
I definitely want to hear about that.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. President Pro Tem Barrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Caldwell. Thank you for being here this morning. I have a few questions, and I really want to hear from Blue Cross Blue Shield and the other company, parent company. But I do want to kind of refer back to a letter that was sent to you guys on August 21st, 2023 from the Louisiana Hospital Association, where they brought up a lot of concerns, and I'd like to know how have those issues been addressed. One of the concerns they talked about was the violation of the Louisiana Monopoly Act and the Louisiana Untrade Practice Act, which was one of the concerns that they brought up. And then they brought up several other concerns as it relates to Elevance doing business as Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield, where there's been a number of allegations against practices. Are you familiar with the letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can you begin to kind of speak to how that's been addressed?
Well, the way, and I'll say this, I mean, ultimately, all of those factor into the commissioner's consideration on whether he were to approve the deal or not, or to approve it with certain conditions. Mm-hmm. So that's the way that we would address any of those arguments. We are aware of what the Hospital Association has said. We factored that into all of the other input that we've received from everyone else. Obviously, the Hospital Association, has a voice. They have expertise in this, and we certainly give them all due consideration.
So what happens if the policyholders vote against the acquisition? What happens? What's the next steps?
Right. So if 2/3 of the member vote against the reorganization, and that's first, the acquisition only occur. I know it's semantics. It took me a while to get it, but it's the nothing else happens. So if the members vote it down, the deal is killed. That's it.
Okay. I reserve all the rest of my questions for the Blue Cross Blue Shield.
All right, back over to, looks like we got Senator Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Caldwell, for those of us that are lawyers, this is a better process because we get additional bites at the apple when new information comes up. And I've heard a lot of new information, so I do have a few questions. Well, one of the things that you had mentioned before is that one of the department considered fines that had been levied against Elevance in the past for various things. The first question is this just for Elevance, or is this for the succession of companies that owned it previously? It looks like to me they've changed names about every 2, 3, 4 years for decades.
WellPoint, Anthem, all of those. So we've got it all.
So how far back did y'all go to the original company?
We've gone back, I believe, I've got my chart here. Well, the litigation we have is, I don't know how many years old. It's a pretty substantial amount, but we're familiar going all the way back to the 90s before that. So we've got a full in our actuary. We've got a full history of the business dealings.
So, of course, I'm not aware of any documentation anywhere that showed you exactly what fines were levied and what were agreed to and disagreed to, litigated or whatever. But there's all kind of speculation out there about fines. Do you have an accurate or a reasonably accurate number of fines that this company has paid over the decades they've been in this business?
We do, and we have a publicly available compilation of that we'll share, because the regulatory actions are ultimately public, so they're publicly available. I've got a chart. I can provide it to the legislature.
That'd been good if we had it today. But anyway, can you tell me what the total amount of the fines are?
I don't have I didn't total it. And we've had the information, but the chart was recently compiled. I mean, when I get ready to try something, typically when we get this together, I have an extra copy. I mean, I can read. I know that normally you provide it to everybody, but
actually, if you can provide it to staff, they can get copies so we can get all the members a copy of it.
We can do that now. In fact,
sure.
why don't we do that now? Pass that out. And
I hate to tell anybody, but this is going to come out and it's going to be part of the hearing. So, and we did our job, so it's good for you know.
Are we talking about thousands, millions, billions? What are we talking about here? Because I've heard lots of different things.
Well, I mean, we have they're just different ones. We have so Anthem, Blue Cross Blue Shield. That's Anthem in Kentucky. I've got August 2023, a fine amount of $321,000 dealing with their Medicaid market. The findings of the violations were they failed to submit timely encounter files, erroneous files. It looks like, so I'll give you the high level. I just don't want to be inaccurate by giving a general description.
Look, we understand that you're doing this off the cuff today and nobody's going to hold you to this.
So I've got 22 ending with Healthy Blue. It looks like out of these 22, the fines would have been in excess, all of them in excess of $200,000, $250,000. There's an $11 million fine amount from California in April of 2019. Anthem was sanctioned for $48,551 non-compliant grievance and appeal notices. So
those
we
are
have
claims
so that's
about policyholders, is what you're referring to?
some of them deal with claims handling. I'll have to let them answer specifically to some of these.
We can do that. We'll have that by the
And
time.
this would have been what I have. What this chart is: administrative actions and fines above $250,000 for the past 5 years, and so that's how this document's entitled. And so there's 22 that we have note of. Now, how that compares to the rest of the industry, I don't have that in front of me, but that's what we have, and that's from all states. So,
is that something you're going to be able to have before y'all make the decision about whether or not to approve this?
well, so the information we have now, do you mean a comparison with everybody else?
Well, you're talking about comparing it to other states. I mean, if they're the highest in the nation, I think that'd be a problem. If they're the lowest in the nation, I think that'd be a good thing. So probably something we need to have to consider. What about denial of claims? Do we have any statistics on how they're due on denial of claims?
Well, some of the fines do deal with claims handling and denial in the independent review organization process. So we do have some information on that. We have limited information in Louisiana because of their limited involvement currently in the state.
Okay.
And some of that's really high. And I'll say in defense of how these things are looked at, because we deal with fines and fees. I mean, how different states categorize some of these fines. For example, we have been more aggressive on the PBM side, the pharmacy benefit managers, for improper payment recently in the past couple of years, and so our numbers may be up. Some states don't require inclusion of that, so sometimes the reporting and the fines, it can be a little bit skewed, which is why I'm hesitant to say that based on this means somebody's bad or whatever. But the fact remains that what we have are what we have, which is 22 instances of fines above $215,000 since 2019.
Since 2019, y'all didn't go back any further than 19?
Well, this is we did, but this is what I have prepared in this chart.
So how far back did y'all go, do you know?
We asked them, this is the information that we got from Elevance that they gave us. We've done some other research on the foundations and Elevance in general.
Did we do any due diligence to make sure they've accurately reported everything?
Well, I mean, when they report them to the different states, I mean, what we're able to get is what's publicly available. I mean, we didn't do. I mean, there are certain limitations on the information that we're allowed to get.
I just kind of.
I mean, I didn't sit in their office and make them, go through their computer or anything. I mean, this is what, and it's. I mean, there's enough here. I mean, certainly to consider. So. Yeah.
I wouldn't expect you to go sit down with their office with them, go through it. But at the same time, it's kind of like, you ask somebody, how many times have you been slapped on the hand, when you got in trouble? And they may not remember all of them. So
they're not, and sometimes they don't. And,
probably something we need to look at otherwise. So what happens typically in these instances if they violate rules and things of that nature that come before the department? It's monetary fines?
Yes.
All right. And
as cease and desist orders, I mean, we can also directly moderate the behavior. Stop doing this. We issue cease and desist. Sometimes they get lawyers and they fight them, and sometimes we have the authority, and sometimes it's ruled that we don't.
Do you have any knowledge of any time we've sent a cease and desist letter to a company this big?
Well, I know with Blue Cross, we had an issue with the IROs, the independent review organization, so the claims denials, and we were in litigation with them on that. And in fact, some legislation got passed. I believe it was last year.
Did not have a cease and desist letter. Litigation ensued, but no cease and desist.
Well, I apologize.
I guess the question I'm asking you is, I'm not aware of that ever happening with a big insurer like this. Am I incorrect about that?
Well, I would have to check. Are you saying have we ever gone after a big insurer? I would say that yes, we have at some point. I don't know if it's been specifically on medical claims. And I'm sorry.
That's not my question. I think going after them is if you file a lawsuit against them or if you impose a fine on them. I think that'd be the same thing. The question you talk about cease and desist, I just don't think that's applicable here in this scenario. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Yes, sir.
All right. The Louisiana-based employees, there is in the agreement, it's that they're going to maintain whoever these people are that they determine are the employees for a 2-year period?
That's correct.
Nothing about what percentage of layoffs they could have after that 2-year period?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm concerned about that because I remember one time we passed some law in Louisiana that mandated a 10% reduction in some insurance rates, and they brought them down by 10% that year, and then they increased them by 25% the next.
That's right.
So, it's one of those things. It's I guess really the proof's in the pudding there. Do we have any? Are there any kind of requirements that they have to disclose how many people they lay off and what their job positions are and ranges of salaries, things like that we see in other industries?
Well, I don't know that the requirements are in there, but I know that that's something that the department is entitled to get, can get, and should get, and certainly something that we'd follow up on.
Okay. But you're not aware of any specifics dealing with that in the plan?
I don't see anything in the plan. I just know that would be one of our regulatory abilities. It would be pretty routine for either doing a market conduct or we're able to ask those questions.
Okay.
And require the answer.
All right. We've talked about the ballots that went out quite a bit. I had one other question about that. You've mentioned how they can put information in there that's where it's a good idea and there are also problematic areas. That's incredibly unusual for me to see a ballot that allows you to put persuasive language one way or the other. I guess in the legislature we work so hard not to have that. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering, are those provisions, is that something that's statutorily allowed, or what gives anybody the right to put why you should vote for or against something on a ballot?
Well, I think when you look at the general articles, not only of corporate governance in Title 12 and how proxies are routinely sent. I mean, I know I get stuff in the mail all the time. A lot of things that I throw in the trash that I probably shouldn't. It's because they're these big packets. It is appropriate for somebody to say, "Hey, you should vote for this, and this is why we're pitching for it." It's not appropriate to make any misrepresentations about what's going on, and so then what you get into is what exactly is a misrepresentation, right? I mean, where do you go? Where do you cross that line from saying, "Look, it's certainly appropriate for a company to say, hey, the board of directors has voted. We think that you should vote for this, and here's why." Now,
let me interrupt you 1 second because we got a long hearing ahead of us today. I agree with you completely on that.
Okay.
My problem is putting it on the ballot. That you don't see that is being problematic.
You mean the actual?
You can do all of the commercials, and we've all seen the commercials on TV. You can do all the direct mail you want to, but when it comes to that ballot, I mean, should that information really be included on a ballot?
You mean on the actual document that you vote,
Yes.
where it says for or against?
That's a ballot, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen ballots. Well, I apologize. There's a lot of information that we reviewed and looked at, so the people get the terminology. I mean, I have seen that on other ballots, and it
That's
doesn't
the reason
matter.
I'm asking that is because the department has to approve the ballot.
That's correct.
And that seems real problematic to me. I think that's something you ought to look at pretty carefully. I don't agree with that.
And I'll say this: look, at the end of the day, if it comes through the hearing that there were some things done that in this process that we didn't agree with or that we weren't aware of, I mean, that can be a basis for disapproval. And so just so you know, just because we let some ballots go out, that doesn't mean we can't come back and go, hey, we didn't like the way this thing was run. So this, of course, that part of it is an evolving process to a certain extent with how that goes out. So if there's something squirrely that goes on about the vote and we find out about it, that's something we look at and we take very seriously, just so you know.
Jump in on the ballot.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all the questions.
Mr. Caldwell, I want to jump in on the ballots. When you say that the Department of Insurance approved the ballots, are you talking about the actual physical ballot that was sent to the individuals that can vote in this election?
Yeah, there's it's the ballot. It's the thing that you would check.
Did the department review both the electronic and the physical version? Because my understanding is that you can vote online as well.
That's right. We looked at the ballot. It was in a PDF format. Now we've seen the electronic, since have seen, because people have said we've voted electronically. We did not approve that specific electronic one.
So this is a copy of the electronic version. And what I find interesting about this ballot is that the for is actually in bold and in blue. Mm-hmm. And the against is just a regular against. To me, that seems like we're asking someone to vote one way over the other.
The submit and the for in blue. We saw that after the fact. We did not approve that.
Okay.
That change.
The other thing that I found interesting is so this is the first part and this is the second part. After you've actually voted, it says your proxy has been recorded, and that a confirmation was sent to your address. Only the latest selection will be counted. If you want to change your selection on how your proxy is to be voted, please reselect how your proxy is to be voted on behalf of policy and policy owners. My question is this language at the bottom the same on the people that vote for as it was on the person that voted against, which is what I have a copy of?
If it's not, that's problematic. If you're not allowed to change your vote in both instances and the information...
Not only being allowed, but that the information is being provided in the same way, right?
If it's not for both, that's problematic.
Is that something the department looked at?
That is something that I saw on that particular ballot because I've seen that.
Is that
We've not received confirmation on that one way or the other, but we are going to get clarification on that point.
I think that would be important.
That has just come to our attention very, very recently.
Okay.
So
I appreciate it.
And yeah, we are on top of that.
Thank you much.
Mr. Caldwell,
And that would be a question, by the way, that I think Blue Cross could confirm here while we're here about their balloting. Because here it'll be on the record and it'll be under oath. So that'd be the best time to get it.
Mr. Caldwell, you just said that you didn't approve the online. It was just came to your attention. You didn't approve that of the form. Have you required them to change it or alter it up to this point?
I have not. No, we've not.
Or do you plan on requiring to?
I think it would depend on what the additional information that Senator Presley brought up contained.
Okay. Senator Wheat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Caldwell. I'm going to be brief, but in the early question that Senator Luno had, it was going back to a letter from the feds on antitrust concerns, and I think in your testimony you referenced that apparently the Attorney General has the ability to look into antitrust concerns. Has that in fact occurred?
From the information that I had is that the Attorney General has stated that the matter with them is under investigation. The State Attorney General.
So it is in, when do we anticipate that report? Is that report going to be forthcoming before the vote takes place?
I'm not sure of whether they're going to produce a report or not. I know that there was an investigation that was announced in August of last year. Of course, there's been a change of administration, and I believe what I've read is that they still have it under investigation. So I don't have any information on what the Attorney General's office is going to do. I can tell you that we stand ready to make our decision regardless of their input, but we certainly will seek their input prior to the hearing. I want to give them time to do what it is they need to do and weigh in as they see appropriate. They have an independent, I mean, they can come in independently and jam the wheels a more limited basis on the antitrust side if that's what they want to do. But truthfully, I haven't spoken with the new administration about what their position is and what their stance is.
So you do plan on having a conversation with the Attorney General to see if there is any concerns that they may be bringing forward in the future?
That's correct.
If we find out that that is the case, the timing that's laid out with the public hearings and the vote, would that alter that timing?
I do not see it altering it at this point. We're ready to go on the 14th and 15th.
So even if the Attorney General brings something that you feel is a true concern to this transfer, it wouldn't change the plan to go forward.
Oh well, no, I mean if they come forward with something that's material and earth shattering and something that we haven't considered, then absolutely. I mean, if we always have that contingency, so I don't want to say we're not, but I mean as it stands now, we're prepared to move forward with the hearing on the reorganization on February 14th and 15th.
Mr. Chairman,
and by the way, we have had discussions with them. We just haven't had a final analysis on their part and whether they are going to take any action or not. So.
Okay, so those discussions that's been had already does not raise any red flags at this point?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I know that you referenced that we're going to get into rate premiums at some point, and I'll defer to you when you want that to happen. But I have one question concerning the rate premiums, if I could. So when we have the discussions on rate premiums, did the Department of Insurance independently come up the report or the findings that you're going to discuss with us with the premiums, or are you relying on information from the Blue Cross Blue Shield or elements in giving us that information?
No, the only discussion or input that I had was just general information regarding how the department deals with premiums in the health insurance field. It's a little different, and I just wanted to clear up a potential misconception because before I got to the department, I didn't realize this, and so I could think that people wouldn't. And that's the only thing. So it's not based on information that Blue Cross has given us or anybody else. So on a very high level, In the casualty and property market, so in the homeowners market, we currently have the power to disapprove rates, right? I mean, you want to let the market handle it, but if something is outrageous, we've never done it, but technically have that authority. On the health insurance side, we have very limited ability when it comes to rates. If a health insurer comes in and says, I'm going to raise rates by X percentage, and it's way out of whack. Let's 20%. I don't know. Just take a big number, 30%. We can't come in. We have a very limited ability to, unless it doesn't fit with the market. There's market loss ratio. It gets really complicated where a company has to have 80% of their dollar go towards claims, 85% if it's a commercial larger company. But essentially, if there is a rate that it's too high, the only real thing we can do under the law is to publish that rate and notify the feds. And so the only reason why I want to tell you this is because the statement that we control health insurance rates and that we have the ability to outright deny a premium increase that's not actuarially justified, that is not a true statement. It's just not. To say that we have some limited control, and it gets very complicated, but we do not have the authority and the ability to say, we don't like that 20%, you got to do 10%.
Well, I understand that portion of it, but as somebody who is concerned about rates going forward with the policyholders when this merger takes place, I guess that's my projection forward. Has the Department of Insurance looked at what this is going to mean? Look, I'm not the attorney on this panel here, but I am very concerned about how everyday folks are going to be affected by it. And so has the Department of Insurance specifically looked at or did any projections on what rates are going to be if the merger takes place and we have a for-profit company now in control of their destiny as far as rates are concerned?
Well, I can say that the department is not going to be able to make the kind of projections that I know you would like to know. Is the department able to say that based on this transaction, we project that insurance rates, health insurance rates are going to increase by X percentage as a result of this transaction 5 years down the road? We'd be guessing in that respect. I mean, what you have to look at is you have to look at historically what has happened, and you have to have your best guess. I mean, markets change. That it's going to be guided by the markets. I can say that based on it's a concern. Based on our expert testimony, we haven't seen anything on the record that's going to show that there will be additional premium increases as a result of this transaction.
So I understand.
But we can't. It's going to be really hard. I'm sorry. I mean, it's just going to be really hard for us to predict that into the future.
Yeah. So I understand going forward, then the projection is difficult. But you just mentioned that there's apparently some historical evidence of previous mergers like we're talking about. Have you done the homework to let us know what has historically happened?
We have, and a lot of that is inconclusive about what has happened, to be quite honest with you. So we're really left with, we don't know.
Don't know.
I can give you an honest answer and an honest effort, but I can't guarantee that you like the answer. I apologize. But I mean, we have looked at it, and it's just, look, this is a very big transaction. It's very important. There's a lot of things to look at, and there are some question marks. There are some things that despite our best efforts, that we're not able to answer definitively.
Well, certainly being in a position or in your position, especially with DOI, being the consumer protector in this process, I would hope that at some point we gather enough information that we can give some kind of comfort to the policyholders that are going to be affected by this going forward, that we got something here to rely on, that there's safeguards in place that rates are not going to be totally out of whack. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Yes, sir.
I would have to defer to you guys. And look, I'm just going to go back to the other concern about the 2-year limitation on employees that are going to be affected by this merger. Our Louisiana folks that are work here within the state, and what guarantees that they're not going to be out of a job in 2 years and say, this is an out-of-state company and no interest in employing Louisiana people. Mm-hmm. So I just want to put that on the record.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Wheat. Senator Boudreaux?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know we want to move this along, and I won't belabor anything that's already been done. I did ask the staff. I had not seen this correspondence from the United States Department of Justice dated August 23rd, 2023, that was sent to the Department of Insurance, and several of the members have referenced it, and I got a chance to speed read it, and I think it's 5 pages, and for whatever reason, I was not on the mailing list, so I didn't get a copy of it, but the conclusion says the division recognizes that competition is only one of the many policy objectives LDI must consider in its evaluation of the Elevance Health BCBS-LA transaction. The division encourages the LDI to carefully consider the competitive impacts of this transaction when evaluating the current plan of conversion in the upcoming hearing and in future hearings, which for some of us, having the Department of Justice weigh in some form or fashion is some type of relief. And while I said 5 pages, I got a chance to see it just a few minutes ago. But I want to thank you for being here. We have, senators today that are gathered from Shreveport to Ponchatoula that are here. I'm not a lawyer, don't profess to be one. And we've been here about 90 minutes. And I know at the onset of the hearing, you said you advised the commissioner not to attend, and I didn't have my hot chocolate then. I've had it. It's going down. I would like to, again, hear why the commissioner is not here today.
Sure. The commissioner in this case is the ultimate arbiter. So he's going to sit, he's going to be there at the hearing, he's going to listen to all of the evidence. And with former Commissioner Donlin, we made the same decision. It's just, it would be, look, this is a public hearing. It's not exactly like a court hearing, but it would be in essence, having a judge come up here and testify about a case that he has to rule on. I mean, it just, for optics purposes, it's just not appropriate. And I'd hate for him to have to get in a position where he had to say something where it looked like he was pre-committing to a decision when that's not really his role. I mean, it's his obligation to listen to all of the evidence fully and fairly, and I just think it's more from a perspective of you wouldn't have somebody who's in that neutral arbiter position. Now, he does have to look at it from the standard of what's in the best interest of the members and the policyholders by statute. But he still is there to look at this as a regulator, and he gets to and is required by statute to make the ultimate decision. So it's just a matter of fundamental fairness. And, I've tried to dial back my answers. I mean, I want to be truthful and helpful to the committee. And I will be doing some of the presentation there, but I want to reiterate from the department's perspective is that nobody has made a decision that our goal and our mandate from the department side is to make sure that the record is full, that we have information from both sides, for and against, and in all the research that the department's done, and so that the public has a full view to the best of our ability to put all of that information out there so that they can have, so that the members may vote, so that the policyholders are otherwise informed, and so that the commissioner can make a full and fair decision that's supported by the record.
Yeah, and again, this is with all due respect.
Yes, sir.
That we have lawyers up here, and I would never venture to advise someone's client what's best for them. But I know we have gotten phone calls, we've gotten correspondence, we've gotten documentation on this deal. It's been in the works for over a year, and As one senator, I'm disappointed that he is not here. I would never expect him to perjure himself or whatever. And as you said, he's the final arbiter. We don't even have a vote on this. This is to provide a vessel for our people to ask those questions, to hopefully bring some comfort or some closure to a process that's been out there. And, you know, I'll say it again respectfully. The campaign is over. He is our commissioner. And when we talk about rates and we talk about fear, and you said it in your opening statements, you know, when we talk about the commercial side, when we're talking about housing and auto, we're off the chain with increases. And people are afraid. They don't know what's next. And I would just ask, and it's a personal disappointment, that moving forward, I respect the fact that he will have the final say. But when we talk about transparency and we talk about all of us being here, I wouldn't want him to purge himself. You have done an outstanding job of answering questions, but Blue Cross and Blue Shield and Elevance, they're going to come to the table. That's who we really want to answer the questions. You all are to make sure that the law is followed, and as you said, that you're to protect the citizens of this state and the ratepayers, and you have done that, and I thank you for that. But moving forward, I would just ask that the commissioner would be there with us. None of us, well, let me speak for myself. I don't know enough to be able to, every time the phone rings or I go to Super One or Walmart or to Mass on yesterday, I can't answer those questions. But I'm here today, and I would like the commissioner, because he's our elected commissioner. And when he can't answer a question, I will respect that. But to be here with us along this journey, the chairman opened up. This is the largest decision that'll be made in a long time, and it'll have impact for forever. Okay, either way. So that's my spill in moving forward. And when a question comes up and it's someone that needs to answer it, and it's not the commissioner, I respect that. It's not his attorney. I respect that. And again, like I said, we have a track record of saying, you know, if we do this, the rates will come down, and we know that doesn't automatically work. So I'm going to leave it there so that we can, at some point this week, I thought it might be today, but to get Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and Elevance to the table to answer some more questions. But I wanted to thank you for being here and for your role in this process. And I would be disappointed if the commissioner is not watching. I mean, he and he's going to be listening, but I would feel a whole lot better, and I know the people that I represent would also, if he was sitting in this room with us as we go through this journey. This is not easy, and it should never be about winners and losers. It's about what's best for our people. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there and have some more for when we get into the details of it. And again, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you, Senator Boudreaux. And obviously, we recognize that your testimony today is one very helpful. Department of Insurance is playing a key role in this deal, so we got to get through you first. But we are getting there. So
okay, great.
Just continue to bear with us here.
And I'll say the commissioner is watching. He's fired up to come talk to y'all. I mean, look, he's the transition. He's the hardest working man in show business, I think, right now.
Sergeant Arms, unlock that door.
Ready.
Let him in. Come on in. Let him in.
But I've told him not to come, so that's my fault. And maybe he won't take advice in the future, but we'll see. But he's ready to come talk to you, and certainly, please. It's my fault. Sorry about that.
No need to apologize. We know that he's watching. All right, Senator Cloud, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Caldwell, how long have you been with the Commissioner's office?
So I started in January of 2021.
Okay. So you've been here when we've been having legislation. You've heard and probably took good notes on all of the issues that have become legislative priorities in Louisiana, but really nationwide. The white bagging legislation, I carried that bill in 21. Prior authorization, which is a nationwide problem where people are being denied their medical treatment and kind of shuffled through the process, slowing down treatment and exacerbating illness and leading to death in some cases, which leads me to the appellate process that members have to go through, which is really arduous. And so those are three things, the white bagging, which is sort of patient steering, prior authorization, and the appeals process for claims. So with those three things in mind, and the fact that you guys are the consumer protector, just looking through the document that you gave us, that kind of set up just a few red flags, because many members in the legislature are bringing legislation since I've been here, dealing with prior authorization and denials. I see in California there was a $2.8 million penalty, and the F says failure to include appropriate language in related communication. We've been trying to bring legislation here, making the appeal-related communication to members very clear and finite, so they know how to navigate the appeals process. Well, they here have been cited as having I guess, inappropriate language related to the appeals process. And then moving to the next one, which is 14, that's Blue Cross Anthem. Again, in California, it says BS denied health care services that were medically necessary and improperly denied claims for investigational coverage. And then C says BS improperly denied coverage of health care services in their health insurance policy. Improperly denied. We've seen here in 2021 a young lady who was denied under BCBS medically necessary procedure, and she actually died. Many of the senators here were involved in that particular case. So they were cited for denying medically necessary coverage. And then I moved to the last page, and there's a whole, these are just those that stick out to me. This happened here in Louisiana. It's illegal to steer patients, right? Patient steering is illegal. Well, here in 2019, there was Healthy Blues PBM, which is a whole nother beast, which we've seen a lot of legislation regarding improperly steered enrollees, and that was here in 2019. So do these things, I mean, with white bagging, which is patient steering on where patients would be getting their medicines and services, prior authorization, which is how patients are getting their treatment approved through their insurance, and the appellate process, which could mean life and death for patients. Are those like benchmarks of what you're looking at as a consumer protector under this new plan?
Well, to that I would say that to the extent, so in acquiring companies' business practices and how they treat people, and particularly our citizens, is based on how they've treated other people is definitely part of our consideration.
So knowing
I can't assign. I don't think it would be fair to assign a weight to that at the hearing. And I didn't know if that's what you were asking, but
I guess I am of how significant are those factors outside of how lucrative it is for companies, and how lucrative it is for board members that are voting for it. Outside of those things, what about real life consequences for the members? Because that's, at the end of the day, the people that are paying the policies that everyone else gets to enjoy the lucrativeness of, it's their lives. And so a denial, for example, when you're talking about auto insurance, and I'm in the trucking industry, it's a big deal for me, but when a payment's denied on auto insurance, nobody dies. Whenever an appeal is denied in the health insurance arena, people die. And so when you're looking at that, what weight of real life consequences in your decision making is it?
I mean, I would say that's important.
Is
It's
it
ultimately
not the
up to
most
the
important?
I mean, the approval of the deal is what's in the best interest of the members and the policyholders, and certainly how claims are handled. And I would just say the department is fully aware of the impact, and so business practices are very important. Mm-hmm. I'll say that.
Okay, I feel that they're the most important thing.
Thank you, Senator Cloud. And as we discussed in the beginning, the 1.9 million souls that are under Blue Cross insurance is quite honestly the reason why we're here. So I appreciate you sharing those thoughts. Senator Bass.
I promise this will be a lot quicker than last time.
Oh, well, I'm good.
So, to Senator Luno's points, we're trying to determine whether the fines and the violations and the administrative action, best in class, worst in class. So, if you total up the amount of fines in the last 5 years, we've got $27,202,906. And so my question is what are the parameters you're putting around the companies you're comparing that to? Multiple states? How are we making that comparison of whether that $27,202,906 compares to others in the industry as far as being a good actor, bad actor, best of class, worst of class?
I mean, I'll just that's going to be up to the commissioner ultimately how we do that. So I don't want to speak specifically to that, but I will say that I will say that when you can look at these actions independently and collectively as to one company and make determinations about how that company operates.
So you're the commissioner's general counsel, right?
Executive counsel, yes.
Executive counsel. So how would you advise him to look at this?
Well, that would be subject to deliberative process. I'm not able to do that, but I can say in general that these need to be looked at and considered comparatively. So what I don't have for you is I don't have a breakdown of how these actions compare to Unum or some of the other bigger companies that are out there. Perhaps the companies who are coming behind me can answer those questions because it's really up to them. And remember, they have the burden to come in and to show how they're good and how this deal is going to be beneficial and how it's beneficial to the policyholders and members and how they're not going to hold up claims for people who need the care and end up passing away. That's their obligation. We're the teacher. They got to answer the question, and if they don't answer it sufficiently, they get points off. So that is how I would advise the commissioner. Really, the burden is on them. I mean, I have some data. They need to come in and explain it to his satisfaction that this really doesn't mean anything.
Well, to your point,
or that they're good, or whatever, and that'll be a topic that'll be covered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But.
No, that's okay. And to your point, and Senator Cloud's point, you said it. They weren't provided care and ultimately passed away. So I guess while we're also looking at that, is $27,202,906. Is that sufficient for what care was not provided? So I'll leave that to you and the commissioner, but that would be very important for me to know. Is that amount of money worth the care that was not provided? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bass. Senator Barrow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just going to go back to the reorganization hearing or meeting that's scheduled for February 14th and 15th. I think we kind of talked about this a little bit, but I'm concerned as I look at the timeline of when this meeting is actually scheduled. It's scheduled right after Mardi Gras, right? To start at 10 a.m. The 14th and the 15th.
That's right.
You guys feel that that's an adequate time to actually have a meeting based upon the fact of how we have Mardi Gras here in Louisiana?
Yes. Are you talking about the number of days or the fact that it's on Ash Wednesday and Thursday?
The fact that it's on Ash Wednesday.
I mean, we have a lot of holidays in Louisiana. I would prefer for it not to have been right after Mardi Gras, personally, but we're gonna be ready to go. I mean, on Mardi Gras, I guess it's supposed to end at well, whenever it does. If people want to participate in the hearing, and here's the other thing for those that want to watch. They don't even have to dress up and come to the public hearing. We've got it on YouTube so they can get in their remote, jogging pants or whatever and have their hangover cocktail, if that's what they're going to do, and listen to this information. I would suggest they drink some coffee. But it was really just a scheduling matter. I mean, I do think that since this application has been out since January, we tried to set it for August 27th, which would have been 8 months out from filing. We reset it back again in October, and now we're here in February. So I think I don't know what we gain by. I mean, every time that something is rescheduled, certainly you can get some more information, but it really comes to a point that when do you have enough? The department feels that it had enough back in August, and Commissioner Temple's ready to go for the 14th and the 15th. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drone on about that, but we'll be ready on the 14th and the 15th to go, and that we have the accommodations set aside for those that wish to engage and listen to the hearing, that they'll be able to do so from the comfort of their home if they don't want to come up.
So one of the statements that was made early on was about the importance of the issue, this being the most important decision probably that would be made as it relates to insurance and health care for some of our citizens. I am reluctant to think that this timing is a good timing,
Yes,
personally, especially right after Mardi Gras. That is my own personal belief. However, I do believe, I understand in terms of, how long it's taken, how long it's been on the table. I'm looking to see how has the information gone out to the members. So I'm going to ask you, I see that the department has on its website, when you pull up your website, the first thing you see is the hearing information. As it relates to Blue Cross Blue Shield, I pulled up their website. I did not see that on their website. How have the members actually been made aware? Are you aware of how the members have been made aware? Are you certain or feel certain that most members have received this information? And while it's been out there a long time, we cannot take for granted or assume that everybody has seen the information. But based upon that, how do you feel that information has been made available to all of the members to ensure that everybody is aware?
Well, I will say that the voting membership would have received the first time around back in prior to August. They would have received the information, the member information statements, the summary of the deal. This would be the third time they would have gotten this packet, because then we had the October hearing, and those were sent out as well as the ballots. And so Blue Cross would have sent that information to all of the voting membership since August. So they would have had 3 bites at the apple. As far as the department goes, we've had our website up since June, July of last year, which originally had all of the Blue Cross notice information. We've got all of the public comments, which are substantial, and they have some for, and they have member statements against. We have a lot of those. We kept those up, and so that's been since last year. There's been, since August of last year, I think July, there's been a ton of media coverage about this. Of course, and I know we had one legislative hearing that I had to testify at in August, and so we've had a lot of information out there. I don't know if you don't know about this Blue Cross transaction by now. I don't know, really, honestly, don't know where you've been hiding. I mean, I don't know. You have to want to engage in the process. So I can tell you we've done anything and everything we can other than going and knocking on people's doors to let them know that there's something that they ought to pay attention to. We've sent our public notices out. We've sent press releases out. We have there is a lot of information for the public out there, and we've received a lot of public engagement. I mean, Senator Boudreaux was talking about his constituents, but even though Commissioner Temple and Commissioner Donlin was not able to take those phone calls directly, I've taken them. And so we've had our staff, anybody that has questions or wants to express their views about the transaction, we've engaged with them. So my answer would be for those folks that want to be involved in this process, they have the information that they need to engage, and really have not been shy about it for the most part. I can't say that there's somebody out there that's hiding under a rock that doesn't know or maybe doesn't have internet access or TV. I mean, there's probably those, but they would have gotten notice, through the mail of the member information statement. And we've taken calls from folks who kind of want to know a little bit more about what's going on, and have encouraged them to, if they have an opinion, they can send in a public comment, and we accommodate that, or to read the stuff that's on there, because we have a lot of information out there for the public as best we can.
And I can appreciate that. One of the things that always bothers me is the fact that so many of us who have access to internet, we have, there are many of us who may have access to that, but there are a lot of people who do not. Everybody do not watch TV all the time. Everybody may not even have access to the newspaper. So we can't assume that. My question, I guess, is how do you feel that most people have really received? There are how many members?
It's either 92 or 96. I always get that number messed up. It's one of those. It's over 90,000.
Okay.
I think it's 92. I think that's right.
And so initially I said, when I pulled it up, I saw on the website for Department of Insurance, it's the first thing that you see. But I do not see that with Blue Cross. When you pull up their website, I did not see that on their website. I guess I'm trying to make sure that everybody has had that information, do know that the hearing is going to be on the 14th, the day after Mardi Gras, which is a big celebration. Huh? Yeah, on Valentine's Day. Yeah, that is true.
I'm happy about that. It's just,
I'm just
happy either.
We could have waited another week. I mean, it could have been delayed a little bit longer. I'm just concerned about that, and I just wanted to bring that up, Mr. Chairman, as we're looking at that, as we're talking about the date, we're talking about the time, we're talking about the importance. Senator Cloud really highlighted the importance of the whole thing as it relates at the end of the day. This is about the quality of life for the people of Louisiana, and I don't want it to be taken lightly in any way, form, or fashion. And I just believe that the timing of this could have been better thought out. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. Before I kick it over to Senator Hodges, just out of curiosity, given the timing and the way that things have been scheduled, have there been discussions at all that you are aware of to try to wrap this deal up prior to March 11th? March 11th being a significant date because that is when the legislature goes into its regular session. Are you aware of any of discussions where that has been a factor or consideration?
I think the fact that the legislative session was starting in March was a factor.
Why was it a factor?
And the reason why, I think, from Commissioner Temple's perspective, is that we're getting ready to start the session. We've got a lot of property and casualty legislation for the market, and really what he's trying to do is he's drinking from a fire hose a little bit. I mean, we've got to get this done, which is very, very important. And then we also have, it's not concomitant, I guess it's just, but parallel. It's not really parallel. Look, we got a property and casualty crisis as well, and so we've just got to get things. At some point you got to decide when are you going to get things done. I mean, look, I don't want to have the thing on Ash Wednesday either, but it's just that we have to put things and prioritize them. This is very, very important. This allowed us to focus all of our attention on the Blue Cross before then we have all kinds of property and casualty. We've got criminal legislation. We've got a general session. This is going to be a really big session and important in a lot of ways. And so, you know, it just came from trying to get these things scheduled, and the feeling was that this application has been out for over a year. When the deal changed, there were some changes made, but it really wasn't material enough to, you know, kick the can down the road. And then what happens if we roll this thing, we get into August, and then all of a sudden, God forbid, we have a hurricane and we have an emergency, then we're looking at, you know, next year sometime in February. And I know this is important and that it requires due consideration, but at some point as a regulatory agency and as a state agency, and when other people are looking at us, we have to be able to put things in a posture where we actually can make a decision. It's one thing for us to not be able to tell somebody what they want to hear. It's another thing for us to tell national businesses that as a state we are incapable of making a decision one way or the other. And so that does have to factor in at some point. No disrespect to, you know, anybody here. And I just want to say that we are putting, and we've put a lot, in the department has put a lot of time and effort into doing a lot of research and to make this thing. This is not a, you know, a green light deal or anything. They've got the burden. They've got to come. They have to present that. And it's just time to get it done.
Yeah, and Mr. Caldwell, I can certainly appreciate the thoughts and the sentiments there to try to put something to bed. But I hope you do appreciate, you know, the gravity of this decision. Obviously, you do. We're here, and you're doing a very good job testifying, by the way. I want to thank you for that. But there is a legislative component to this deal, a very large one. And so I was just wondering if there was some discussion as to the avoidance of the legislature. And I will say this, too. You know, we all as lawmakers have to be prepared to multitask. You know, and unfortunately, the problems of this state are great and many, and we would be doing our constituents a disservice and the people we represent by focusing on one thing at a time, because we've got way too many issues. But I'm not, like, I know you know that, so but I appreciate you answering my question. Senator Hodges.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. I just have a few questions. Senator Barrow asked a lot of the questions that I had, and you answered them. But so we have a lot of people that are watching, and just for the record, so your membership is 1.9 million people who Blue Cross covers, right? I think that's what we said.
Policyholders.
And how many people are actually voting? Did you say 90,000?
It's 90,000. Well, eligible to vote, 90. It's 90,000. I apologize, 92, 96. I get it messed up.
So not around 90,000 are eligible to vote. 90,000 ballots have been sent out?
Correct.
Okay. How many have you received back?
Well, the department does not get those ballots. That's Blue Cross gets the corporate ballots.
And do you know? Well, I guess we could ask Blue Cross if you don't know how many have received.
I do not.
Okay, so are you doing it just by the ballots, or is it also included robocalls, phone calls? Can they vote by like that as well?
So my understanding of the way they vote, that you can vote mail-in, and you can use the internet to vote. I don't think you can vote from the phone.
You can't?
I'm not 100% certain of that. I don't think there's an 800 number where you can call in and vote. They can answer that question.
Okay. Well, then I'll ask them that.
I don't think that's you can do that, but just verify from them.
Okay. Well, I just for the record, I wanted to read this, and I don't know if you saw this or not, but did you see the letter from the Louisiana State Medical Society that they sent?
Yes, ma'am. It's posted on our website.
It is posted. Okay. Well, they are emphatically opposed, but just for the record, I want to name some of the entities that also were, it says, sharing our concerns are the Louisiana Academy of Eye Physicians and Surgeons, Louisiana Academy of Family Physicians, Louisiana Chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians, Louisiana Chapter of the American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, Louisiana Chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, Louisiana Orthopedic Association, Louisiana Psychiatric Medical Association, Louisiana Interventional Pain Physicians, Louisiana Society for Calcasieu Parish, and it goes on and on. There's a lot more on this as well. So one of the things that, and I don't know if you share my concerns, but I think I'm very concerned about a report that I read this morning in Georgia, that it said, it was in the Atlanta Journal, it said that Elevance denied 30% of the doctor's claims, their doctor's orders for patients to have care, going to what Senator Cloud alluded to, including ER visits. And that's a very, very high, disturbing number, that 34% of the claims were denied. And that's the second highest denial rate among any provider. And so if that's what's to come for Louisiana, I think that's very concerning for our people. We are here, we're elected by the people, and we're here to protect them and provide for them. And those are questions I don't know how that we could be thinking do you think that's fair and equitable to the people, that if there's a 34% denial rate?
I think it's a fair question to ask at the hearing, and certainly something the department is taking into consideration.
Okay, well, I hope you seriously are hearing our concerns, because we do represent a broad spectrum across the entire state, and that's our biggest concern, is our people.
Yes, ma'am.
And the future of Louisiana healthcare. The commitment is for 2 years. I have a letter here from the Department of Justice, just one thing that's highlighted. It says the Department of Justice encourages LDI to consider how Elevance Health's proposed acquisition of Blue Cross may affect not only insurance markets, but also the labor markets for healthcare workers. And so if you think about 34% of claims were denied in that one state, how that impacts healthcare workers having to be laid off, losing jobs, closures, things like that. And what we're doing with the new administration, we're hoping to bring more businesses, create more jobs, and that's what we need here in Louisiana. So I think that's a big factor, and I hope you guys will consider that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hodges. All right, Senator Luno, and then I think I'm sorry, Senator Barrow, go ahead.
A point of order and maybe clarity for our hearing today, and certainly I am not in no way trying to rush. I just want to kind of get a lay of how this is going to flow for today, because we have not heard from Blue Cross Blue Shield or Elevance. And so are we going to just continue to move forward here today? I do not want to rush this. This issue is way too important.
Yep.
I want to make sure that as we are representing our constituency, that we are making sure that we give enough time for everything to be heard. And
we appreciate that, Senator Barrow. When we started the meeting, I kind of laid out how this was going to work. We're going to hear with the Department of Insurance. After Senator Luno finishes his questions, the board will be clear. We're going to take a quick 15-minute, we're going to stand at ease so everybody can use the restroom and take a break, stretch your legs, and then come back and bring Blue Cross and Elevance to the table. Okay. And Mr. Caldwell is going to stick around and listen to the testimony.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
All right. All right, Senator Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Caldwell, first of all, thank you, and thanks to the commissioner, too. I know this is a tough task. When Louisiana first started selling off some of Citizens' policies, I was the chairman at LIGA, and we were tasked with approving the people who are going to buy them, and I didn't have a clue what to do. And it's difficult. This is something that's unusual, and it's a big burden on you guys, so I for one, appreciate what you're doing. I do want to talk some more about these numbers and this information you handed out to us, and I appreciate that too. It's frankly alarming. The first thing is that the numbers that you gave us were fines above $250,000. So it included no fines less than $250,000, and it was for a 5-year period. During that time, as Senator Bass alluded to earlier, the total of those fines, administrative fines, was $27.2 million. That's a lot. Now, however, let me tell you what it didn't include, because I think that's just as equally as important. Again, the $250,000 fines and under, and we have absolutely no idea what those are. But it also didn't include some other things that are reported throughout the country dealing with this company. A $16 million fine to HHA Services of Civil Rights, $23.6 million settlement of a breach of fiduciary duty in a 401k agreement, $594 million a class act antitrust suit, $39.5 million in penalties and fees regarding a security breach, $115 million to settle an action regarding another security breach. The list goes on and on. That's staggering. But let me tell you something else that's really difficult. In this documentation you gave us, you mentioned earlier that Blue Cross or Elevance, I think, insures a small number of people in Louisiana, 245,000 folks that are involved in. I'm assuming that's Medicare.
Yes, I think that's right. Yeah.
And so they insure 245,000 people, and on the documents you gave us, there were two fines that were over $250,000. One was $250,000, and the other one was $1.19 million. And they only insure 245,000 people in the state? That needs to be given serious consideration and careful attention, because those numbers are alarming. I have real serious concerns about what's going to happen to policyholders if this sale goes through. And hopefully these folks are going to give us some assurance about how that will be handled. But I encourage you guys to really pay careful attention to that and carefully consider if that's the right move for the state of Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Luno. Okay, the board is clear. Like I said, why don't we take we'll stand at ease for about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, I'm going to come right back on, and we're going to get going. So please, let's keep it to 15 and not 20. And we'll bring up Blue Cross and Elevance next. Thank you. I want to say that, well, if you can, go ahead and introduce yourselves. We'll get started. Oh, wait. There you go.
My name is Stephen Udverhey. I'm the president and CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana.
Dr. Udverhey, I want to let you know that in preparation of this meeting, about 50% of it was being able to pronounce your name correctly. So, Udverhey, I got it right the first time.
Senator, you did an excellent job,
Okay.
but as I remind people, it's not like it's like a lot of other words in Louisiana. You only pronounce half the letters. So.
I also put it phonetically in my notes, too. All right.
I'm Tim Barfield. I'm a member of the board of Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana, but I'm also primarily here to represent the Accelerate Louisiana initiative and get you up to date on what we've done since the last meetings.
Hi, I'm Morgan Kendrick. I'm Executive Vice President of Elevance Health, and I'm the President of our Commercial and Specialty Business Division.
Yes, and I'm Dr. Christy Valentine Thayard. I'm the President and CEO of Healthy Blue.
How would you like to be addressed? Is it you?
Valentine is fine, I know. Dr. Valentine for short. Right. It's a lot. Okay. Thank you, though, for asking.
You got it. All right, Dr. Udverhey, we have your written statement here, and I would ask that we'll pass this out. We made copies, so all the members have your official statement. But for time purposes, if we can, I'm going to give you an opportunity, whoever wants to do it. Give me a 5-minute. You can get a little closer to 10 if you'd like, for being so patient. But opening statement, and then we're probably just going to dig right into the questions. Obviously, we've had a significant amount of interest, and I think a number of the questions that we were asking the Department of Insurance is getting kicked back to you guys. So just if you can, go ahead and make your statement.
Thank you, Senator. So thank you for having me here today. I'm pleased to provide testimony related to the proposed plan of reorganization for Louisiana Health Service and Indemnity Company.
Doctor, if you can, why don't you just get the microphone just a touch closer?
Thank you. Which does business as Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. Let me start by saying that the company is proposing the plan of reorganization to better serve its policyholders and all of its members in general. As I'm sure everyone's aware, healthcare is expensive, particularly in Louisiana. We have close to the highest per capita cost in healthcare in the country by numerous studies done by the federal government and others. And on top of that, we consistently rank at the bottom of the country in terms of health rankings. We are 50th out of 50 states. So I would suggest that the status quo in healthcare is not working in Louisiana. We are paying more and getting less than other states. And as a reminder to members of the committee, What our policyholders and customers seek from us are products and services that allow them to get access to the best health care available at the most affordable price. We advocate for our members and help them live their healthiest lives possible, and we help finance their health care costs at the best possible rates. We are proposing this plan of reorganization because it will allow Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana to offer its policyholders lower premium costs in the future than if the company stays as an independent, single-state Blue Cross Blue Shield plan. In addition, it will provide the company with resources and capabilities it could not obtain on its own, capabilities that will improve the healthcare experience for our members and improve their health. And these improvements will be substantially greater than improvements we could make on our own if we were independent. So many people have asked, why, as the largest insurer in the state, are we pursuing this transaction? The reality is we are the smallest insurer in the state. We have annual revenue of approximately $4.5 billion. All of our Louisiana-based competitors are larger. United Healthcare and CVS Health, which runs Aetna, are $350 billion a year in annual revenue. Cigna has almost $190 billion of revenue. Centene has about $150 billion, and Humana has $90 billion. And they are actively deploying billions of dollars of capital in Louisiana, something that we cannot compete with financially. When we are part of Elevance Health, we will be part of a company that has over $170 billion in annual revenue and almost 100,000 employees and the capacity to invest over $1 billion each year in new capabilities, products, and services. On a standalone basis, we just don't have the resources to make those types of investments that our competitors make in Louisiana. I'm sure you're all aware, a number of years ago, United Healthcare acquired People's Health in New Orleans, and more recently, they acquired LHC in Lafayette for $5.5 billion, and they're in the process of acquiring Amedisys in Baton Rouge for $3.5 billion. Humana is building CentraWell clinics across the state to serve their Medicare Advantage population, and Aetna, part of CVS Health, is taking advantage of every CVS pharmacy location in the state. So this plan of reorganization will make us a better company by giving us access to resources, capabilities at a scale that is more affordable for our customers. For example, we just invested in a multi-million-dollar contract with Epic. It's the electronic health record company that most providers in Louisiana use. It will allow us to automate data and simplify administrative processes with providers. Epic has been operational in Elevance Health for years. Compared to executing a multi-million-dollar contract on our own and doing all the implementation ourselves, we could do it more quickly and at a fraction of the cost because they spread the cost over almost 50 million lives compared to the 1.2 million we directly serve. Another example is the cost of complying with requirements of increasingly complex and expensive federal regulation. For example, the Consolidated Appropriations Act, passed by Congress in 2020. We have spent almost $15 million to comply with that act. Again, if we were part of Elevance, it would be spread over 50 million members, not just our 1.2. So you may know that the only source of funds we have to invest comes from our margin. And so in that context, we have to pass the cost of investing in technology, of complying with regulations, to our customers as part of premiums. If we were part of a larger company, which can spread these costs over a larger membership base, then the cost to each customer is less. There's been a lot of discussion about the impact this proposed transaction will have on premiums. Our detractors say that the transaction will increase premiums. This is just not true. If you look at premiums in the individual market and compare the premiums in Louisiana today to the premiums in other states that Elevance Health does business, their premiums in their other states are on average 26% less. That is $180 a month less expensive on average to people that buy those policies. New York was the one state where it was higher, but in New Hampshire, it was less than half of what is in Louisiana, and that's a policy that I sell. Premiums will not go up if we become part of Elevance Health. Rather, being part of a larger organization with greater scale and capabilities will allow us to make healthcare more affordable in Louisiana, as Elevance has done in other states. I think, as everybody knows, we sought them out as a partner to help us be a better company. I will tell you, when I joined the company in 2016, we were only in the commercial business. That is a really important fact because the commercial business is shrinking every year. And within that business, the insured block, where we actually write insurance, is shrinking even faster. Most of our customers now in the boot market self-insure, and we provide administrative services only. So we needed to reposition the company. And we did that by entering the government lines of business. And we did it by adopting a strategy on improving health, making healthcare more affordable, and improving the experience of our members. We are proud to say that today we are the only health insurer in Louisiana that offers a product in every parish for every constituency, individuals, groups, Medicare beneficiaries, and Medicaid enrollees. We've done a lot in 8 years, but we don't think it's enough. So there are headwinds. We are proud to say that we have a Medicare Advantage Center of Excellence in Monroe, Louisiana, but we are still a disadvantage to our larger competitors, Humana, United, and Aetna. And our success in Medicaid, which Dr. Valentine can talk about, is largely because we partnered with a larger organization. And in our self-funded business, commercial customers, we're seeing headwinds there as well. So about 3 years ago, the board and management initiated a strategic review of the company to find out where are we performing well and where did we need to invest. And what that concluded is that while we were competitive in the individual and small group market, we had material opportunities in government business and in serving our large commercial customers. And that review also said that there were 3 trends that we needed to pay attention to. The pace required to get new capabilities is accelerating, the cost to do that is increasing, and the ongoing cost of complying with new and complex regulations is going up. So we needed a new partner. And what we wanted to do was continue to be a local blue plan, so we only looked at other blue plans as a potential partner. At the end of a very thorough, thoughtful process, we concluded that the best partner for us was our existing partner in Medicaid, Elevance Health. They are not just our partner in Medicaid here, but they are the parent company of local Blue Cross and Blue Shield plans in 14 states. So the only way we can combine with them is we're a mutual company, they're a publicly traded company, we have to demutualize and sell the company to become part and get advantage of that scale. We did not set out to sell the company. We set out to get the best partner to help us serve the people in Louisiana. And while we've made a decision to be part of a larger company, we will remain a local company. Our offices will remain the same, our employment levels will remain the same, and we will maintain our local presence in the communities we serve. This is really the best of all possibilities. We become part of a larger, stronger company, but we remain the local Blue Cross plan that people have known for 90 years. Another tremendous win about this plan of reorganization is that we'll create a game-changing not-for-profit entity for the people of Louisiana. And that will have a mission similar to what we've had since 1934, which is to improve the health and lives of the people of Louisiana. Mr. Barfield will talk a little bit more about that in his remarks. And I would just say that most of the change in what we refiled in December is related to the structuring of that not-for-profit entity. The rest of this stays the same. Now, I want to be clear that we are not a company that is in desperate trouble. But it is my belief, our board's belief, that at some point down the road, there is a substantial risk that the company will be at a material disadvantage to larger companies that have the capability to offer a broad range of health insurance products and services at a lower cost. And I want to be very clear with the committee on one point. We are in an extremely price-sensitive business. Health insurance, for those of you who don't own your own companies, health insurance is typically the largest expense you have after your employees' salaries. And so when people can save money, they move. And if we are not the best priced product out there, we will lose business. And that already happens to us today. We're also aware that there are people in the community who believe this change is not a good idea. We've heard a lot of misperceptions about what will happen. We've heard that changing from a not-for-profit to a profit company will cause premiums to go up, payments to providers to go down, that we will eliminate providers from our network, and that we will cease to be a local company and lay off most of our employees. I'm here to tell you today that it's just not true. We believe that health care will be more affordable in Louisiana because of this transaction, and I'd like to clear up a couple of misperceptions. First, we are a not-for-profit mutual company, but we are not exempt from paying any federal or state taxes. We get no tax break. There will be no more taxes to pay after this transaction than before. We are only considered a not-for-profit because we do not pay dividends to our policyholders. We never have. Second, we make a margin on our business to stay viable. We have to. We target a 2 to 4% margin, which is pretty much industry standard. And it's within the guidelines from regulators and the federal laws that govern premiums. In fact, all successful insurers, not-for-profit or for-profit, have to make a margin, because without that they wouldn't last, and the regulators would be concerned about the financial solvency. Premium increases are determined by increases in healthcare costs, which means the increases in what we pay doctors, hospitals, and other healthcare providers. And they're responsive to market pressures. As I said, we're in a price-sensitive business. So the existing competitive forces and review process will not cause any changes from past practices for premiums. And as I said, based on the comparative data for premiums in other states, we have every reason to believe that this transaction with Elevance will cause premiums to be lower than if we stay as a standalone company. With regard to provider networks, we contract with over 95% of providers in Louisiana. Elevance does the same thing in all their other states, and they have for decades. There's no reason to think they will do otherwise, and I'm sure Mr. Kendrick will comment on that. And on the topic of Elevance being problematic from a provider perspective, my observation is that most providers in Louisiana have never interacted with Elevance Health. There are a few that have. And when you hear from them, what they tell you is interacting with Elevance Health is better than all of their other competitors, and at least as good as what they have with us. I actually received a copy of a positive letter sent to Commissioner Temple on Friday, and I'd like to have this be shared with the committee. It's from a Lafayette-based provider, Viemed, and that CEO wrote a letter basically saying that his personal experience with Elevance Health, and he does business with them in 19 states, is that they have a track record of integrity, being transparent and predictable in prior authorizations and paying claims, more so than their competitors. They simplify administrative processes. Their technology is superior and helpful to providers. They have excellent customer service, and they retain a local focus in working with providers here in Louisiana. So I would suggest that the facts in those other 19 states from somebody here in Louisiana is a little different from some of the things that we've been hearing. And then finally, on the issue of laying off employees and ceasing to be a local company, we have committed, as we said, to maintaining that level of our workforce, and that is in our agreement with Elevance. That is how they do business in other states. I remember, Chairman Talbot, when we were before you last year, there was a misperception going around that there's only 600 people in Georgia working for Elevance. And I'm here to tell you that there's actually thousands. And if you look at that track record, when they were an independent Blue Cross Blue Shield not-for-profit plan in Georgia, and you looked at their employment base there, and today it's almost doubled. And that is what we hope is the opportunity before us here in Louisiana, to actually increase employment with a company that has over 100,000 jobs that could be available to the people of Louisiana. So in summary, I believe this is a unique moment in time when we are a strong, viable company to take advantage of a combination that will allow us to be a better company to offer more services to our members and our policyholders at a lower cost than if we stay independent. It is a combination done on our terms so we can own our future for the benefit of our policyholders. But I would also share that should we not be able to move forward with this transaction, I think we all realize that Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Louisiana will not look the same in 5 to 10 years as it does today. We don't look the same today as we did 5 to 10 years ago. We will work hard every day to be the best company we can to serve our policyholders. But as an independent single-state Blue plan, we risk falling behind our better-resourced national competitors in achieving those goals. And we risk more and more Louisianans turning to those companies for their health insurance needs if we can't provide the best products at the best prices. And so if we do fall behind, we will become a weaker company. And ultimately, we will seek out a partner again. But then it will not be from a position of strength on our terms, but out of necessity to survive on somebody else's terms. And that would not be good for our policyholders. It would not be good for the providers in Louisiana. It will not be good for our employees, and it will not be good for the people and communities of Louisiana. One thing I've heard in the last year since we announced this transaction is that the people of Louisiana and the providers in Louisiana like and value Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Louisiana. We are grateful and humbled to hear that, and we want to keep it that way. That is why we're pursuing this transaction. The people of Louisiana have trusted us for 90 years to do the right thing for their health insurance needs. We ask that they trust us now, because this is the right move for the right reasons for our policyholders and the people of Louisiana. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Udvarhaj, you mentioned a few different times there that there's going to be a concerted effort for Elevance to remain local and embedded in the state of Louisiana. Are you personally sticking around?
I am.
You are. Okay. Based on, let's see here. As recently as I'm going to read you guys something. As recently as the latest BCBS Community Impact Report issued in 2022. And here are some facts that you, Blue Cross, has touted. Operating solely in Louisiana, Blue Cross is a nonprofit, fully taxed mutual company owned by policyholders, not shareholders. Our company is homegrown. Again, this is direct from your website. Our company is homegrown and run by an independent Louisiana board of directors. Because we operate only in Louisiana, our focus is local, on our home. All of our business decisions are made here in Louisiana by Louisiana-based employees. At BCBS, we keep our business in Louisiana and make a $6 billion impact on the state's economy, billions in claims paid, millions in taxes, employee salaries, advertising, buying from Louisiana suppliers, community sponsors, and grants. We invest a substantial portion of our portfolio in Louisiana-based securities. Our company has received 25 consecutive A ratings for financial strength from Standard & Poor's. We maintain a reserve fund to protect our policyholders. I believe it's $1.8 billion, thereabouts. Since 2017, we began using real-time data and artificial intelligence to successfully reduce adverse events. And our analytics and data division uses our nationally recognized capabilities and proprietary technology to turn healthcare data into timely, actionable insights to improve the health and lives of Louisianians. I agree with you that the providers, the hospital executives, the folks that are card-carrying members of Blue Cross insured are happy with Blue Cross. And the primary reason, at least I'm here today, is to discuss the fundamental shift away from an in-state nonprofit towards a out-of-state for-profit company and the detrimental impacts that some, mostly providers, by the way, are predicting, and they're basing their predictions off of past experiences where Elevance has taken over other Blues in other states. You say that premiums will not go up. Did you know that over the past 5 years, Elevance premiums revenue increased nearly 13% a year, while membership during that same period increased 5% on average. Thus, premiums across the country per Elevance have gone up. That's a fact. So you have to understand where we take some pause when we hear that premiums won't go up. They've risen everywhere else. And we can talk about passing these rising healthcare costs on to the consumers. Let me ask you a question. Last year, I've got Blue Cross's financial information. This is a summary from, I believe this is 2022. 22. The net income for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana, the mutual company, so I'm not talking about the HMO. There was admitted a loss of $30 million net income last year. Now, it is my understanding that that was a result of the feds mandating some certain technical upgrades. Is that correct? And that led to that expense?
There was a series of reasons that we had a loss.
Okay.
So that, I mean, I mentioned one part of that in my comments just now, the $15 million that we had to comply, but that was not the reason for the loss.
And yet, Blue Cross total, including their HMO operations, their net income for HMO was $72 million and some change, bringing the total net income to $42 million just last year in profit, and increasing the reserve, or the what do we refer to it? The
Reserves.
The reserve fund. I believe there is 1.8 billion or so in that reserve. The mandated costs for reserve, I want to say, is a percentage, and it's somewhere around $600 million. Thereabouts is what you're, I believe, statutorily required to have in reserves. We have 3 times that. Point of me saying all of this is, to your point, Blue Cross is in a phenomenal financial position. In fact, Blue Cross Louisiana is one of the higher performing blues in the country. Isn't that correct? In terms of profitability?
I would say we're probably about average.
Okay, well, let me ask you a few questions. And this gets to the really the heart of why we're here. Why is this deal good? We hear why it's good for Blue Cross, for Elevance, for board members, but I kind of liken this to debating an education bill. If you've ever had an opportunity to watch Senate or House Education, it's and Senator Jackson can attest to this. We typically talk about what's best for the teachers, or what's best for the school administrators, or the school district, or the facilities. And rarely ever do we actually get down and talk about what's best for the student. So in that same vein, I need to know, and I think the people on this committee need to understand why this deal is good for the people of Louisiana.
So the deal's good for the people of Louisiana because if you are a customer of ours and we do this deal, moving forward, as I said, you will pay less for your health insurance if I'm part of Elevance than if I stay standalone. And we will have...
And I don't mean to, I'm sorry to cut you off, but how can we consistently say that premiums are not going to go up when they have across the rest of the country?
When the latest drug that gets released for sickle cell disease is $2.2 million a treatment, healthcare costs are going to go up. I agree with you.
But how do we prevent premiums from going up? Which you are
prevent them from going up, but you can have them go up less.
Okay.
By being part.
That's different from what you said in your opening statement.
I said that they will be less if we were part of Elevance than if we are a standalone company.
Okay. You do understand too that we really do like Blue Cross. I'm a Blue Cross holder. This is not an attack on you guys, and I think there are, again, fundamental concerns that we have from going from a nonprofit in-state entity to a for-profit out-of-state company, and I'm sure that you can appreciate that.
Yes, Senator, and we are committed to staying as a locally based company. That is not going to change. Decisions are going to be made here in Louisiana by Louisianans for Louisianians.
How do we guarantee that?
We've committed to maintaining our local presence. I mean, that's
Okay.
that's part of what's in the agreement between us and Elevance.
It's my understanding that that's a 2-year agreement. What happens in year 3?
hopefully our employment base grows.
You see when we start to use the words like hopefully, this is when we up here get very nervous because there's no guarantees. And I mean, you admit it yourself. There's no guarantees that premiums won't go up. Maybe they won't go up very much, but they'll go up, right? There's no guarantees that Blue Cross admin stays in the state for the long run. I mean, quite honestly, if I was a for-profit company and can consolidate operations in one state versus having multiple offices in multiple states, that's what I would do. In fact, that would be my responsibility to the shareholders of my for-profit company.
So, Senator, Elevance Health has more vacancies in their U.S. employment base than I have employees. So it will be very easy for our employees to take on new roles and to take on new jobs from here in Louisiana, supporting both Louisiana and other places. And so we think the scale will really help make things less expensive while maintaining an employment base here in Louisiana.
Okay. I'm going to reserve my questions for later. I'm going to let some of the members here take a bite at the apple. Senator Jackson, you're up first.
So much. I hope to reward Kirk back for not asking long questions on the first time, since he's here now. I had a question. I think you guys were in the room when I asked it, and it was simply this. I'm concerned about those who are not a part of OGB, but also those who are part of OGB. I think that's who I've mostly heard from. And my first question is the question I left off with. What happens under that contract? Are we is OGB contractually obligated to have your successor take over the contract?
So the OGB contract is in force today. It got extended through 24. I believe a decision's pending right now to extend it into 25. As you know, it was a 3-year contract with two 1-year extensions. We've sent a letter to OGB promising that we will administer it exactly as it is today through 2025 with no changes whatsoever.
No, my question is, and I understand your commitments. I'm asking per contract. Is OGB contractually obligated if this sale goes through to take on the successor? Or does the sale of or transfer of the company invalidate that contract?
I would have to ask the lawyers for OGB their interpretation of that, but the company that has the contract is staying here in Louisiana. It will be a subsidiary of Elevance.
No, I understand, but it would be a subsidiary of a new company. So I think it's just a plain reading of the contract, and I'm sure Blue Cross, do you guys have your lawyers here? Because really the question is this. Under that contract, does it say to Blue Cross and any successor during this contractual period, or does it just say to Blue Cross? Are we in a position where OGB will now revet the RFP on that contract, or are they contractually obligated under the language of the contract to maintain Blue Cross Blue Shield successor?
Yeah. So, Senator, what we've done, as I said, is we've committed to honoring every aspect of that contract through 2025 with no change. The state will obviously need to renew that contract after 2025.
I understand we're going to renew it. I understand contract law. My question is, the way the contract sits right now, maybe one of your attorneys will come to the table. I'm sure you've vetted this. Is it automatic that you honor the contract of 2024? Because we have in the language, OGB having the language that the Blue Cross Blue Shield or its successor, or is this contract only with Blue Cross Blue Shield, meaning when it changes hands? Because if it doesn't include the successor, my assumption is by law that a new contract will have to be entered into to even continue the contract.
Yeah, Senator, I'll have to get one of our attorneys to answer that. My assumption is that it would continue, but we can verify that.
Okay. Are they here today?
I don't know if the attorney that needs to answer that is here.
Mr. Chairman, and this is no disrespect to you, can we bring OGB up? Because this is before I ask any other questions. That's been my question, and that's the question my constituents have. If OGB attorneys are here and can answer that.
Let's come back to that, and I'll try to get you an answer. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And I'm going to come back to my questions because the rest of my questions rest on that. And it's been, as a member,
sure,
I've been here all day, and I think everyone knew that when Blue Cross Blue Shield came to the table, as it was testified to by our Department of Insurance, that I would be looking for an answer to that question once Blue Cross Blue Shield came to the table. And I think that testimony happened about 2.5, 3 hours ago. Yes, I think someone is in the back. I'm not sure if they're with Blue Cross Blue Shield or.
We have an attorney here who can address that question.
Thank you.
When you come to the table, if you would
I
state
apologize, Mr. Chairman. It was just 2.5 hours to prepare to have someone here to answer that one question.
Totally reasonable and understandable, Senator. If you will, sit down and please state your name for the record, and I'm going to need you to fill out a white card at some point.
Yes, sir. Corey Harvey. I'm an attorney for Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana, and there is an answer to your question. So, from a general contract law perspective, there can at times be an anti-assignment provision in a contract, and so if you were to try to assign the rights or obligations under a contract to someone else, that would come into effect. For the OGB contract, the contract is with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana, so the obligations and the duties under the contract remain in effect. So if Blue Cross, after a transaction, were unable to carry out those duties, you'd have a contractual breach or something, but there's no actual assignment of the contract in this case. In addition, so I'm trying to go from memory, but it's, I think, maybe section 236.4 or 5 of Title 22, it says when a mutual company reorganizes and essentially turns from a mutual company into a stock company, all of its obligations, contractual, legal, of any kind, whatever, continue in existence exactly as they were at the moment of conversion.
And that's in the,
is that in
the OGB?
Code.
I know that's an insurance code,
right?
But contracts tend to stand on their own. If it's not prohibited under statute, then the governing provisions of the contract are the controlling governing provisions on what happens. So if there's no assignee in that contract, like basically sometimes that's that assignee clause.
That's right.
Katrina R. Jackson Law Firm or any successor of that law firm. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how do we execute a contract and then say the state of Louisiana laws, if it's sold off later, maintains that contract be followed. Are we saying that OGB doesn't have an opportunity to terminate the contract since Blue Cross Blue Shield is generally no longer in existence? Tell me.
It will continue to exist exactly as it is. That's why nothing's changing and there's no assignment of the contract, is that the company continues to exist. It's a subsidiary of another company. And then what the insurance code on top of that says is that whether it's a contract with OGB or a contract with McMath Inc., it doesn't matter. Any contract in existence the day before a conversion remains in effect the day afterwards, because otherwise a reorganizing mutual, especially if there were one that were in financial, bad financial hazard, a reorganization would allow it to escape from its obligations under contracts to any number of people.
So who will issue policies? Would it be Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Yes, ma'am. It will continue to do that.
And you will continue issuing policies as Blue Cross Blue Shield?
That's right. I mean, they could change the trade name if they wanted to, but the actual entity that has the license issued by the commissioner remains the same company.
And so there were a lot of provisions that were put in place, not enough, in my opinion, to protect those for OGB. Okay. How were those? Because we're up for a renegotiation in 2025.
That sounds right, yes, ma'am.
And so has the company, and I guess this is more for those who are sitting at the table, has the company looked at those, because that is a special contract, and determined whether or not some provisions will have to be changed?
Senator, I can say some time ago this came up, and we have agreed to honor the terms of the contract for a period of the contract without making any modifications to what's been agreed to.
No, I know that's a short-term period because it's through 2024, so it's not like we're talking about years. But you're going to be renegotiating that contract in 2025, right? For 2025.
We would be, Blue Cross of Louisiana as a subsidiary of Elevance Health would indeed be negotiating that contract in 2025. That's correct.
And so you now have an interest if this reorganization goes through and how that contract looks. My question is, have you guys looked at that to determine whether or not those the provisions of that contract, those things that have offered to our employees and our retirees will change?
I have not looked at all of them, no. But I can tell you from my experience in working with many government entities and the state contracts, there would be no reason to make those modifications unless they were unadministrable, and I don't believe that to be the case.
And I think I'm through with my legal questions, so I do have some questions for you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you were here in, I think, and my years get past me, but I think, what year did we privatize OGB and Blue Cross Blue Shield become the administrator?
It was before I arrived, because I arrived in 2016. So I think it was before that.
And at that time, there was a very firm commitment of Blue Cross Blue Shield, and even afterwards, to ensure that there were no significant rate increases that were not necessary, that our state workers and retirees will receive the same deliverables under their policy. How, and I asked the same question that I've asked, but you're back at the table now. How do we envision that going forward in the renegotiation of those policies?
So we would continue to meet whatever requirements the state wants for the OGB contract. If the state would like some changes, and they have asked for some changes in the last renewal, we would administer those changes. And if they want things to stay the same, we'd keep them the same.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Chairman Talbot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you say, and I know you've said that y'all could do a better job with technology and with efficiencies if you merge with Elevance. Y'all have what, $1.8 billion in reserve, in cash reserves, roughly?
Yeah, just under, probably between 1.8, depending on what our investments are doing.
So I guess my question is, y'all can't make those improvements with that $1.8 billion in reserve? Like, what's holding y'all back from doing online administration and televisits and all those things? I mean, if you got $1.8 billion in reserves, why can't you can't do it now?
So most of those reserves are there to protect the promise of being there when people need it. You know, we've had.
I know you got to keep a certain amount of reserves.
We've had a number of events in Louisiana. Obviously, going back to before I came here, but Katrina, we needed those reserves to pay providers when they weren't having monies coming in. We had some of that, you know, similarly with some recent hurricanes, and then we had the pandemic. The pandemic was a big disruption to the healthcare system, and so those reserves are there for when unusual events need it. We do use some to make investments, but I would say, looking down the road, we believe that we will be limited in the investments that we can make and that are necessary as a single state blue plan.
Also read where you've stated that y'all are losing market share, especially on the commercial side. Is that right?
Well,
and that's one of the reasons why you want to merge with Elevance, to stop that loss of market share on the commercial side?
Yeah, we want to basically continue to provide the best products and services, Senator. And to do that, we believe we need scale and capabilities that we don't have today. I mean, I'll give you an example. I can't, with our size and scale, really develop a concierge program for people with rare conditions and cancers, et cetera. That's up and running at Elevance Health today. We have some limitations on what we can provide in terms of care navigation and support for people. We do not have the digital capabilities that they have. We don't have the digital capabilities that some of our competitors have. We're making those investments, but we're not gaining ground. So, as I've said, you may have heard me before, but it takes about 2 years for us to do the platform migration if we do this integration. And at the end of that 2 years, I'll have access to capabilities that would take me over 10 years to do on our own, if we could even get it done in 10 years.
All right. I don't know if that answered my question. My question is, I guess I'll rephrase it. How much market share have y'all lost in the league?
I would say probably in the individual market, 30%.
Okay. My next question is about the foundation. So, whose decision is it to give only? How much money are you going to get back to the policyholders?
About $307 million
out of $3.5 billion.
Correct.
I guess the obvious question is, I'm sure we all have, why not give it all? I mean, put it all in a trust for policyholders who, you know, for whatever reasons might have a problem paying their premiums. Maybe they're, they're going through things that prohibit them from paying that. If I'm a policyholder, I'm like, give it all to us. I mean, it's their money. Is there any thought on that? And who decided to give just that fraction of an amount to? Because, I mean, if I'm a policyholder, I'm like, sure, that's great. We have a foundation. They can give money to other people. But, you know, they paid their tax dollars, their income to pay that premium. Why not give it all to them?
So, Senator, the first part of how we looked at this was to follow what the state laws say about demutualization, and they require experts to weigh in on the pool of money that would go to the policyholders, and then how that pool is distributed to individual policyholders as well. And that's exactly the process that we followed. The current company's been in business since 1975. That's when the last in-state merger between Baton Rouge and New Orleans happened. And so the value of the company obviously has been created since 1975. If you look at the current policyholders, and as was mentioned earlier, they are defined in our articles and bylaws. And it might be helpful, I can maybe sort of help you understand how do you get to the 95,000 from the 1.9 million, if that would be helpful to you all.
So you're saying the statute dictates how much money goes to?
It says there needs to be a process, and so we followed that process. And so if you actually look at the 95,000 policyholders today,
right,
some of them have been around for a year, some of them around for 2 years, some for 5 years, very few back to 1975. If you look at sort of their duration of membership, and that's a good sort of reference point for their contribution to the value of company over time, is how long they were customers. And it's all customers. The current 95,000 policyholders represent just under 10% of that longevity of membership since the company was started in 1975. So that's how we came up with that.
But I get that now, but nothing prevents y'all from taking the balance of that money and putting in a foundation that just benefits those policyholders, correct?
Well, we can't arbitrarily decide how much money to give to policyholders. There is a process by law that we need to follow.
Right, but the excess, the money that's going to go into the foundation, the $3 billion, there's nothing stopping y'all from saying, let's just set that aside for policyholders who might incur increased premiums or not, or incur the inability to pay those premiums. There's nothing stopping y'all from doing that.
Well, the articles that we have say that the company was founded for the benefit of the policyholders, but also for the communities that we serve. So the way that we did this was to provide as much continuity with the mission of the company to improve the health and lives of the people of Louisiana, which is part of how the company was founded.
All right. And help me out, because I know I'm getting confused here. So the foundation, is it going to be a 501c3 or a 501c4?
I'll let Mr. Barfield.
So Chairman Talbot, it is currently the foundation is 501c4.
And it is it's already done.
It's already done. We have our tax exempt status.
Mr. Barfield, if you will, please state your name.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Barfield. And again, I'm here to represent the Accelerate Louisiana initiative, or we call it ALI, as its initial chairman and as its acting president. So we incorporated as a Delaware corporation. Since then, we've domesticated to a Louisiana corporation and a nonprofit corporation in response to some of the concerns of stakeholders back in August. We have maintained our 501c4 status, and we would like to keep that. So I'll tell you a little bit more about the discussions we've had with then Attorney General.
You would like to, I'm sorry for jumping in here. You would like to keep your 501c4 status? Is that what you just said?
Yes, and I'll give you more. That's part of the discussions we had with then Attorney General Jeff Landry and now Governor Landry about what's the merits of that, the pros and cons and everything. I can explain that to you now if you'd like.
Go for it.
Okay, so 501c4, we are, again, we're a 501c4, but our articles of incorporation basically state that we have to comply with the political activities restrictions of a 501c3. Why do we do that? Well, number one, a 501c3 is taxed on net investment income at a rate of 1.35%, 1.39%. So annually, there's an excise tax that the federal government charges on net investment revenue. So net investment income, what is net investment income? Well, if we invest this $3.2 billion of assets, we expect to get between $100 to $200 million a year in net investment income if you assume a 5% return. And that 1.39% would be roughly a little over $2 million if you just say $3 million times 5% times 1.39%. That's $2 million a year. If you look at that over 20 years and you assume the foundation would make a return on the taxes it would have paid, that's $72 million of value that the foundation would lose by simply being a 501c3 versus being a 501c4. So that's been the primary driver. The other driver really has to do with the startup phase of the foundation, where the 501c3s are required to distribute 5% of their net value on an annual basis. Well, it's going to take, as I've testified before, it's going to take a year or more to get this foundation up and running from an operational standpoint. So we wanted to do that in a very orderly way and not be forced to distribute funds before we're prepared to do it, before we have the systems and controls and can follow the accountability and have our CEO and CFO and others on board.
So it's a 501c4, but the board bylaws are going to dictate that it has to act like a 501c3.
Correct.
So you can't engage in lobbying, political donations.
Correct.
All that thing. But I mean, the board could change that.
So that's
whenever
really,
they want. I mean, they could do
absolutely
a board meeting and say, yep, we're going back to a 501c4. And look, I'm asking these questions, and we all asking these questions because we all have one thing in mind: keeping premiums down for our constituents and seeing that their hard-earned money that they pay premiums for, gets used in the best possible way. We're their voice. I mean, that's all there is to it. And look, I don't want to interfere in between two private companies who want to buy each other out. That's fine. But this is a very unique situation. It's the largest healthcare acquisition the state's ever seen, and that probably we will ever see in our generation. So, again, I'm not sure. I'm still confused on how we got to the number of only giving them $300 million back. I would feel more comfortable that the foundation was use that money to benefit policyholders only. I mean, yeah, I would. It's great to go out and do all these other initiatives, but it's their money, and I think if I was one of those policyholders, that's where I would want it. I'm going to yield to the chairman. I know you have some questions. I may come back.
Okay, thank you, Senator Talbot. Let's go to, and we're bouncing around a little bit here. I'm trying to stay a little bit more organized, but since we're talking about the foundation, in the foundation plan that was sent out, this is a document of, I don't know how many pages it is, but you guys are familiar with it, I'm sure. If we go to page 35, and I'm going to read you this section. This is the first full paragraph. Just bear with me. For each of the priority areas outlined above, the trust, and we're talking about the creation of a trust, but now we're sort of talking. And it's my understanding that then Attorney General, now Governor Landry, wanted to move away from C4/C3 and move it over to a trust. Now that would be required. Legislation is required to do that. We've discussed that today.
Well, let me just make one clarification.
Please.
So he, after discussing the issue, particularly the excise tax issue, he had two concerns, as I recall. The first concern was the 501c versus 501c4 status and the fact that a nonprofit corporation with a supermajority of its board members could vote to change that, right? And the second was the purpose to improve the health and lives of the people of Louisiana. His concern was that the foundation directors would choose to change that purpose someday. So he preferred a trust structure. And with a trust,
does he still?
He does. Well, I don't want to speak for him, but we've agreed, and I agree, it's a great decision to pursue a trust. And why is the trust important? Because a trust is a better structure to make the purpose in the 501c4 status, but limited to 501c3 activities on a political front, immutable. So the trustees could never go change that of their own accord. It's in the trust, the creation of the trust document. And as was mentioned earlier, a trust does not work ideally under the Louisiana Trust Code. A trust does not work ideally for an organization of this size and magnitude that needs to work through its officers and employees and wants to have governance committees like Finance Committee and Investment Committee and Audit Committee and those things. So we're prepared to offer legislation this year that would address some of these concerns and allow the trust to still have that purpose and the political restrictions placed in there and immutable, so no board of trustees could ever change that, but still operate as a entity of a national class level foundation operating as it needs to operate to do those things. So part of our discussion with the governor, again, it started when he was Attorney General, so I want to make that clear. Part of our discussions was how do we address these concerns? After going through all this and working with him and his staff, they were comfortable with a 501c4 as long as the trust legislation was passed as contemplated. The trust was formed, and the plan is for the currently the nonprofit corporation, ALI, to hold the money until the legislation's passed, and then the trust is formed, and transfer the money to the trust. The trust would
And if legislation isn't passed?
Then the ALI would convert to a 501c3, and we would continue under the same...
Well, you would actually have, you would have a certain amount of time to convert to a C3. And let me read you this.
Yep.
As referenced above, in the event that each of the above conditions are not satisfied by the expiration date, the foundation will be free to retain the funds and deploy them in accordance with its organizational documents and will be obligated to seek to convert from an organization exempt under Code Section 501c4 to an organization exempt under Code 501c3, and to take such other actions as shall be necessary and advisable to achieve said result.
Correct.
Okay, that is incredibly vague. And let me say this too. If you, in order for the legislation to be passed, I'm going to read you this section. Actually, I'll save you to the last two sentences, which are my favorite part. This is under the proposed legislation section. In addition, the proposed legislation as enacted must not change the purpose of the trust. 2, require amounts to be paid to specific recipients or causes. 3, change the board of trustees of the trust. And finally, no amendments to the proposed legislation that are enacted that materially alter the terms above will be allowable. This is the terms that you are dictating to the legislature. Have you met us?
I have, yes.
Okay. It seems like, to me, this is set up for failure to revert back over to a C3, but really nothing is preventing you from acting as a C4 because you really don't have to because you're not restricted to by your...
Well, I mean, our agreement...
Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yes, Senator, I do. And I understand, but the agreement in principle is that we would implement as a nonprofit corporation and try to implement everything we've talked about. And we convert to 501c3, so that would never be a concern that we would be involved in political activities.
But you don't actually really have to do it.
No, we're committed to do it. We're committed.
Well, you don't
to
have
do
to.
it. Well, at this point, but there was no, like the Attorney General and the governor did not want a cooperative endeavor agreement to require that. The fact of the matter is they felt like the management information the member information statement was the structure to which we were all going to live by going forward. And that's what we're committed to do.
But you don't have to.
No, I think we're committed to do that.
Okay. I'm going to turn this over to Senator Bass, who's probably just dying to get involved in this discussion.
Hey guys, how are you?
There we go.
It's good to see you today. I go back to 95,000. Is that the number that 307 million? Is that the number of voters?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Okay, so if I take, I'm trying to understand this because the math doesn't work out. So if I take, what is this, 307 million and divide it by the 3,027 per policy that's going to be paid out, that comes up to 101,420. And so where is the difference in those 6,000 votes that are coming in?
So you're absolutely correct. So some of those 95,000 policy holders have more than one, those individuals have more than one policy. So some of them could have 3 policies, for example. And so the number of voters is 95,000, but some of those voters have more than one policy. So it's about 104,000 policies that those voters represent.
So they can't vote twice even though they have several different entities?
They can.
Okay.
They can. If you have 3 policies, you get 3 votes.
Okay, so if I have 3 policies, I get 3 votes. And so the discrepancy in that 6,000 is, I guess I'm confused on that. Where's the difference?
Yeah, so let me also, if I could, let me clarify the walk back from 1.9 to 95, because I think it's helpful. So of the 1.9 million people in Louisiana, 430,000 of them are actually members of other Blue Cross plans. I'll give you the largest one we have is Walmart. Walmart is a customer of Arkansas Blue Cross Blue Shield, but they have a lot of employees that live and work in Louisiana. So they are technically customers of Arkansas Blue Cross Blue Shield, but we administer the network and work on claims processing for them. 70,000 are in the federal employee program. So that's 500,000 right off the bat that they don't actually have a policy from us, but we service them as a Blue Cross Blue Shield member in Louisiana. About 300,000, maybe a little less now, are Medicaid recipients, which is already in our joint venture where Elevance is the majority owner of that. And so they actually count, those members as Blue members as part of that because they're the majority owner. 255,000 are HMO members. Our HMO subsidiary is a for-profit subsidiary. It's not a mutual company. If you're an HMO policyholder, you don't have a policy with a mutual company. So that leaves about 850,000 people that are with Blue Cross Blue Shield, the mutual company. A little over 500,000 of those are self-funded arrangements, administrative services only, TPA, OGB, it's 208,000. The rest of them are other self-funded. So that leaves about 355,000 people who actually have an insurance policy. And what our articles and bylaws say is that you're only a policyholder if you have an insurance policy, not if you have an administrative services only policy. So that's who gets to vote, people who have an insurance policy. And those 355,000 people are represented by 95,000 individuals or companies that have purchased an insurance policy.
So who gets the $3,027?
The 95,000, the 95,000 people get that, but some people have more than one policy. So they would get, some people will get 6,000, some people will get 9,000. We have very few people that have over 3 policies.
Okay. So Senator Hodges read a letter earlier about some concern from the medical profession, and you provided a letter from a doctor in Lafayette. Elevance released an ad this morning that says Elevance Health is continually reducing administrative burdens for doctors and simplifying their experience with us so they have more time to focus on patient care. I guess my question is if that is accurate, then why do so many of the esteemed doctors that Senator Hodges read out not want this deal to go through?
I think that's a great question. As I said earlier, I don't think they have direct experience with Elevance Health. I'd actually ask, our Elevance colleagues to talk about. They have great relationships with providers in other states.
I'll add on. I would agree with that. I don't know why they wouldn't, quite honestly. I haven't spoken to them. I have talked to a number of constituents, rural healthcare, hospital association, other hospital executives here in the state, and certainly understand their point of view, but we don't have a relationship with them today. So it's conversation around how we think about the business and what we do. Very similar to Blue Cross of Louisiana, and I'm speaking here for our commercial business, which is the bulk of the business. It's 33 million of the 48 million lives that Anthem serves. Elevance Health is our parent company. We have 100% of the hospitals, 95% of the physicians in our 14 Blue Cross and Blue Shield plans that we serve. So we have very broad networks. We have deep physician relationships, and every single plan is a local Blue. So it's not that the decisions are made in other geographies. The decisions are made in those geographies. They have a local president in every one of them. There's a facility in every one of them that is the headquarters, just like our anticipation is, or what we will actually do here in Baton Rouge. So it's hard for me to say why they feel that way. We've got other letters that have been sent in to the insurance commissioner from NYU, from IU Health, from Arkansas Providers Association, from Parkview, from the Cleveland Clinic. These are organizations that we've got relationships with, and we've got deep relationships. And our intent is to continue that collaborative and creative style of working with the provider community on finding what is the right balance between paying for value versus paying for volume, and create real value-based arrangements with both the physicians and the hospital systems to create a better value for the citizens of Louisiana. That's the objective.
So what states are not represented? So here's my confusion. Right. The information that we have is based on 14 states, yet Dr. Udvarhai said that it was 19 states. So what is the disconnect?
We have 14 Blue Cross and Blue Shield states. We do business in 28 geographies, roughly. The balance are Medicaid markets that are under a different brand. They're not under the Anthem or the Cross and Shield brand if they're outside of our 14 Cross and Shield branded geographies.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go back to the foundation real quick because I'm really trying to understand this. Does another foundation somewhere in this country exist the way that you're describing this one will function?
So there's several, excuse me, there's several foundations that arose out of a sale of a Blue Cross Blue Shield licensee. The most notable are in Missouri and 2 foundations in California.
So it's a 501c4 that functions like a 50c3.
So I believe in California, one functions as a 501c4 and one functions as a 501c3. There was 2 foundations that arose out of one transaction. In Missouri, I believe it's a 501c3.
What are the sizes of those?
I believe in California, one of the foundations is roughly, or started out at roughly $3 billion, a little under $3 billion, 2.9. The other one, I believe, is about, the other California foundation arose out of the same foundation, I believe, was 600 to 700 million. In Missouri, if my recollection is correct, it was in the neighborhood of $2 billion, I believe. This was the initial size of the foundation. I don't know what the size is now.
Okay. So is Dr. Richard Adkins here, Jerome Gregg, or Charles Brent McCoy? Are they here today?
I do not believe they're here today, no.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but these are the 4 individuals that are listed that are going to be making the initial decisions and set up and everything on this $3 billion. You and these 3 people.
That's right. We plan to expand the board, but we're going, and we've been working to expand the board. We have a search consultant based here in Louisiana who's been working with us. We also,
who is that?
His name is Brett Pinson of Pinson and Associates.
Okay, and what are his qualifications?
So he's been a corporate executive for 3M, I believe. He's been back in Louisiana for years, and he does a lot of searches for foundations and companies in Louisiana.
So where does this $3 billion, $3.102 billion, where does it sit? What is it invested in? What is the investment risk? And the 4 of you guys are deciding that once this is funded, or so 4 people are deciding what investment risk are going to be taken?
So initially, as I said before, if the transaction is approved by the policyholder, if the transaction is approved by the Commissioner of Insurance, the transaction is closed, it will go into about $600 to $700 million, will come over to us as securities that are already held by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. So they'll come over to us as securities, and we'll take those securities, and they'll be held in custodial accounts in our name, or for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
The rest of it, say it's 3.4 or 2.4 billion or so, will come over in cash, and we have arranging that initially to be handled by a bank here in Louisiana, our current bank at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. And we'll also put those in custodial accounts. So they're not on the bank's balance sheet, so they're not at risk for any, bank failure or anything like that. So that's all. We've been working on that and arranging that for the last few months. And then last but not least, we have an investment policy we put in place. So what I would call, I've kind of broken it down into 3 phases. The day 1 phase, when the closing happens, we need to make sure that the securities that move over and the cash that comes to us is 100% safe. We don't want anything at risk. And then I call this the year 1 strategy, and that's the year it takes for us to become operational, to hire a CEO and a CFO, a chief investment officer. And the investment policy basically states that there be very conservative, safe investments, much like we do currently at Blue Cross Blue Shield. And we're using the same investment. Initially, we're planning to use the same investment advisor that Blue Cross Blue Shield was. It is Pavilion, which is now part of Mercer.
Okay. Do any of the funds that Pavilion has or invest in contain Elevance stock or previously Anthem?
I don't know the answer to that.
Could you get those for me?
I could, yes.
Okay. And then as we continue down this, the 501c3, so if this dictated legislation, if we deviate from it at all,
yes,
reverts back to a 501c3. And so that's how it'll function. Is that right?
That's
Am I
correct.
understanding that correctly? All right. And so as you go down that, if that's how it's going to function, do you think you guys will make a 501h selection at all?
You'll have to educate me.
Okay, well, that's the part of a 501c3 that can still get involved in politics, even in a 501c3 that can happen. So I'm just wondering if we're going down this road, there's a lot of wiggle room as far as what happens here.
So I will say unequivocally, our intent is not to be involved in politics.
So when can we read those bylaws and those documents that say that?
We have copies that we've given to the Department of Insurance, and we can provide you with copies.
So the bylaws and how it's going to function?
Yes.
Okay. And so the other 3 gentlemen that will be on the board with you that are setting this up initially, what are their responsibilities, compensation, time commitments, that type of thing?
So none of the board members have gotten any compensation, and we do not plan to make a decision on compensation until the board's expanded into the full board. They have, I don't know the hours we put in over the last, we started meeting on a weekly basis in November 2022 in anticipation of announcing a potential transaction, and we've met ever since, almost every week with multiple, a planned meeting every week, and we've had multiple meetings. We've visited with multiple national foundations, other healthcare foundations. We've had 3 consultants helping us along the way to get to this point, to do the planning.
And who are those?
McKinsey. Morgan Lewis has an attorney there who's an expert, who's also an attorney, but I would consider her just a great advisor on large foundations, and a company called Global Impact that's led by Howard W. Buffett, who is on the faculty at Columbia University and has a passion for this type of work. He's also the grandson of Warren Buffett, so he spent his life's work in this field.
Okay. And so there is not a compensation for you?
Decided. So to give you a little input on that, we did have a compensation study done, and we did that because we wanted to be able to discuss that with potential board members and say we have not made a decision on compensation. But there's 2 things. We certainly wanted to have a compensation done to see what's reasonable for a nonprofit organization of this size. And we also wanted you have to have, to be a tax-exempt organization, and if you do pay compensation, you have to be reasonable and do that within a reasonable framework. So the compensation study was an effort to make that clear. The range of compensation from the study showed about $15,000 at the 20th percentile, 25th percentile, through $70,000 through the 90th percentile. So the range is probably somewhere between $15,000 to $70,000 a year of compensation for board members if we choose to do it. The 50th percentile was about $30,000. Now there's other payments that may be going, so that excludes payments for those who serve as chairman of the board and committee chairs, which is the same way our Blue Cross Blue Shield board is done. So the highest, the 90th percentile and the highest compensation for the board chairs was $88,000 a year. So nothing compared to some of the rumors and allegations out there that the members of this foundation are going to, be paying themselves $250,000 to $500,000. Nothing like that. First of all, we want to be reasonable. I would say if it was a sole decision of mine, it would be no more than the 50th percentile. And then we have to be reasonable from an IRS standpoint, or we jeopardize our tax-exempt status.
So in addition to the investment strategies that are going to happen here, that the four of you are going to decide, it also talks about hiring executives, forming committees, employees. Is there some type of projection there? How many employees are you looking to hire? It just seems like a lot of work for four people to decide that much money in that many positions to me.
I think one of our, you're exactly right. It has been a lot of work and will continue to be a lot of work. And I don't intend on operating the organization. I think our first order of business is we're doing a lot of things in terms of, as I said, the bank account work, legal advisors, an accounting firm, all these things that we've got plans to do. But at the end of the day, we need a chief executive officer. We need somebody and we plan to do a search for a chief executive officer. And we need a chief financial officer. Perhaps we need a chief investment officer in the short run, but I think long term we will have a chief investment officer. We'll have a chief operating officer. There's a couple of things operational that I would say that we've said, and this is something we've talked to the governor about in our negotiations with him. Again, we don't expect this. We feel like this foundation, this trust, let's say this is a trust, and contemplated to be a trust. I know there's some risk on the legislative front, but at the end of the day, this trust will focus on a relatively few number of bold, potentially transformative initiative projects and programs that can truly move the needle in Louisiana. And so the governor agreed with that vision, that's exactly what we do. So we don't expect to be a huge staff of employees. We expect to have, some core group of employees that can deal with potential partners, other stakeholders, community foundations, and the Department of Health, Department of Children and Family Services, all those organizations that we can help, move the needle and do things that can augment what's being attempted.
So you said relatively few.
Yes.
Can you ballpark me?
Yeah. So based on the same studies we did of other foundations, the other foundations who operated in this capacity tended to have about 20 to 40 employees. They did a lot through maybe contractors at time when they had specific needs and others, but they primarily gave grants and sponsored programs that were run by other nonprofits, other entities, other organizations. So they did not have huge staff.
At an average salary of?
I can't answer that.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how much of this money that's being put into this foundation is going to be put towards operating the foundation, because I haven't seen an operating budget.
Well, we don't have anything what I would call an accurate operating budget, but okay. I think we intend that to be very small in the whole scheme of things.
Well, I'm also trying to understand what relatively small is, and I'll read you this. It says, for each of the priority areas outlined above, your 4 bullets, right, the trust may allocate a relatively small portion of its resources to innovation, research and development, and pilot programs designed to improve the health outcomes, and social determinants of health in Louisiana. So what's a relatively small amount of $3.1 billion?
So that was in the context of the 4 principal areas of focus. And this was, again, part of our negotiations and discussions with the governor. He was fine with us doing some stuff on the pilot and research area, but he didn't want this to be a foundation that was spending a whole bunch of unnecessary dollars on consultants and research They wanted that, his opinion, and I agree with it. We know what the problems are in Louisiana. We know the challenges, and we have a lot of ideas about what works and doesn't work. The question is, can we get in there and scale it so we can have a bigger impact? And there's organizations like Pennington Biomedical Research Center and others that have a lot of expertise in particularly chronic disease and other areas that we can help us do that.
Well, again, I'll ask the same question. What is relatively small of $3.1 billion?
I think you're talking about something well under 5%, but we have not agreed to a specific.
So 5% is still $150+ million.
No, 5% of what we distribute a year. So we're talking about
okay.
distributing. We have contemplated, we want to protect the corpus.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to only pay grants and for programs and other activities foundation out of the net investment earnings that the trust will make over the time. So that's estimated, again, with $3 billion, a little bit over $3 billion.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be $200 million a year based on market conditions. So it would be less than 5% of that amount.
Well, and you brought up Pennington Biomedical Research Center, which the next part of that, other than Pennington Biomedical Research Center, educational institutions and institutions of higher education shall not be eligible to receive these resources. So you said Pennington Biomedical Research Center and others, but why is Pennington the only one that can receive funds from this?
It's the only higher education institution that could receive funds because that was a requirement of the governor, attorney general, and now governor.
Why?
I don't know the answer to that.
But this is based on this. That's the only one. So they have the market cornered on good ideas to attack these.
No, I think how I understand that, it's not in front of me, how I understand it, that is no other institution of higher education in Louisiana may participate in that research and studies other than Pennington Biomedical Research. We could go to other organizations and consultants to do that, but not to.
So you have $3.1 billion that you have to attack these major issues, and the only person that we can go to attack this part is one entity.
Let me restate it.
Okay.
So I'm sorry for being unclear, but the prohibition is that no other institution of higher education.
Define that.
In Louisiana. That would be, you look at the Board of Regents and the institutions that they oversee, and then I would say the other private institutions like Tulane and Loyola and Xavier and those others. The prohibition was no other institutions of higher education in Louisiana would be eligible to be part of the who we use to do that other than the Research Center.
So no other education, higher learning institution in this state can provide a good idea that can actually be funded by this fund.
Not for pay, I'll put it that way. We cannot go out and hire and subcontract the research capabilities to anyone else other than Pennington Biomedical Research Center or somebody who's not a higher education.
Is there any overlap between your board, the board of Blue Cross, or the board of Elevance with the board of Pennington Biomedical Research Center?
I do not think so, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Could you find that out for me?
I can, sure.
All right, fantastic. All right, also, sufficient flexibility is needed for a private charitable trust of this magnitude to operate in a commercially reasonable manner. What is a commercially reasonable manner?
So I think that we need to operate with effectiveness and efficiency. You need to have, going back to the board of trustees, the board of trustees will have to be well qualified with, I like to say, national class people. They don't have to be nationally prominent, don't have to be nationally known. I think we have a lot of national class people in Louisiana, but people with the right business, industry, healthcare, investment experience. It starts with a board with that. It's got to be a board that represents Louisiana as a whole, that has, diversity in terms of across the board, including racial and gender diversity. The board needs to operate as a, best practices board. It needs to operate with the right level of expertise on committees like the audit committee, the finance committee, the investment committee, and compensation committee, and all those things you do for any large organization.
And to start, all of those decisions are being made by you, Dr. Adkins, Jerome Gregg, and Charles Brent McCoy.
No, we're just, the initial decisions we were making is the startup activities to plan on how we'll be pursuing that. But we're going to expand the board. The Board of Trustees will be expanded to 11, the document says 9 to 11 members.
One of which is the governor's.
One of which is the governor's
One of which is
appointee.
the insurance ex officio that's just to view it. Is that considered one of the?
An observer.
Observer.
Yeah. And that specifically was to address some of the transparency issues that people have brought up. And then we have started the search. We do not have the pool of board members finalized, but as I mentioned earlier, we have about 40. We got a lot of recommendations from a lot of different areas. We started with about a pool of 40 members that we thought were people we should seriously consider. We've narrowed that down considerably, but we have not narrowed it down to the finite number. It's going to be very hard to pick that, but I think it hits those things we've talked about.
So is that a majority vote that starts that?
The four members will start that. It'll be a majority of the four members.
Okay, so we have 2-2. I'm sure in the operating agreement it says how that tie is broken. Who comes in and makes that decision?
It's not approved.
But it says that in the bylaws.
I don't know if it says that in the bylaws or that's just by operation of how bylaws work with, you have to have a majority to have a vote. 2-2 is not a majority.
Okay. Well, I would very much like to meet these other three gentlemen because I'm trying to understand how this works, and I know that you're the president right now, but I'm trying to understand that. So it talks about being able to delegate in this document that you guys will be delegating these areas to who?
So as the context would be, currently under Louisiana law, a trust is a much more restrictive structure in terms of delegating to officers, employees, and things like that. So what we're trying to do is just allow a large trust, a large complex trust, that'll be a national class trust, to operate much like a large foundation would, a large nonprofit corporation, and be able to rely on its corporate officers and have a CEO, have a COO, have a chief investment officer, and also to operate through its committees and its employees like any large organization would.
So these other entities that you're talking about, these large organizations, do they lock themselves out of higher learning education facilities inside of that state and use but one, or how do they operate?
I can't speak for that specific issue, but the ones we've all talked to and the ones I have personal experience with generally operate with, a board, committees, corporate officers, including CEO, but other corporate officers, including vice presidents and others, and the board of trustees or board of directors in the case of many of these others get to rely on officers and others' information to a reasonable basis, just like in any other institute.
So and I'm going to butcher this name, so forgive me, the Chaff report or Chaffee? I may have messed that up.
I think it's pronounced Chaff.
Okay, yeah. Chaff report. It talks about that in here and some of the recommendations they made. I'm unclear as to whether those are recommendations to the foundation or recommendations to Blue Cross Blue Shield.
So Chaff was the investment banker. They're based out of New Orleans, and they were one of the required experts in the demutualization statute. They opined on the reasonableness and fairness of the $307 million as the pool to the policyholders.
Okay, it talks about here, Chaff based their opinion on, in reaching its decision to adopt the plan of reorganization and recommend its approval by the policyholders at the special meeting, the board considered, among other things, whether the total consideration of Elevance Health would pay in connection with the proposed reorganization, whether it's fair, the allocation of total consideration between the foundation and eligible members, was it fair? The allocation of consideration among the eligible members, was it fair? In reaching its conclusions, the board carefully selected and retained expert financial advisors to assist in its evaluation. Below is a summary of the fairness opinion and each respective financials work, including the allocation of eligible member payment. What is the date on this report?
That report would have been done last year. I don't remember the actual date.
Well, in this, it says that it's based on data from 12/31/22. So is it safe to assume that data would have been prior to 12/31/22?
So the adoption date of the plan of reorganization was January 23rd, 2023.
Okay. So
And that adoption date hasn't changed.
okay.
So the people that were members as of that date, the calculations were all done as of that adoption date, and that adoption date has not changed.
Okay, and so it says the review, the draft acquisition agreement, they reviewed the draft plan of reorganization, then effective articles of incorporation, then effective bylaws, and other documents and records deemed material and relevant to CHAF in the connection with its rendering of the CHAF fairness opinion. My question is, since that stuff is 13 months old at this point in time, has any of that data that they used to make these fairness determinations changed?
No.
Money that's in reserves, nothing has changed since
The purchase price is the same. The amount of money that's in the reserves may go up or down until the day of closing. So that might determine the amount that goes to the foundation by a small amount. But the terms of the transaction are no different today than they were when we announced on January 23rd.
So if it goes up, more money will go to the foundation, but more money won't go to the policyholders?
More money will go. So if the total value of the transaction goes up, the distribution goes up for both parties.
Okay, so that's the 95,000.
So the 307 could be a larger number, slightly less. So the percentage is the same. If the total proceeds of the transaction change because of evolution of financials, but the distribution percentage doesn't change.
So Chaff was an investment banker based in Louisiana.
Correct.
All right. It says that Chaff was paid a reasonable and customary fee. Can you define that for me?
I don't know off the top of my head what the fee is.
So we don't know what we paid to get the opinion?
I mean, the company knows. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. All right.
But Senator Bass, if you
I'll
came in-
yield. I'm sorry. I have a
you're
lot
good.
more.
No, you're good. You're good. I wanted to make this clear, and I should have mentioned this when we first started, but in anticipation of not having certain information or being able to answer certain questions, the idea was to have a follow-up meeting scheduled at some point towards the end of February, given the timeline of all of this. So as I know our staff is kind of keeping track of things that we can or cannot answer, or getting some sort of stats. So just know that there is a follow-up to this, because again, we're trying to do our best to fully investigate the deal, and we are going to need the information that we may not have today. So with that, that's all I wanted to say. So and continue.
I'll also ask the other organizations that you're talking about in California or Missouri, I would like to see how those function, basically what you're patterning this off of, and if there are any differences. And you've mentioned several times about the operating agreement or the bylaws or whatever, however you guys are running that. It sounds like you've given that information to some. I haven't seen it. I don't know if anyone else here has seen it, but I would really like to read those bylaws and how this is gonna function.
Sure. We have given them to the Department of Insurance, and we're happy to share with that. On the trust, there are preliminary drafts of the trust documents. Those have been provided to their Attorney General's office and the Governor's office, and they've been reviewed by the representatives there. And we will be working to finalize that. We did also, we were recommended to have perhaps some of the trust committee of the Louisiana Law Institute look at those before they're actually included in a bill for presentation. So I know we're considering that, and so that's some of the things.
So whatever you've provided to the Department of Insurance, the Governor's office, and others, okay. I'd like to see that for this panel also.
Sure.
So I'll yield my time. I've taken enough. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Senator Bass. Before I turn it over to Senator Luna, real quick, just a few follow-up questions. You said you did a compensation study with regards to the compensation of the board members. Did that study also include compensation for a potential CEO position?
It did.
What was the findings of that?
I don't remember, because it was we included it just because it was cheaper to do that way, but I believe it was in the neighborhood of $500,000 a year, give or take. That was kind of the
something
general
else
ballpark.
to add to the list if we can't. In fact, the report itself would be Wonderful. I will say this. We just did a quick Google search here. Mother Cabrini Health Foundation is a foundation, $3.1 billion, and their CEO is compensated $713,000 for whatever that's worth. Okay, one of the pillars, too, that's in here in this document that we keep referring to is healthcare workforce development. I'm a member of Senate Health and Welfare now for 4 years. Workforce development is something that we strive to do and achieve in the legislature. But I guess I'm a little curious. How do we cannot. Pennington Biomedical is named here. Educational institutions and institutions of higher education shall not be eligible other than Pennington to receive these resources. How are we working with the higher ed, nursing
again,
schools and the like?
May I kind of start back to the structure? So there's 4 priorities of focus, right? There's the improving health outcomes, healthcare workforce development, helping Louisianans move from dependence to independence, and optimizing government performance. So those are the 4 areas. And if you look at workforce specifically, we would anticipate working with institutions of higher education in Louisiana for that item. The only caveat was, other than Pennington Biomedical Center educational institutions of higher education will not be eligible to receive resources attributable to such innovation, research, development, and private programs. So it's a relatively small limitation.
Okay, how did we get to? Can we drill down on specifically naming Pennington Biomedical Research Center again? And if this was answered, forgive me. I'm trying to.
No, I don't think we've talked about what.
I mean, because they are specifically outlined in this. Or again, other than Pennington Biomedical Research Center, educational institutions and other institutions of higher education shall not be eligible for these resources. And these are the resources, by the way, that the trust may allocate a, quote, relatively small portion of its resources. We discussed 5%, which is, if I did the math in my head, somewhere around between $5 and $10 million.
Well, again, we never agreed to an amount. I'm just.
No, well, I'm using your
I'm trying to
5% that
speculate.
you gave.
It would be no more than 5%. It would be a small amount. It would certainly, and you know, the bulk of this money should go to the specific programs we talked about in those first 4 items. How did Pennington end up there? I think it's Pennington's role as a world-class research center, particularly centered around chronic disease and programs like that. One of the areas of focus on chronic disease is diabetes, and they're considered, one of the leading institutions on diabetes research. And so I assume that was it. Certainly, I felt like Pennington is a very impressive institution, and I think the governor and the governor's staff felt the same way.
The governor and the governor's staff helped you?
These limitations arose out of our discussions and negotiations with now the governor. And again, when all this started, he was the Attorney General.
Sure.
I know ULM's pharmacy program does research and development. I know that LSU Shreveport does research and development, and so along those same lines and those same topics. And so there are a lot of educations and institutions of higher learning that I think would have something to add here. So I just wanted to make sure that we know there are several other places in the state that have the ability to add something to that.
I understand, and I agree. Yeah.
Thanks, Senator Bass. Going back, I'm sorry, this wage study, and I feel like there's been a number of other studies that have been done. You want to say something?
I would call it a compensation study. I mean, this is board-level compensation, CEO-level compensation. Yeah.
Who's paying for this?
So Blue Cross Blue Shield has been paying for this up to this time. Louisiana has been paying for this.
This is coming out of their operating budget, which is derived from their premiums? Okay.
I would assume so, yes.
One last question. I'm going to turn it over to Senator Luno. Really more of a statement, and I've been doing a little research here. A C3 and a C4, just so everybody is aware, can participate in political activity. The IRS rules just say that they can't be the primary purpose. So, primary purpose of, I believe, a budget is going to be somewhere around 100 to 150 million a year because you don't want to touch the corpus, right? So, half that, less 49%. I mean, I know that that's not. I know you guys aren't going to go and spend, $50 million every election cycle. And if you are, please let us know. We need to start raising money now. But you hear what I'm saying. I mean, the concerns are still valid with regards to the political activity.
So, as I understand it, and I'm learning a lot about this, but our intent is, again, I'm willing, we do not want to participate in political activities. As a matter of fact, I would say, there's so many needs in Louisiana when it comes to chronic disease and other things that, we just need to address some of those needs. At the end of the day, like there's times, as I understand 501c3, and I'm not familiar with H, I've heard descriptions, like it allows you to come testify in the legislature and do things in informational purposes and let people know about what you're doing and things like that. That's all we intend to do.
You can also hire lobbyists.
No, as I understand it, you cannot hire a lobbyist to truly go lobby in the full sense of the word.
We might have to dig into that.
Okay, we'll dig into that. But, I mean, that is not our intent. It's never been our intent. I know that's, when you're talking about this much money, that's been a concern.
Yeah, I actually believe the Louisiana Hospital Association is a 501c3, I believe, and they have in-house and contract lobbyists to lobby for.
That's not the intent here. The intent here is we want this to be an apolitical organization. We want this to be out there being a nonprofit organization, improving our state and our community.
And Mr. Barfield, I know you personally, and I understand that we're talking about trying to lay out what the intent is or isn't, but what we mostly up here care about is what you can and can't do.
I understand.
Yeah. And then finally, just it's my understanding that one of the other agreements that came out of the negotiations with then the Attorney General, now Governor-elect Landry, is for him to have an appointed position on the board. Is that correct?
Yeah.
It is pretty clear, and again, in this, that is only possible if the legislature passes the proper legislation that creates the trust. So if we do not do that, does the governor still get a seat on the board?
Yes, that's the intent. The intent would be all the
where
obligations
is that laid out?
I can't tell you that because I can't remember it word for word. But the intent would be if we have to go to the 501c3, all the other agreements would be incorporated into the nonprofit going forward.
Okay. All right, Senator Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Uverhall, a couple of things. You passed out this letter from VieMed, this company. When we get things like this up here, we don't know who they are or what they are or what this is about or anything else. So I got a couple of questions about that first. It looks like this is a medical staffing company. Is that what this is?
No, sir. They are a company that does home-based care, largely in respiratory illnesses, people with chronic illnesses. So if somebody needs, for example, an in-home ventilator with respiratory therapists to go into the house or other home-based services. So they're part of a range largely of home-based type services.
All right, it looked like Bruce Greenstein is a person who's involved with this company. Were you aware of that?
I know Mr. Hoyt, who's the CEO.
What about Sabrina Heltz? Do you remember her from Blue Cross Blue
Oh, she
Shield?
used to work for us, yes.
And she works for them too?
No, I believe she was most recently working for Oxner.
They indicate on her website she's a director with their company. I don't know. I'm just asking because we get, like say last month, I don't know who this is about. But.
I'm not familiar exactly who's on their board.
Okay. Mr. Barfield, are any of the folks affiliated with this company, have they been considered for a board member for this trust?
I don't know all the board members, but we have considered, I know of one that we've considered that is a board member at that company.
Okay. I want to figure out how we decided who the policy holders were, this 95,000 group of people. The documents that I've been referred to just say policy holders. And me being a lawyer, you give the plain meaning to words. Well, that's a policy holder. And apparently you have a lot more policy holders than 95,000. How did we get narrowed down to that 95,000?
It's actually clearly articulated in the articles of incorporation of the company, and those, I believe, have been posted to the LDI website.
So it has a definition
It has
that's
an
different than
yes, sir. It has a definition in there, and it says.
Hang on, we can't talk at the same time when they're recording everything, if you don't mind. What my question is does the definition changes up what the plain meaning of a policyholder would be? It's something different from that?
Sir, the definition is what's in our articles. I mean, it is clearly laid out who is a voting policy holder in the articles of incorporation.
Okay. Kind of reminds me of the saying around here with 20 votes in the Senate, you can make a dog a cat. All right, so basically the policyholders that get to vote on this are not people who are insured under Blue Cross Blue Shield. They're like employers or entities that have groups of insured people that work for them, I suppose?
It's a variety. So it's individuals that buy an individual policy.
Why some individuals and not others?
It's every individual that buys, every individual that has an insured policy with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana is an eligible policyholder.
Okay.
No exceptions.
Okay.
Every group that buys an insured policy with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana is a policyholder, no exceptions.
All right, so let me ask you this. If you have an individual, that's one person and they get one vote. If you have an entity that has 100 employees and there's 100 policyholders there, they get one vote.
Yeah, and just to be clear, in the definition in the articles, it clearly says that in the language I believe there is card holder. The fact that you have an insurance card as a member does not make you a policyholder. It's very explicit about that. It's the entity that buys the policy.
All right, all of this money that we're talking about from this sale of the company, how was that money derived?
Through the operations of the company since 1975.
And how do you make where's your income come from?
It comes from the premiums and the services revenue that we get.
Okay. So all of the policyholders that have paid in all these years.
Correct.
Why
I mean, all the members.
Why aren't we giving the money back to them, the people who have paid that money in for all these years? Why aren't we dividing the money up between them and returning it to them?
So it's an annual contract that we have with each of them, and we provide them for the service for the year that we have the contract. And they don't pay anything. It's not like a stockholder. They haven't paid anything to own a piece of the company. And
they paid money in for those premiums, and I guess the premiums could have been reduced years ago, and maybe you wouldn't have so much cash laying around.
Senator, we're following exactly the stipulations of the articles that created the company.
So there's no way that you could do that. You cannot return the premiums to the policyholders.
I have no discretion to change the articles, and I have no discretion to change the requirements of the state laws on demutualization.
And the articles in the laws don't give you the option to return that money back to the people that paid it in.
I do not believe we have that discretion to give it to people that are not policyholders.
Okay. Why $3,000? Who came up with that figure?
As I said, that was that's the amount of time that the current 95,000 people have been policyholders over the amount of time that everybody's been a policyholder since the company was started. So they represent a little less than 10% of all of the policyholders and members that have contributed to the company over the years.
And how did we come up with $3,000?
You divide the number of policyholders and then the policies they have, which, as I said, as I explained to Senator Bass, it's a little more than 95,000 policies into the $307 million.
Okay. You get into that fuzzy math and you lose me, so I apologize for that. I'm certainly not a mathematician. I'm going to have to jump around just a little bit because of the way we do all this, but Mr. Barfield, let's talk a little bit about the trust. I have to tell you, when you're talking about your intentions, I do believe that. You've been around this process a long time, and I do believe that you have good intentions, but you know what they say about good intentions and the road to hell, and so we all have to be mindful of that. The intent of what you're trying to do with establishing this legislation and and your lawyer's telling you it has to be these exact words and nobody can touch it. The legislature has to pass exactly that with nothing changed, anything else. Well, they're usurping the legislative branch of government's obligation, duties, and powers by doing that. Now, in addition to that, one of the reasons, and you know this, one of the reasons it gets batted around a lot and words gets changed and all that is because words matter. And we have drafters that do this for a living that have been around this Capitol for lots of years that are very, very good at their job. And sometimes they disagree with what the lawyers say, and they say, no, you need to change this for this reason or some unintended consequence or something like that. So you're not very successful in getting legislation passed that's verbatim. I don't think in my 9 years here I've seen it happen a time, not a single time. But having said that, why is that paramount in this whole deal?
So, Senator Luno, I agree. You know, I think we're not trying to tell you what to legislate. We're just saying if it doesn't come out with certain criteria, we can go to a 501c3 and try to implement the same things within the 501c3.
Well, actually, what it said, if it doesn't come out verbatim, in other words, it cautioned mightily against changing a single word or a comma or anything else, is what it said.
Well, again, you could do a special charitable trust or crowds, all those things, but we don't have to use it. We're a private. We want to be a private foundation, just like Blue Cross Blue Shield is a private company. So I respect that, and I've been here around a lot, and I will tell you that when this was the governor's idea, and the governor, it concerned me, like how often does legislation go through just as we anticipate? I had some comfort knowing this was a first term, first year governor, and there was each house of the legislature was of the same party. Does that mean it'll go through without a hitch? I doubt it, right? But that was the intent, and I think, and I applaud the governor because it was his idea. The use of a trust, which would make, again, immutable, unchangeable, the purpose of the foundation and the restrictions on political activities was always a concern. Like, we don't want this to be a political body. Those of us who are the founding members don't want this to be.
And I can appreciate that,
So
I believe your intentions. However, you and I aren't going to be around forever. We're going to be gone. And there are going to be other people. This is a lot of money. It's going to be there for a long time. And there are going to be other people that might have other intentions than what you and I have. We're protecting whatever their intentions were. What if their intentions are to go build an amusement park, to try to build up the trust? I mean,
Well, I think that's why when the governor brought up the idea and I started looking at the substance of it, I like the idea of a trust because it is tough. We're not going to be around. I know that one of my big concerns of anything like this, you want to get it started as well as it can start, but this is going to go on for generations and generations, hopefully. And the problems in Louisiana will be different for generations from now.
Can any members of the board of the organization do any kind of business with a trust? If they have say they own a company, they own 10% of a company or 5% of a company, and that company could contract with the trust to do business?
That's not allowed. The formation documents, the articles and the bylaws they have a conflict of interest policy, so that's all restricted.
Well, Senator Bass is correct. If we have those documents, and it'd probably give us a greater level of comfort if we knew what was in.
I would say they're very standard and state of the art in that regard.
Okay. On the political intent, your intent may be one thing, but the folks that are buying this company, their intent is obviously something else because they just recently were involved with a group that hired a lot of lobbyists to lobby on the PBM issue. And this is a PBM that I understand would be involved with this entity, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. So they're very much involved in politics. I'm sure well within their rights that they can I don't know if they're a C3 or C4, whatever it is, but within those limitations, they're very much involved in it. There are a lot of people that believe that these entities, the trust and elements, could team up and wreak havoc on politics, and I'm one of those people because there are a whole lot of people that raise a lot of money to run for political office in Louisiana, and then there are a whole lot of people that do it on a shoestring budget. And you can eliminate all those people on a shoestring budget if you have millions of dollars to spend.
Well, we will have no affiliation with Elevance Health after the transaction closes. We'll be independent of Elevance Health.
Unless you choose otherwise.
Well, I don't, this will be a private foundation, and at the end of the day, I think we want to improve health care all over Louisiana. So we worked hard to say this is going to be completely divorced.
So what if your board said, you know what, if I want to improve health care in Louisiana, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a good PBM who's going to deny a lot of medications that aren't needed across the state, and we're going to save all this money that we can put into Pennington for research. And they start denying statins and things, blood pressure medication, things like that, that people in this state take on a daily basis. And those people have to come in and fight that.
Our mission will be to improve the health and people of Louisiana. We'll do it very differently. We won't be in the healthcare business. As I said, we intend to be a very small foundation in terms of our number of our employees.
Sir, you're not a small foundation.
A number of our employees.
You are a huge, it's the biggest foundation we've talked about. It's $3 billion.
I'm talking the size of our staff, Senator. But we intend to operate through others, through grants, funding projects and programs and initiatives of that nature. We intend to be collaborating and partnering with other foundations, other nonprofits. We intend to be collaborating with others, but we are not going to be in the business of providing health care services.
Is there any requirement that the people on the board reside in Louisiana?
So no, but I will tell you that the vast majority of the people will reside in Louisiana. We've always said and openly that we'd love to tap into, I would say, the Louisiana diaspora, people who are connected to Louisiana, have roots in Louisiana, or know Louisiana well, but they're also practicing in some area of expertise nationally. And I think there could be situations, although I don't foresee that today, situations where having people who open up networks or others that could help attract other resources, other big nonprofits to invest in Louisiana, that could be attractive to us. But
is there any requirement that a certain percentage, 50% or 75%, have to reside in Louisiana?
We did not put a requirement in there.
So no one, everybody on the board could be from another state if we chose.
Theoretically, yes. But I'll tell you, the initial board, and we haven't finalized that number, but the vast majority will be people from residents of Louisiana.
Dr. Uverhall, are you on the board, the initial group of 4?
No, he will not.
No,
okay.
I stay as the president and CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana when the transaction.
There's a rumor going around that you've moved out of state. Do you live in Louisiana, or have you moved out of state?
I live in Louisiana.
Okay.
I live in Baton Rouge.
Okay. Just, you hear a lot of things. That's why I'm asking the questions. Sure, give me just a minute. I think I'm getting close to the end here. We talked about the organization being audited. Is it subject to state audit, or is this just private audit?
The foundation you're talking about, or the trust? The trust will be a private trust, and it will have an auditor. We've committed to issue annual reports every year, talking about our activities and everything else. And then the IRS requires a very comprehensive annual report every year for any nonprofit entity, and we'll be subject to those rules too.
So the answer to my question is no?
Well, I guess the IRS has the right to come in and audit it, and that would be a public body.
But I'm talking about state audit, the Louisiana state audit.
No, it would not be subject to the legislative auditor or anything like that.
When the considerations were made about this merger, what kind of things were considered when it came to denial rates? Did the board look into that at all?
So we looked broadly at the operations of Elevance, and again, we had experience with them here in Louisiana through our Medicaid joint venture. So, and what we focused on primarily was their ability to provide us with the things we felt we were missing, right? So as I said, we were doing some things well, some things where we needed help, and what we focused on, were they the best fit to give us the things where we were help.
Let's go back to my question. My question deals with denial rates for medical care. The U.S. Department of Health says that this company has some of the highest denial rates for medical treatment in the country. Is that something that the board considered?
So, as I said, the board looked at, and the management team, we looked broadly at their operations. And at the end of the day, we felt they were the best partner for us. We focused on looking at all the other Blue plans in the country as a potential partner.
So I'm a lawyer. I kind of stick with my question till you answer my question. I'm going to keep asking.
And
So-
Senator, I'm saying we did look at it, and we looked at a broad range of operational
All right,
attributes.
if you looked at that particular report, that didn't give you cause for thought? I mean, if this company is alleged to have the highest denial rate of any insurance company in the nation, that didn't give you
I don't believe they have.
heartburn?
Yes, so I do not think that is a true statement that they have the highest denial rate.
Actually, it may have said one of the highest. It didn't. You're right. It probably didn't say the highest. Probably say, but they indicated they were in the top echelon of insurance companies with denial rates in the United States. That gives me problems. That gives me heartburn. And sorry, that let you respond to that too.
No, I just wanted to clarify. Is this part of the Georgia conversation that we had right before the break about the denial rates in around 35%?
I don't know what you're talking about, Georgia. What I'm talking about is that's the information
34.
that I read. It was the U.S. Department of Health says that this company has some of the highest denial rates for medical treatment in the country among 115 insurance companies.
Yes, sir. I haven't seen that. We'll certainly get back and provide some additional detail. But Senator Hodges, relative to the conversation earlier in Georgia, we had I debriefed on our break briefly. I do know that we were required to provide some information on our health plans. There were some errors in the file for Georgia and Virginia. The Georgia number was coming through at 34. It's actually in the 12% range. And so we owe you back a clean version of those statistics, because that was indeed an error for those two geographies that were indeed much higher than the averages.
So I'll tell you what, while we're discussing that, why don't you tell us about this, about these fines that were levied against your company here in Louisiana, one for $250,000, one for $1.19 million. Can you tell us what that was about?
So I'm going to need, and I'm Dr. Valentine again, President and CEO of Healthy Blue. I'm going to need some more information on the $1.9 million penalty.
Actually, it's 1.187 something.
Okay.
I just rounded it to 1.19.
Okay. Yeah, I'll need some more information on that as a penalty, because to my knowledge, and I've been in this position since 21.
Let me tell you, the only thing I can provide to you is that information came from the information that was provided to us this morning by the Department of Insurance.
Okay.
And they testified, Mr. Caldwell testified that information came from you guys.
Okay.
This was included in the fines above $250,000?
Yeah, so I know I'll have to take a look at that. I know that there are withhold measures that LDH has as far as a withhold for quality measures that they have, and there are 11 measures. So each year, they determine measures for quality that we have to meet standards for.
Yep.
They withhold those dollars, and then we have to earn them back. I can tell you, year before last, we made back 10 out of 11 measures. We tied for the top in the state as far as quality earning back those measures with another MCO, managed care organization. The year that just passed 23, we earned back we received all of those dollars back just because we have a new contract that we're under now. But I think that if anything, it sounds like it may be a withhold for a quality measure.
Big withhold. For 245,000 policyholders?
Yes.
There's probably more to it than that, but I'll give you the opportunity to look in that, and you can respond
Sure.
to us the next time you guys come here. You know, one of the things that when you were talking about this initially, the comment was that Elevance has a deep commitment to the healthcare providers. In New Jersey, there were allegations made that y'all withheld payments of some $300 million to healthcare providers. Do you think they felt like you had a deep commitment to them?
And again, I'm going to have to dig into New Jersey. That's not one of the geographies where we hold the cross and shield license, but there are instances where you have border areas and we hold a contract. But I'm not familiar with that particular comment and statement, but nonetheless, one that we'll indeed follow up on.
Okay. Let's talk just briefly about your PBM. What's the name of your PBM?
Carolina RX.
Okay. And would that PBM be used in conjunction with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana if this sale were to go through?
It would.
All right. You don't see a conflict of interest when your PBM, the company that you own, makes decisions on whether or not the people in Louisiana get their prescription medications when you're insuring those policyholders?
You know, the objective is not to deny medications.
But that's the end result.
But it's to have a holistic total population health model, which includes pharma, behavioral health, medical as well, both physician and hospital, and manage that collectively. There are certain components of the formulary that are different, but as far as denials of them, there are drugs, of course, that are covered for certain things, not others. That's where a denial would come, but there's not a routine that I'm aware of, that I have seen a routine amount of denials on the RX side.
You know, we
that
had
have been aberrant.
We had in this meeting, this committee, 5 or 6 years ago, I guess, we had a meeting one time. We had a PBM come in, and they said they had 3 complaints in the state of Louisiana that entire year. And I was sitting there, and I was thinking to myself, I was one of them. And then the representative that was sitting next to me leaned over and said, man, I was one of those 3 complaints. Come to find out, there were 4 complaints lodged by people at the dais against that same company, and they testified they had only the 4 in the entire state. So this is a problematic area. And let me tell you why I'm kind of talking about this more today. I also read in a trade journal, which I tend to find that the information contained in those is more accurate about what's going on because their end goal is to tell you to buy the stock or not to buy the stock. But what they talked about was how in the fourth quarter of last year, Elevant's revenues went down, yet their profits rose. And they said that in spite of increased healthcare costs, they were able to exceed their goals of profits in the fourth quarter of last year, and that's to be applauded. That's impressive. But then they talked about what happened to do that, and the first thing they talked about was increase in premiums. But yet we keep hearing premiums aren't going to increase. How are you going to assure us that the premiums in the state of Louisiana are not going to increase when every other Blue Cross Blue Shield entity that you've purchased like this, their premiums have increased?
You know, I would say, healthcare costs are, the trends are not negative. So the basic medical trend and the pharmacy trend has sort of been amplified over the past several years. So I can speak to that specifically about fourth quarter earnings with the company. It was primarily related in our large group, fully insured business across the book. We talked about it publicly on the earnings call, and we've talked about it with our investors. We were behind on trend. We're always pricing the forward view of how we're projecting trend out on that business. We were behind during COVID, and literally it's taken 2.5 years to get the business back at the target margins on that business, which are in line with the rest of the market. We were way low, and I think we trend got away from us. We had a lot of things where we were forecasting what COVID was going to do, what it actually did, and they were incorrect. They were incongruent, and that's where we got short priced on this business, and we were underwater theoretically.
Well, do you remember what the largest increase you had in any single state?
The largest increase, there are various products. I mean, you could have a stop-loss premium that could have a 100% increase.
Well, let me tell you what I'm talking about. The article that I read was talking about these increase in premiums and how that helped with your profitability. And they talked about in one state where there was an increase that year of 18%. In the previous year, there'd been some increase, I don't know if it's in that state or another state, of nearly 60%. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with a 60% rate increase. An 18% increase, I mean, indeed, I could see how that would happen. All of this business is based on the experience of the actual group. I don't know the size of the group, what the composition made up of, what the conditions were. Those are all priced in. And, of course, when I look at this year, to your point on the pricing, we have pricing, and then we also have retention. Our retention was higher than expected, which means it's in line with where the market is. If we were out of the market, we would see a lower retention number on our business. More customers would leave us because it's an incredibly dynamic market. When you're talking about risk business, to the point of the policyholders, where it's just a premium for claims expense, it's very, very competitive, and it's premium focused.
You have things like your issues that you had with CMS ratings, and that cost you a lot of money. And so you had lots of issues that were out there, and they were overcome according to what was quoted to your company by increase in premiums. So that's my concern about that. And then finally, in the same article, they were talking about the disadvantages that you're going to have this coming year in profitability. And one of those things was the federal legislation dealing with PBMs and how there's legislation in lots of states and federally to rein in some of what PBMs have been doing across the country. And it talked about how your company was involved with several others with hiring more lobbyists to lobby against these PBM bills. Or is that something that y'all are involved in?
I'm not aware of that specifically in my role, no. We do have a PBM, of course, as do our competitors.
And you do hire lobbyists for political issues?
We do have lobbyists.
Okay. So are you a C3, C4? What are you, 501c3 or what? What is your company?
The company?
Yeah.
No, it's not
a for-profit company?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Bear with me just one second. I promise you, I'm almost there. And look, the other thing, too, is I know I'm probably asking you a lot of questions you can't answer, and you've told us that. I want to give you an opportunity to look in those things and respond to them. So next time you come back, we can do that. The star rating issue is one of those that y'all probably need to be prepared to address next time. So in retention of employees, there is some kind of commitment from someone to retain the employees of Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana. Has Elevance made that commitment?
Yes.
And what's in place to make you keep that commitment?
Well, that business will report directly to me. I'll be accountable for that business. I'll be accountable for the continued success of that business and the integration of it into our organization. I've had the pleasure of being in the Blue system for a long time. I've been with the company 29 years. I feel like I've got sort of the poster child of opportunities. I was there when Blue Cross of Georgia was a nonprofit, converted into things that ensued thereafter. I've moved from being a local sales rep to being the executive vice president of the commercial business and never left my hometown of Atlanta. I want to see that exact same opportunity for Louisianans. Baton Rouge will be the headquarters on I-10. That will not change. We will modify the office. We'll modernize the office. We'll keep that staff there.
Can I interrupt you a second?
Yes.
We've heard other companies sit at these tables and make the same claims to us, and then they move to Texas or to other states. What's going to keep you here?
You know, the difference in us, and I can speak to us versus other healthcare companies. If I think about our publicly traded peers, they typically work in the urban geographies in just about every city in America. We are Blue Cross companies in 14 other markets, and we work in every county, every zip code, in every region. There's nothing abandoned. So it's not just the urban and the suburban and the rural. It's all of them. That's exactly how Louisiana is. And that will continue because the Blue Cross plan is bound by the geographies of the state or where they hold a license. So it's very, very important. And I think the work that this organization has done has been terrific. And I think our objective is to, when I see, and I talk to our distribution partners, our brokers and our consultants that understand how the landscape works. And I know we've got publicly traded competitors that are moving into this market and they're winning in a space. And as Dr. Steve said, it's more of that upmarket TPA, self-funded type environment, which is where the market is actually moving.
Let's go back to my question. There's nothing that's going to keep you from leaving the state if you choose to.
May I? Yes, excuse me, Senator. So I'm a native Louisianian. I did all my training here. I've attended Ursuline Academy, Xavier University, LSU for med school, Tulane for residency. You know, the only thing I did outside the state was I got an MBA in Chicago at Booth. But Louisiana has always been my home. I started with Elevance in 2016 as a medical director, stayed in New Orleans, went to Medicare as a regional medical director, stayed in New Orleans, and now the president of Healthy Blue, stayed in New Orleans. I'm committed to Louisiana, just as I know Elevance is, and I'm excited for the opportunity that this would bring to our state.
I hope you get to make those decisions, but I think that maybe that decision may be made at a higher level, and unfortunately, it's like the chairman said earlier, we like to have the information available. Is this something that we can force people to do when they tell us they're going to do it if they change their mind later? So
absolutely.
Well, one other issue, and I'll move on. About layoffs. Do you plan any layoffs in Louisiana? Or is the workforce sufficient? What's your thoughts about that? You know,
it's I don't know if there will ever be layoffs or not. I think there's opportunities to leverage economies across where we have certain functions spread across all 14, 15 geographies. everything that touches the market, whether it's sales, whether it's retention, whether it's provider facing, all of that will be done here. And we have to do it here. Every single one of our blue geographies has a headquarters. Every one of them. Many of them have multiple geographies. California, as you can imagine, very large state. But nonetheless, that will absolutely remain here, and we would not move our presence for Blue Cross of Louisiana out of Louisiana.
All right, well, we don't have to go through every category of people. Just the question is, do y'all plan any layoffs or downsizing or anything like that when you? If
We
you
don't
come
have
into
any planned layoffs at this point at all. We plan to.
What about in other states? Did you have planned layoffs when you went into those?
I'll tell you, we have not had a blue acquisition since 2006.
But when you had some of those acquisitions, you had layoffs, didn't you?
You know what? And again, I cannot recall volumes of layoffs from the acquisitions. I was around when Georgia was acquired, Missouri was acquired, Wisconsin was acquired, and then the two organizations came together, Anthem and WellPoint, to form what is here today.
So in this past year, in layoffs, you guys cut jobs for people like software engineers, project managers, pharmacy benefit specialists, things like that. Those reported widely in various articles throughout this country as well. What's going to keep you from having those kind of layoffs in Louisiana?
You know, I think we owe it to our customers around to be an efficient organization. And I think where we have redundancies and where we don't need staff or where the market has changed and we've leveraged various other technologies to actually replace certain things and make it more accurate and faster, that's where we've seen some layoffs, but it's not been aberrant to the population. And in fact, when we think about our layoffs relative, go ahead.
So if that's the case, why did you refuse to report how many layoffs you actually had and what areas these people were in? Because it was widely reported that your company would not comment on that, and they got information from various people that were laid off. That gives me heartburn too.
Well, we'll add that one to what we need to come. I'm not familiar that we have declined to comment on why we had layoffs.
And don't hold me to this, but it was either Reuters or Wall Street Journal reported that the company refused to comment on how many people in various areas they laid off or those type things. So anyway, I do want to give you a chance to look at all that and respond to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry it took so long.
Thank you, Senator Luno. Senator, looked at you with my readers. Senator Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honestly, I'm trying to understand the pros and cons of this, I guess, pivotal shift for the policyholders in the state of Louisiana. Just trying to understand, and I have the benefit of it, sitting here with all of you executives, well-versed and educated in your fields. But I'm afraid, and we're able to ask questions, and hopefully the answers get out to the people that are actually voting. I was looking at that ballot there, and I'm wondering, for all the people that are actually voting, what supporting documentation is being provided to those people with that ballot when they're making a choice that's so pivotal for generations to come?
Thank you, Senator. So we send out a package of information. It's approximately 100 pages. It contains a mixture of summary, which we hope is easier to understand, and detail, because we're obligated to give them all the detail. In addition, all of the documents, the expert reports, everything relevant to this transaction is on the Louisiana Department of Insurance website. Some of it is their information from their experts, et cetera. So it's available to everybody. It was put out there 6-7 months ago. Most of it hasn't changed. It's been out there for them to review even before that. We've felt it's important that the information about this be mailed to the policyholders before the scheduled Department of Insurance hearings, because otherwise, how do you have a public hearing if the company hasn't put out the information about it? And so we're trying to do a balance of giving the information ahead of time, but also have the Department of Insurance public hearing in the middle of the process, so if they want to change their proxy, they can. And I want to make sure everybody understands, no votes have been taken. It's an indication of a proxy. They can change it at any time. They can walk in person on the 21st and change it there in person. And I will answer a question. that change your vote is there the same whether you vote yes or vote no. So you can change, there's no bias in the ballot. If you want to change it at any time, you can, and I personally tested it.
So
okay, so you can change your vote either way that you want.
Along the process until it's
Until the 21st.
Okay, so it's final. So are there's things we've heard, fact versus fiction. So there's things we've heard. We've heard that there is a call center that's reaching out to members to solicit their participation in the voting process, like by mail or online. Is that true?
Yeah, Senator, I'm going to ask, I have a colleague with me, our Chief Strategy Officer, Darrell Langlois. He can explain to you how that process is
Okay,
being
I just want to I really want to be quick. We've been here for a long time.
I understand,
so
but yeah.
Is that a yes or no?
So there is a firm that specializes in managing the proxy process called McKinsey Partners, and they are trying to get people to vote. They are trying to get them to vote whether it's yes or no. We have sent out reminder mailings to everybody.
Okay.
And
do you
to
have a
answer
script?
Excuse me?
When I remember whenever we were going through the vaccinations, and there was Department of Health had contracted with a phone operating system that reached out to people that were enrolled in our healthcare system, and they had a script of what was said. Is there a script?
Yeah, there is a script for them, and essentially,
Can we get a copy of the script?
Yeah, we can
Okay.
we can do that.
And are they told on the phone call that if this goes through, that they will get $3,000?
I don't know I don't know what the script is. I think the main objective is to ask them if they got the package, because we sent it out. If they haven't got the package, we can resend it. If they didn't get their proxy form, that can be resent. Again, in addition to the phone call reminders, we have sent out reminder postcards and reminder letters to people, and that's exactly the same as the original mailings. So it's,
Someone had compared, gave us a good comparison. A friend of mine earlier said, whenever we vote, on the referendum, and there's this group PAR, you all know who PAR is, and they'll send out a mailing to all the voters across the state of Louisiana. And it was a vote for means this, and a vote against means this. And so if your entity is the only entity calling, who's telling these people if there could be some detrimental outcomes, and what those could potentially be?
So the package of information that I mentioned clarifies what we believe to be the benefits. It also talks about some of the risks and some of the negatives. So in that package of 100 information, there is balanced information in there, but it explains why we pursued the transaction. Okay. So it would be very similar to the statements that I made, where we think this will be better for our policyholders. Obviously, if we did not think this was going to be better for our policyholders, we would not be recommending it.
And the reason I say this is truly from a position of just trying to understand. And if history, when we look at history, I just tend to wonder how often through history, moving from a people-owned, a member-owned mutual nonprofit, locally controlled company to a national for-profit company has ended up being better for the people, like 10 years down the road and 20 years down the road. And so these are important conversations, and I really applaud the chairman for having this committee and us having this, uncovering and understanding, and even the fact versus fiction, because at the end of it, maybe we'll all be agreeable, but there's still a lot of discovery needed. Another question that I have is, so if all of the policyholders, your 95-ish people, if all those policyholders get $3,000, which you've attested to, yes, they do if the deal goes through. I was also told that the board members get $100,000 per year for 10 years. Is that true?
No, that's not true.
Do the board members get anything?
The board members get nothing if the transaction closes. A subset of board members, and we requested this actually, we asked Elevance to put in place an advisory board. The board, not the individuals, we asked that it exist for 10 years. And I think it's very consistent with some of the concerns you've raised, which is we want local people, the local leaders that have been in our community, that have been on our board, to make sure that these commitments get followed through on. And they do have a recourse, as was clearly articulated earlier, with the insurance department to be the conscience of these promises moving forward and to make sure that local involvement is still there.
Well,
They get a one-year appointment. They get a one-year appointment every year
Okay.
to sit on the advisory board. And if they are in good standing, they will get appointed for a second year. But then if they age out at the same age that our board has today, they age out. So there's no guarantee that any one individual gets more than a year to start with. And there will likely be turnover if you look at the age of some of our current board members.
So you're saying, just the fact versus fiction, you're saying that the board members or the other members that would be maybe subsidiaries of the board members, they do not get some sort of bonus or payment if this deal goes through?
No, I think people know, I'll reiterate it, we pay our board members today. They do a lot of work.
Okay,
We
just
they will
needed that
get
on.
less payment to be on the advisory board, but they will get paid commensurate with the work we're going to ask them to do moving forward, like we do today. They actually will all take a pay cut if this goes through.
Let me ask you another question about the PBM. Right now, on Blue Cross Louisiana, how do you get your PBM services?
So we get our PBM service today through ESI, which is a subsidiary of Cigna.
So do you contract out?
We contract out with it.
Which is your pharmacy benefit manager.
We contract it
You
out.
contract
Yes.
out. And so now, under the new plan with Elevance, it would not be contracted out. It would be owned by Elevance, so there would be no competition. I made the end.
I think it's actually better for your policyholders and your members if you directly manage the pharmacy benefits in addition to the medical benefits, because you can integrate them. I mean, we have a huge problem in the country right now with pharmacy expenses. Pharmacy trends last year for our business were, depending on the product line, between 10 and 15%. The cost of the new drugs coming out is exponential, and you need to integrate the management of pharmaceutical interventions with other medical interventions, because frequently there's
Let me
alternatives.
give you an example of what happened with the CVS PBM that we just went through. This legislature was involved in, and it ultimately was put in place by executive order with nearly, if not 100% of legislative disagreement of that PBM with CVS. So CVS situation, pharmacy, huge pharmacy chain across the nation. Now they have the pharmacy benefit manager contract as well. And the patients, whenever that contract was put into place, many of the patients had detrimental effects because their medicines, like insulin that they had been on for 20 plus years, that had managed their condition successfully, was no longer covered under the new formulary. And so they had to start all over, their doctor even having to try to demonstrate that that is the only insulin that would work for them. And I'm just giving insulin as one example. And that was not an outcome that probably even the executive expected to happen, that those were not, those formularies, that was not covered under the formulary. And so there's a lot of if-thens, there's things that we don't know that could be the outcomes of this being put into
Senator,
place.
I think you're making my point for me. And the reason I say that is that contract is for the OGB members, and we don't control it. We have no way to coordinate with the pharmacy management for OGB because we only do the medical benefit. It would be wonderful if for the members of OGB, we could coordinate both the medical management and with the pharmacy management and be consistent over time. But we don't have that ability.
But if your company, if Elevance owns the PBM,
But
and
OGB will still make it.
how do you cancel? You can't cancel the contract with that PBM because it's not working well.
But if in your case, this transaction won't change that. If the state wants to still go to CVS for its PBM, the medical would be with us. Yeah.
Another to Mr. Tim Barfield.
Senator Cloud,
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to go back to something that you stated earlier, because and just dealing with the board compensation.
Yes.
Just so we're clear, and to support my colleague here, this was not just rumor or conjecture. This is from Rector and Associates, Inc., report to Louisiana Department of Insurance regarding Louisiana Health Service and Indemnity Company, Blue Cross, blah, blah, blah. To summarize, as the advisory board, I'm just reading directly from the report. 7 existing members of the board of directors of Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana plan to serve on the BCBSLA advisory board. Those persons would receive an annual retainer of at least $105,000, with the advisory board chair receiving at least $125,000 annually. The amounts paid specified 105 and 125 are less than but similar to the compensation currently paid to members of the board of Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana. The advisory board, it goes on to say, would continue in existence for at least 10 years. So just, I know that there was some discussion over unfounded rumors or whatever, but this is directly from, again, the Rector and Associates, Inc.
Correct, Senator, and I believe also on the LDI website you can actually see the article, the documents for the advisory board, and it does say it's for 1-year appointments for each individual, and there's an age-out limitation. So it's, as I said before, yes, they would be paid $105,000 a year for the work that they would do, which is essentially the same work they do now in providing input and guidance to the plan.
And what do they get paid now?
So they get, I would say the average is slightly more than that. They get additional compensation for being chairs of committees and boards. So it varies a little bit by person depending on which committees and chairmans they're in, but I would say in aggregate it's a little bit more than that.
So more than $22,000 a year.
Anyway, Senator, take it away. I'm going to bow back out.
As a board member, I got my 1099 or whatever, and for last year, 2023, total compensation was $124,000. And I'm a vice chair of one of the committees. I'm a secretary of another committee, and all that.
As compared to the legislature's 22,800. Oh, 16. Without our per diem. So I was thinking through the trust and the foundation that you guys are working to create, and it reminded me again of a case that we all worked on 2 years ago. Medical necessity is really a convoluted definition. It's been diluted probably over the last 20 years and butchered to where it's fluid and at the discretion of the insurer. And so a couple of years ago, we had a lady that had cancer, and she was going to MD Anderson and taking a treatment called CAR-T treatment, Tim. And she took 1 round of treatment, and it put her in remission. She had cancer all over her body. It put her in remission for a span of years, and then she started getting sick again. And her doctors, which were the leading authorities on CAR-T treatment, probably in the world at that time at MD Anderson, recommended that she have 1 more treatment of CAR-T. The first treatment had cured the cancer in her brain and in her spinal cord, and that she needed 1 more treatment. And I spoke to her doctor, who was probably the leading authority again in the world. I spoke to him personally, and he told me that if she had 1 more treatment of CAR-T, it would not only put her in remission, but in potentially in lifelong remission. And so we fought through that. Some of my colleagues were with me trying to get that second round of CAR-T to save her life. She had 3 little children at home. And in the process, the appeals process, which lasted months and months and months, she passed away. And she was a single mom, so her family's raising those babies now. But I think to myself, we're trying to figure out if there was, I've looked for a private donor for her. You know, it was probably about a $300,000 treatment, but it would have saved her life and had a generational impact. But here you are all looking to build a foundation when that's where the money should go in cases like that, where life-saving treatments that would be maybe on the first round denied, not hiring CFOs and CEOs and, you know, $1.5 million annual budgets. If we were to put that money in a trust, it should be for a mother like that. It should be for life-saving treatment, not just trying to figure out where we're going to spend it and who we're going to hire. We're on the wrong track with that.
Well, you have to have, I mean, I understand your concern, and that's a heart-wrenching story, but, I mean, we have
Who does the money belong to?
Well, the money will belong to the people of Louisiana. It's a trust to improve the health and lives of the people of Louisiana. So those are the type projects that we could very well work on going forward, but you have to have a staff to do that. You have to have the leadership to vet that and to go. You have to have policies and procedures, because we don't want this to just go to anything and everything and not have the right procedures, controls, and all that stuff. So I 100% respect your, and I agree that there's going to be a lot of stories like that. I also hope to attract other foundations, other nonprofits, work with our community foundations, so it's not just us who are bringing the benefits, not just ALI or this trust that's bringing the benefits, that we can partner with others who can come in and help leverage what we have. But you have to have an organization to do that, to leverage all that. And so I understand that we have to have people to do this. We have to have people can do it in a competitive framework, because there's some great opportunities to move the needle. And if it was easy, it would have been done already, right? So there'll be some difficult decisions, and there'll be interventions, there'll be initiatives that we take on that don't have the impacts. We want to measure those impacts, and we want to make sure that if they're not having an impact, we either change them or we stop doing them and go on the other things.
But the foundation, the $3 billion that's going into the foundation, $3 billion, right? Is there going to be recurring revenue going into it?
So we will not, you know, this is as right now as intended, this is the corpus of the foundation. It will try to preserve that corpus and only spend the net investment earnings on that foundation. So hopefully it'll be available for generations and generations perpetually to continue to serve Louisiana for a long, long time, right? Mm-hmm. So it is not intended, it does not plan to take contributions from others. It plans to leverage our position to help partner with other foundations, with other nonprofits and others to do things. But it's not intended to go out there and solicit other benefactors that would give us money. We have plenty of community foundations, other things in our communities doing that.
Well, I'm going to yield the mic. It's been a long day, and I'm glad that we're having another meeting. There's further discussion that needs to be had, but I will request that the script for the telephone call be provided, and the packet that accompanies that document be provided to this committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cloud. And again, the staff is taking notes. So, all right, Senator Presley, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all again for being here. I appreciate you coming and providing additional information to us. I think it's really important that the people of Louisiana know what we're doing with the largest health insurance provider in our state. So I appreciate you being here. I do want to go back to the ballot that's up there, and I think Senator Cloud addressed it maybe a little bit, but I was in the back, so I wasn't positive about it. But I wanted to make sure that I was clear on one, the 4 being both bold and blue. Is that correct on the ballot that was provided online to your voters? I'll say members, but really it's just the 95,000 that are voting.
Yeah, that is correct. That's not something we specifically asked for. We do share in the package of information that goes out that the board has approved this and recommends it to the policyholders. So we believe that was an interpretation on the electronic ballot, how to highlight that.
And then on the second part, once that's actually been cast, if you vote for it, does it also provide that language that you can change your ballot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Regarding the solicitation of votes, tell me about that process and how Blue Cross Blue Shield is playing an active role in getting the information to your policyholders and to the folks that are actually making the votes.
Yeah, Senator, could I ask my colleagues?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, Darrell.
Good afternoon, Senator. Darrell Langlois, Chief Strategy Officer at Blue Cross. So your question is, how are we communicating to the eligible members who are voting on this matter?
Yeah, communicating and also providing, your thoughts and your insight.
Yep. So the package, as we've talked about, the large package, is mailed out to every single person to the address that they provide us.
And when we say every single person, again, we're only talking to the 95,000, not the 1.9 million.
The 95,000 eligible voters are receiving the complete packet. That's mailed to them. Since that point, each week, we've given them a reminder of sorts. It changes. Sometimes it's a postcard. Sometimes it's a little bit more. This past week, we actually mailed them their ballot again and said, just in case you've lost it, not unsure where it went, we've sent it to them again. And we hired McKinsey Partners, who is based out of New York, whose job primarily is proxy solicitation. So they do these for stock traded companies. Every time they have to have a vote, they go out and make sure that the solicitation process is healthy and everybody has the opportunity. So we use the same service and asked them to do the same exercise. They've recommended that where we had a phone number, that they be given the opportunity to call, encourage those people. One, make sure you got your package, because if you didn't have your package, we will mail it and have it mailed to you again. Two, if you would like to cast your vote or issue, I should say, provide your proxy, they can take it right there over the phone. So I think there was a question earlier, Senator Hodges, it may have been from you, that can someone provide their proxy through the phone? And the answer to that is yes.
Okay, so let me stop you there. So when you're, and I agree with my colleague Senator Cloud on what the information that you're providing is, right? Because if you're taking votes over the phone and is there any check on that? Do we have any? Are they recorded as far as the interaction with the person? How do we know that whoever's agreeing to take the vote via phone is actually recording what the policyholder wants?
So you're asking for what's the evidence that they received the correct answer as to what the person intended to offer us?
I want to know what backup you have that the vote that your employee or the third party group that you have contracted with is recording that vote appropriately and properly as the voter wants.
Yeah, we can check and verify, but I would have to believe that those lines are being recorded. It is being tabulated. McKinsey Partners serves as a certifier of the vote count.
So they're soliciting votes at the same time that they're also the designated vote counter?
They're soliciting proxies, and they're not directing any of the policyholders as to which way they should vote. They're simply making
But they're providing. I want to back up. I want to make sure that I got this correct.
Okay.
So the same group that can take a vote over the phone, a proxy vote over the phone, is also the group calling and saying, "Did you get your ballot? Do you know that you can vote this specific way on this ballot?" They're providing information that you've provided to the third-party group that's counting your votes. Is that right?
If you could I ask you to state that
so
question?
let me back up. What I think I hear you saying is that the group McKinsey, which is counting the votes, the proxy votes, is that right? Let's make sure I got that part right.
They are tabulated. And so to be clear, they're not proxy votes per se. They're providing proxies, and they're directing us in how they would like that proxy to be provided for at the meeting.
Let me back up. So the individual that Blue Cross Blue Shield and or Elevance contracted with to make phone calls to the 95,000 people that are the voters in this election. That group is the same group that is collecting votes and that will be tabulating the votes at the end. Is that accurate?
They will certify, yes.
They
will
certify the election.
They are reaching out to ensure that all of the 95,000 have received their packet and have every opportunity to provide their proxy in accordance with what they believe should happen.
And they can do that on the phone. They can provide their proxy on the phone. Is that accurate?
They can provide it on the phone. They can provide it through...
Hold on. But when they can provide it on the phone, they can provide it in paper, and they can provide it online. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the election, the actual collection on the phone, if they want to provide their election, their vote, one way or the other, on the phone, is done right there on the phone call from that group. Is that right?
From that group?
From whoever called them. The person that's soliciting them to say, hey, you need to vote. It's not like you call another 1-800 number. You're calling that. You're not calling anybody else. They're collecting it on that phone call where you're asking them to vote.
If the policyholder so chooses, that would be an option for them.
Wow. That is mind-blowing to me.
That is consistent, Senator, with the process in which most publicly traded companies utilize proxy.
I truly am blown away by that. And then I want to confirm. How do you know that whoever is collecting that information has done so appropriately, has recorded that vote yay or nay appropriately? Is there any check on that?
Yes, so I'm pretty sure, and we will get you the final answer on this, but those lines are recorded, and so that would be available for review.
And when they're recorded, are they actually being reviewed? I think that's important information to have as well.
We'll make sure that we get you that information.
Okay. I appreciate that. Okay, so you do robocalls. And you do postcards, and you've sent a packet of information now twice to the 95,000 people. What other elements do you go through on the marketing side to try to get your votes?
Well, if I could just make one comment. So there is this distinction about robocalls. We're not making robocalls. These are not machines. These are live people.
Okay.
So I just want to be clear
Make
about
calls.
that point. Yeah. So those are pretty much the channels, but there's the advertisements that you've seen in the newspaper. There's radio. I think we've considered just about any which way in which one of our policyholder needs to understand that they have the opportunity to participate in the voting process and making sure that they have that.
And the information that's coming out from Blue Cross Blue Shield is, you admit, not neutral. Would that be fair? Would that be a fair characterization?
You're asking.
You have a slant to it. You want people to vote yes or vote for.
Consistent with good corporate governance, the board of directors has made clear their preference, and that is so stated on the ballot. Yes.
And it's on the ballot. It's on all the marketing materials as well. Is that right?
The benefits of how this transaction, we believe, affect the policyholders is provided for.
So, is this a printout? I'm going to report to you that it is of one of the pieces of material that Blue Cross Blue Shield has sent to its members. Is that right? And not just its members, really the 95,000 or so that are allowed to vote. You can take it.
Yes, so that resembles one of the pieces that we believe advertises the opportunity for people to participate in the vote, but I'm sure it went to it went beyond.
And again,
it's in the package, but it went
it's
beyond.
not that it's neutral. You would agree with that. It's actually saying grant your proxy for our plan of reauthorization, right?
Correct.
Okay. And first bullet is the cash payment to eligible members of approximately $3,000 per eligible policy. Do you provide any information regarding that $3,000?
Do we provide any information
regarding the $3,000? So how you become an eligible member in order to get the $3,000?
So an eligible member is a person who held an eligible policy on the adoption date of January 23rd, 2023.
And is that information provided to the members or the people that you're making phone calls to?
So it's in the materials. It's outlined in the materials, and the purpose of the calls are to ensure that they receive the materials, and if they have any questions, they can ask questions.
But it's not. It's actually to cast a vote as well. Didn't you tell me that earlier?
No,
The phone call. The phone call. You're soliciting votes live on the phone, correct?
The purpose of the phone calls is to make sure that the policyholders have received the materials and if they have any questions.
And also that they can go ahead and cast their vote right on the phone, correct?
As an option.
How do you verify that the person that answers the phone is the person that they purport to be?
So consistent again with good corporate governance and policies, proxy solicitation, an 11-digit PIN number is mailed to each of these policyholders. That is required for that to be returned back to the person on the phone in order for the record to be counted as they so desire.
Does the script include the fact that the eligible, what are we calling it, eligible member would be able to receive $3,000 if they vote yes?
I would have to confirm that before I could give you a final answer.
I would like that information. That would be important information for us to have. Okay. What's the required vote in order for this to pass? What percentage? Isn't it 2/3?
2/3 is, as I heard David Caldwell earlier, so state.
Okay. And you may not, I'm kind of switching gears, so you might not be the right person for me to keep asking, but I'll ask, and whoever needs to come to the table is welcome to.
Yeah, relinquish
sure.
my chair.
So if a policyholder or an eligible eligible member, let me put it that way, does not vote, does that count for or against, or does it, how's the vote counting go? How does that affect the vote count?
So is the question whether they choose to not participate, or is the question whether they do not make an election and return a ballot?
If they choose not to return a ballot, let's put it that way.
It's my understanding that certainly cannot count towards the election or the voting process.
So it doesn't count towards the voting process. So you would, instead of having 95,000, you would be tabulating that 2/3 requirement based on the 94,999. Is that fair?
My understanding.
Is that? Anyone else want to answer more?
It's 2/3 of those returned.
2/3 of those that return it. Yeah. Okay. So
right.
if someone were to return the ballot and not cast a vote for or against, do they still count in the 2/3 makeup?
No, sir. That's I think this is what David Caldwell too. The requirement is 2/3 of the people who vote either yes or no. You have to vote yes or no to be counted. If you do not vote, and if you return it without voting, it's not counted.
So you can't abstain.
You can't. You can abstain, but you're.
But abstaining means you're not.
You're
not making a
you're
decision.
Silent.
Once
You're not either for or against.
Okay. So really, we're not looking at 95,000 votes that are going to come back. You're looking at probably a good bit less than that, and then it's 2/3 of the ones that are actually provided. Correct.
Right, and we're trying to get as many of the 95,000 to respond as we can.
Okay. All right, I want to move and shift gears a bit. I have serious and grave concerns about the language that was discussed earlier, I believe, by Senator Bass regarding Pennington. And I think Pennington's a great organization. They do great work, but they are not from my part of the state. And I have, not in my district, but right next door, one of the best medical schools and research programs in the state, and LSU Health Science Center in Shreveport. So tell me specifically what they're not eligible for that Pennington is.
So I also have a daughter at LSU Health Science Center in her 4th year of med school. So
fantastic.
I agree with you on that. The only thing they're not eligible for, let me go back to the actual language, is so again, we have 4 primary areas of focus. Again, improving health outcomes, healthcare workforce development, helping Louisianans move from dependence to independence, optimizing government performance. That's where the vast majority of the efforts of the trust and our money, I expect our money to be spent as we identify programs, things like that. We wanted the ability to do some research, and I would focus on innovation, research, development, pilot programs, and other things of that nature, so we could help with maybe we get an idea that's a great idea and we just don't have proof of concept. I don't want to go risk a big amount of money on something like that. So we started talking about that. And during the negotiations, discussions, that was okay. But there was a condition put on it that other than Pennington Biomedical Research Center, that the money should not go to institutions of higher education. And I think part of that, I can't say all the reasons. I think you asked me why that was. I don't know, but this is a little bit of speculation. I think part of the reason is because we have so many issues in Louisiana in these 4 areas that it's like you studied it to death. You know, that we need action. We need people out there doing things. And I want this to be about implementation more than I want it to be about, just, what's the right word, basic research on what we should be doing.
Yeah. No, and
I can't speak for the governor, and I can't speak for his staff where that came out, but that was basically one of the conditions that we capitulated on.
Okay. I'm going to have some further questions offline about that issue, because I think it's something that look, if we're going to have one institution that's involved, I certainly think the rest of the state should be able to at least compete for the same dollars. So that's something that I certainly think is interesting. And along those lines, the board makeup, we talked about diversity and the importance of diversity. I don't think anybody on this panel disagrees with that. But one of the questions that I have, being from the northwest corner of the state, is, are we including geographic diversity amongst those members and the importance of different areas of our state?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. It's been one of our goals and one of the reasons why we've been committed to the process of building the right board. Get recommendations, vet the candidates, and we want a board that represents Louisiana well from a geographic standpoint. We want a board that represents Louisiana from an expertise and experience standpoint. We want a board that represents Louisiana well from a gender and racial and other standpoints, and we're committed to that.
Okay. So when the 11 people are selected, I'm going to be very upfront and open, and anybody that's on this board and anybody that's paid attention the last 4 years knows that that's something that's very important to me, is making sure that our portion of the state in North Louisiana has fair representation. So I'm going to hold you to it, and certainly will be very loud if I don't see it that way. So I just want to be very upfront on that. Let's see. I apologize for jumping around. Some of these have been answered, and I don't want to follow up twice. Let's move to doctors and hospitals, and I believe this is more Elevance. We talked earlier, Dr. Kendrick, about Dr. Kendrick, is that right? Mr. Kendrick, about the Blue Cross, the Cross and Shield aspects of Elevance, if I remember correctly, and those are the ones that you're more familiar with. That's the commercial, yes. So one of the pieces of information, I've been provided quite a few different news articles and done my own research on quite a few different news articles about Anthem and the challenges that it seems to have sometimes with our healthcare providers and making sure that they're paid appropriately and effectively. So one of them, and part of this also comes from the doctor's opening statement, because he talked about New Hampshire. I wouldn't normally pick New Hampshire as someone to compare to Louisiana to, but we'll try. But there's an article in the New Hampshire Bulletin from April 20th, 2023 that says, report targets Anthem for $300 million in unpaid claims and weeks-long delays. I would like to know what happened there, if you're more familiar with the Blue Cross Blue Shield ones.
Yeah, regarding New Hampshire, and we'll get back with the absolute specifics on it. This was involving a claim system migration that occurred the prior year, and some delays in mapping over particular benefit designs from the old system to the new system. That's what that was about. We will get the absolute resolution and the details for you, so we'll put that on the follow-up.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. I also I want to note, and this is from goodjobsfirst.org, that Anthem was fined over a little less than $1.03 billion for 481 offenses since 2000. Are you aware of that?
I'm not familiar with that information. In fact, the LDI asked us for the fines, and what was submitted, the ones 250,000 and above, are the ones that I believe to be the consistent and correct ones.
And those are for the last 5 years, correct?
Right. That's correct.
Yeah. I'll also note, on this website, and truth be told, I have no idea where they got their information or if it's accurate or if it's not accurate. But I do think it's important that we point it out. That 1.03 billion in fines included 694 million for 460 consumer protection related offenses. That certainly gives me pause on the numbers themselves. So I would like some clarification and information on that.
Certainly. And what was the website again?
Goodjobsfirst.org.
Certainly.
The other thing that we talked about was the job side, and I'm now going to read from a press release. Elevance Health reports third quarter's 2023 earnings. It says, and I quote, "In the third quarter, we completed a strategic review of our operations, assets, and investments to enhance operating efficiency, refine the focus of our investment in innovation, and optimize our physical footprint. This resulted in a net charge of $697 million, comprised of write-off of certain information technology and contract exit cost, a reduction in staff, including the relocation of certain job functions and the impairment of assets associated with the closure or partial closure of data centers and offices." Again, this is from the third quarter of 2023. Can you give me some more specifics on that?
This is just part of normal, managing the business and being efficient. We returned to work post-COVID. We had lots of real estate that was not being used. We didn't need all of the real estate and all the geographies based on how the jobs had shifted. So a lot of that was write-offs there. As it was noted as well, there were some technology components that were not working as properly intended. Those were written off as well. And of course, just the normal course of making sure the business is efficient.
Yeah, and I think that again, that's giving some of us pause on the 2-year requirement, and I appreciate the desire to keep Louisianians employed for a commitment of 2 years. But after that time period, and really even during that time period, there's no guarantee that we're going to keep those jobs right here in Louisiana.
Well,
can you address that a little bit?
The intent here is to just sort of open the opportunities for Louisianans, not only to have the job specifically working for the Louisiana Health Plan in Baton Rouge, but like myself, could be living in Baton Rouge and having multiple bigger responsibilities. In fact, right now we're scheduled to probably hire in the neighborhood of 17,000 jobs this year, all of which would be available to the folks in Baton Rouge as associates of the company. Many of these are work-at-home remote jobs. They don't require you to work in Richmond or Atlanta or Indianapolis.
Sure.
So that's where we think there's a lot of opportunity as well. Also, as indicated earlier, there's a lot of really good work that's happened down here. And so there's a lot of things I think we can learn from Louisiana that we can import out to other areas, and this can be a center of excellence for it. So that's the way I'm thinking about it.
Sure.
In the way I think, look, it is a very important piece of the business. I think there's substantive opportunity to grow this business and really make a difference in the market.
Very good. Moving on to, I'm actually going to go back. Blue Cross Blue Shield sent out a list of 5 myths that were provided as one of the data sheets that was provided to your policyholders or your members. Are y'all aware of that? I assume someone is aware of the 5 myths.
Yeah, actually, we, I believe, sent it to every member of the legislature last year, too, after having some meetings with leadership, just so that you would have that information when you talk to your constituents.
Fantastic. So myth number 1 was I will lose access to my doctor or hospital. Are you aware that in October of 2023 in California, Anthem Blue Cross delayed plans to notify thousands of its beneficiaries statewide that they would be assigned different doctors in 2024 because it was unable to come to a new contract agreement, and it could affect approximately 600,000 individuals?
I believe you're referring to the University of California negotiations?
I just know it was in California.
That's it. That's it. Yes, and it's like they're the HMO members of that population. There's a requirement that if the agreement's not reached, they have to be moved. We have subsequently been working on terms, and we've not moved any members. So we extended the contract for the terms to be negotiated, and that's still ongoing.
Okay. Are you aware that in Virginia, a healthcare provider filed a complaint against Anthem alleging that they owed the health system around $93 million in unpaid and underpaid claims? Beginning in August, 11,000 Anthem Medicare Advantage patients lost coverage at that facility.
Is this Bon Secours Mercy?
It is.
Yes, I am familiar with it, and that also came to conclusion positively.
Okay.
That represented several states, and that one did conclude in a positive way.
Okay. Myth number 2 was my premiums will increase because Elevance Health is a for-profit company. I'm assuming that you're aware that Elevance raised its premiums by 9.4% for Medicare and Medicaid Advantage Plan members in January 2023.
I'm not familiar with that specific increase. I will tell you, like I said earlier, healthcare trends are up. So I don't think, the market is incredibly competitive. If the costs that we're charging for the goods are aberrant in the market, we won't have the customers. And so, go ahead.
I'll just say our average group trend this past year was approaching 10%.
Myth 3 was that Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana will no longer be a local company with local leadership. My counter to that, again, would be the March 22 state of Georgia fines against Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield for $5 million after determining the health insurance had engaged in a years-long practice of violating policyholders' rights. Are you familiar with that at all?
I am. I was running Blue Cross of Georgia when the beginning of that occurred. It was back around 2014, which led to a market conduct exam, and it was around provider DOI turnaround for inquiries that were posed to the Department of Insurance. There was a system migration that went wrong. That was since remediated, and we had a period of time where we were required to, number one, respond to all DOI complaints within 15 days. All of that continues today. We were required to initiate contracts, set them up for a provider within 90 days if it was standard. That happens today, and indeed we can do them in 30, much, much quicker today because of the new system. So that's factually accurate. There was a $5 million fine for Georgia, and I believe that's what you're referring to. Mm-hmm. And it happened in 22, maybe 20, it concluded in 23. Okay. So we've moved forward. Relationships are quite positive in the state.
So myth 4 was this deal results in the loss of jobs at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. Again, we talked earlier about the 2-year commitment, and I think we've kind of covered that one, in this hearing. Myth 5 was that Blue Cross Blue Shield policyholders are not getting any portion of the sale proceeds. Again, this is the one that the 95,000 eligible members are getting approximately 3,000, but the 1.9 million are not, right? So the 1.8 million others that have Blue Cross Blue Shield in some way, shape, or form are not members of that. But I think I'm.
Senator Presley, can I chime in real quick, just on the 3,000? Just to clarify, is it a check for $3,000 to one of the 92 or 95,000 policyholders? Like it's a $3,000 check?
Yeah, so the exact number, again, Senator, will depend on what the financials are closing. So it's going to be approximately $3,000.
Okay. Do you guys withhold taxes on that?
It would be a taxable event. I don't know specifically.
So it's not a $3,000 check. It's actually less than that.
Yeah, Darryl, you may know. I don't know the specifics of how.
Would you like me to restate my name? I'm good to continue.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
So the process will involve hiring a paying agent, and that paying agent will contact each of the policyholders, and they'll need a W-9 in that W-9 process, and that those individuals will be allowed to decide and select what they want to do, and if not, the check will be in the amount of what we come up with at the end of the day, which is the 3,100.
Or less, assuming that you're taking taxes have to be income.
Well,
is that being communicated when you're on these phone calls?
We haven't begun any process yet to talk to those policyholders about how they want that payment to take place, because we got to get through the process of the transaction first.
Okay. Senator Presley, I'm sorry, back to you.
I don't have any more questions.
Senator Edmonds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Y'all tired already? Before you ever got to me. I think what you've heard all day long is that there's a significant level of buyer's remorse. Over the past 9 years, I can only experience my own personal experience that I would hear Senator Cloud and others talk about, is that we have been involved in trying to bring the best possible health care. We're talking about helping sick people get well. That's the bottom line. And I know we've talked a lot about foundations and dollars and all those things, which we need to. It's all a part of a billion-dollar acquisition. But obviously what we're mostly concerned with, or should be, is our constituents that are sick and they need to get well. And I know that's where you are, Dr. Stephen, is that, and I'm interested in trying to make certain that we put our best foot forward in this. You said to us hours ago that you believed you brought a plan that would help people get better or improve or provide things that you couldn't provide. There were questions asked, why couldn't you do this? And so, but in this document that it says a cover letter to member information statement, I wanted to call attention down to what I think, if you'd help me through, this particular one is A17, says Elevance Health has developed a portfolio of whole health solutions and capabilities with approximately $4 billion in investments, et cetera. It goes down, talks about cancer care navigators and concierge care solutions, et cetera, things that either you are providing or not providing, or that you think would be an elevated level of what you provide. Is that not correct?
Correct, Senator. So it's things we do not do today and have not had the resources to get to. It's not that we don't aspire to do it. It's just we haven't been able to get to it yet. Or it's doing at a level that is much better than what we have. I would just use an example. We have a digital app that we give to our members. It has some basic functionality. We also, you can get a telehealth visit through Blue Care app that we have. But it's not fully integrated with everything we do. So I can invest in that over many years to try to do it. The market's going to continue to move, and by the time I get to where they are today, they'll be further along. So
what is being provided somewhere else by this group is on the ground providing that service to a patient somewhere right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then if you tell me personalized care programs for diabetes patients, including remote patient monitoring, AI-powered coaching, et cetera, something you do or don't offer, but yet this company now offers somewhere, somehow, that kind of extended care that you'd like to get to, but you haven't been able to get to.
Exactly. It's operational today.
And then if I turn the page, I get over to a full suite of industrial leading behavioral services, which we have an abundance of issues and problems with. I've heard for 9 years about behavioral services, and what you're testifying today is that this merger should provide some type of improved benefit for sick people in this area.
Exactly right.
Okay. And I'm not going to go through the rest, but obviously there's several pages that refer to these things. And you guys, we don't know one another. We're trying to provide. I want to make certain that this is a big step. And we have had issues of people that made big promises that they didn't live up to it. What Senator Cloud referred to, and Senator Barrow and Jackson and I have fought over. I know it's not an identical situation, but we fought for pharmaceutical care for almost 4 straight years for people that can't get a prescription filled. They can't get a medicine that will help them be well. They can't. The local pharmacy that all over the state of Louisiana, I have visited multiples of those, can't get on a proper reimbursement because a contract said one thing. It was a table just like this, and we were sold on it. And then what happened is that local pharmacy is losing money And I believe they're telling the truth because I've heard their testimony too many times again and again. And so if you feel a little resistance, you have to understand what we've been, I'll put it in my terms, we've been fed a bill of goods many times, and we don't want that to happen anymore to the constituents that we represent. That's kind of where we are this afternoon. I know we don't vote, but I think that's where we are. I'm interested in the monetary amount. Nobody wants anybody. I mean, you're going to make money. I mean, somebody's going to make money. I mean, you're in the business to make money. But we want the best care that we can get for our people. If we can get a lower rate, of course we want that too, because we're being pounded on everything from property insurance to auto insurance to health insurance. Our constituents are paid up, maxed out, can't go any further. Can I get a better witness? I mean, that's where we are. So, I think in this buyer's remorse that I refer to, I think what we're interested in is quality care, better outcomes, that we can trust somebody at the table and help us trust, that's what we want. And if you could just speak to that for a moment. I know it's just words. In our documents, I see this 40 pages or whatever it is. Is this a massive type of contract in this buyout of what are we looking at that we're not going to go through this afternoon that might bring us some confidence?
I mean, I'll ask the Elevance folks to comment. I think what gives me comfort, Senator, is I've visited many of their states. My wife and I, we have 2 daughters that live in Colorado. I go to Colorado a lot. What I see is I don't see a United Healthcare building there. I don't see a Cigna building. I don't see an Aetna building. I'll tell you what I do see downtown. I see a big Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield building. I see them as a strong corporate citizen. I see them in Colorado Springs. I see them showing up locally just like we do. And I see that, and they're different in New Hampshire, you're absolutely right. They're not the same in New Hampshire as they are in New Mexico, or excuse me, in Nevada. So they're different in all their states because really what they are, they're an amalgamation of 14 local blue plans just like us. They didn't start out as a corporation headquartered in New York and go out, or Minnesota, and go out to, their preferred geographies and go in and out. And I would just, remind folks, we had a lot of people in Louisiana in the individual market. Everybody, including ourselves, lost a lot of money. We stayed. You know what else? Anthem stayed in most of our markets too, where they could, where the state was not adverse. Because in some markets, you have to have the rate approval insurance departments force losses on insurance companies. That's not good. But they are just like us. And that's why we think culturally we're aligned. And so, as I said earlier, people in Louisiana have trusted us for 90 years.
Yeah. And Blue Cross Blue Shield is it's one of the reasons that I think you hear such reservation is because we're dealing with a company that we trust, that our parents have been in the hospital in the emergency room or dying in ICU, and they didn't throw our parents out on the street. We saw I watched my mother die of cancer, but I know what happened in that case, that someone was helping me to help my mother. I get just down to the bottom line here, that what matters is sick people got to get well. At least if they don't get well, we did the best we knew how to do. And that's what we see and have experienced in Blue Cross Blue Shield, is that you guys have branded yourself because you have a history, you have a reputation, and we have a confidence in that. And we want that same confidence in a new company because we've not been given that on several of these other contracts that we bought into, and we were forced. Our hands were forced. We were strong armed. We were told at the last minute, you got to read all of this, you got to follow it, you got to vote for it. If you don't do it, we're going to lose coverage. And some of us, best that we knew how for our constituents, voted in favor of a thing, and now we're fighting to turn around something that we were sold a bill of goods.
First of all, I appreciate your honesty and your passion behind this. It is precisely the way we think about it. And I think Steve said it very well. I mean, we're an amalgamation of 14 Blue Cross companies, all operating differently, all operating in every single geography as a local plan, taking on the characteristics of that geography. That is exactly what our plan is here. We've got a very, very lofty mission statement of the company to improve the health of humanity. We believe the scale and density that the Blues have, when you think about it, 1 in 3 Americans carry a Cross and Shield ID card across the system. There's a big obligation that comes with that. And it's exactly as you've described. And in Louisiana and in all of our other markets, is to improve the lives of the people we serve, but not just customers, the health of the communities that they live in as well. And we think because of our scale and because of our density and the sentinel effect of the activities we'll do with our customers, we can indeed improve health in the market.
9 years ago, former Governor Edwards expanded us into Medicaid, and you guys have quite a population involved in that. I think we probably had 5 particular carriers in the MCO range that you guys, I don't think, have been turned out on any one of the years that I remember. And I'm assuming that there's a cooperation here in that element and that population as well, because there's a pretty large population across. We're a poverty-driven state, and that's a very important issue in the constituency.
Most definitely, Senator Edmonds. It absolutely is. I mean, we care for some of the most vulnerable people in our state at Healthy Blue, and you're right. I mean, we need resources because we have the people. I'm here in Louisiana. You are all as committed as I am to making sure that we're no longer 50th in the country, tag teaming Mississippi for last place. I think we're all really tired of that and ready for that, an influx of resources, something so that we can make sure that moms who need care have opportunities to receive that therapy and don't leave behind 3 children for their family to care for. That we're really tapping into everything that we have here in Louisiana, keeping it here in Louisiana. So I absolutely agree with you. We do a lot for the community as Healthy Blue, endowed scholarships across this state. And so with what Elevance will bring with the merger with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Louisiana, that's just going to really catapult us to a position that we frankly have not seen.
Well, I'll say for one, I hope that to be true.
Yes.
I don't want to look back. You're right. Someone said earlier, Mr. Chairman, in the afternoon, we've gone through so many, but, years from now, we'll be gone. There'll be somebody else sitting at these tables, and, I don't want to look back and think we made a huge error, or that the commissioner made a huge error, or that even you guys at the table made a huge error, and we're not performing at the level that we thought that we could perform at. So my challenge is that keep your word. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Edmonds. All right, it's not lost on me that we're coming up on hour 6, more or less, but we still have a number of lights lit up, and I will remind folks that this is the first of at least 2, and we still have a number of cards to read in as well. So I appreciate the feedback that we've gotten so far, and we're going to keep at it for a little while longer. Senator Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to try not to be redundant. I call myself writing down my questions so that I can kind of stick to the point, and every time I write down one, look like somebody will cover it. But let me just first say, Mr. Chairman, I do thank you for holding these hearings, or holding this particular hearing with all of us here. This information has been very enlightening. And my question initially was going to be along the line of healthcare, but based upon some of the questions that came out, or some of the responses from the contract, I do have a few questions, and I'm going to start with you, Mr. Steve. I heard you reference articles could not be changed, and I think that may have been to a question from Senator Luno. Are you talking about like articles of incorporation?
Yes, Senator. So the company would not be able to change the articles of corporation. The policyholders, the 95,000 voters, could if they wanted to approve it, but that would be the only way.
So do they understand or know that they can actually change the articles of incorporation so that that funding that's being recognized can be utilized in another manner?
I actually don't know what they know about that, other than what we put forward to them historically, which has been decisions that they need to vote on. But we haven't put forward a change to the articles in recent memory that I know of.
So if I'm correct, sound like I heard you say to him that the articles could not be changed, but now I'm hearing that the articles can be changed by the members, by the voting members. I don't know if I heard you say that earlier. Maybe you did, but maybe I didn't hear it.
I think the question that was posed to me is, could we, in this process, make different decisions about who is a policyholder? And we, the company and the board, don't have that discretion.
But the members could.
The members could.
The members could. Okay, and I wanted to make sure that was clarified. So it can be changed if the members so choose to do so.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I assume it's the same 2/3 vote.
Okay. Next, my question would be to Mr. Barfield, whom I've known for a very long time and have known him to be an honorable man, and I have worked with you for a long time, and I know, and you know about intentions. You know, we always have good intentions, and one of my colleagues kind of referenced what that leads to sometimes. But in the event that, you know, when this is my last term, some of these members here have at least another 2 terms. When those things change, it's all subject to change. It can be voted on and changed by the rules of the board, right?
And that's a big part of the reasons why, you know, the governor, and I agree with the governor, the trust is a better instrument because it makes it impossible for the Board of Trustees to change certain provisions, you know, and that's the reason why the trust was considered a better entity.
So if the trust is established, then you're telling me that there are changes cannot be made?
So there will be items that will be, you know, not subject to change, such as the purpose of the foundation. It would have to continue to have the purpose and mission to improve the health and people of Louisiana. They couldn't change that. The restriction against political activities could not change. And within the purpose, we've identified these 4 primary areas of focus, and in the other areas we can do some innovation and research and pilot type things. At the end of the day, there'll be a provision in there that will say we'll focus on that, and we can't move on the other things until we've made progress on those things, and that'll be determined by working with Louisiana Department of Health, what the goals would be and what we're trying to do, and with the Department of Children and Family Services. After 12 years, that goes away. But it will be a self-perpetuating Board of Trustees to where I think, you know, these will be, again, national class people. The vast majority will be residents of Louisiana and people of Louisiana that, you know, I think you'll see as we get down to the final selection of the board, these are people who have tremendous passion for Louisiana and doing things well in Louisiana.
So I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say 12 years?
So yes, I think it's laid out there. After 12 years, the restrictions on the initial purpose go away.
So
and the reason for that is because the needs in Louisiana will change. You know, we know what the needs are. I think there'll be a lot of the same challenges in Louisiana because they didn't get here overnight and they're not going away as quickly as we'd like them to get. But the priorities in Louisiana will always change and ebb and flow to different areas.
So after 12 years, then it could possibly change, and then the membership could change as well, right?
Well, the board will, over time, people will get off the board, people will age out on the board and do all those things, and the board will reappoint new members with the same goals to have geographic representation with expertise and experience from a number of areas, people who are again, the diversity in terms of racial and gender diversity and those things, those will be the goals going forward. But like any, you know, large organization, I think that happens very well in many organizations. The trust structure is to make, again, the purpose and the restriction on political activities immutable. That can't be changed.
That part can't be changed. But there are some other core parts of this trust that can possibly be changed depending on the makeup of the board. one of the other questions, and this is something I'd like to make sure that we have for the next meeting, is the 95,000 voting member break. I would like to have a breakdown of the 95,000 voting members in terms of diversity, geographical area, etc. Is that something that you guys are able to give to us?
We will give you what we can. We certainly couldn't give you their identities.
Oh, no, no. We just need numbers.
Yeah, well, we can certainly give you a breakdown of any information that we have.
And then if this does not go through, if the voting members decide no, then what happens next?
If the transaction does not go through, we say stay as a single state blue plan, and we do the best we can. We have suggested that we will continue to face some headwinds, and so we'll all look back 5 years from now and decide, was that a good idea or a bad idea?
And so I'm going to move now to some of the healthcare questions that I initially had before. Wanted to know about in the whole board setup and the whole structure, which still gives me some pause for concern. And I think that Senator Edmonds really put it best, because I've been here long enough to see a lot of things happen and a lot of commitments that were made, a lot of promises that were not kept, a lot of things that we did in the best interest of the people that we represent, because at the end of the day, we want our citizens to be much healthier, being able to thrive, being able to have a wonderful life. And some of those things have not panned out as we had desired them to do. One of the things that got my attention was from the administrative action and fines form that was passed out earlier from Mr. David from the Division of Department of Insurance. On page 9, item number 19, it says CMS Medicare has reduced Elevance rating from 4.5 to 3.5 on a scale. As a result of this rating reduction, Elevance could potentially lose $500 million bonus for the reason of the reduction for complaints against Elevance. On October 13, 2023, CMS released its 2024 star rating for Medicare Advantage Part C and Part D, which really affects our seniors on prescription drugs, which really concerns me. Based on this newly released 2024 star rating, the percentage of Medicare Advantage members of Elevance health-affiliated health plans in star 4 or higher rated plans is expected to drop to approximately 34% as compared to 64%. This will impact both the star quality bonus payments and the plan level rebates in 2025. How will this actually impact us if you guys do move forward? What would be the impact to Louisiana?
Well, to start with, we all of the plans are individually rated in each of their markets. So our plans would continue to be rated as they are right now. That's not going to change. And CMS has been changing its methodology. So some of these changes aren't a function of how the plan is performing. It's a function of the formula that CMS uses to calculate the STARS ratings. So, but our plans would stay the same.
So you're saying this won't have no impact on us?
I mean, it's not going to have any immediate impact. We have to continue to earn. We were 4.5 stars and 4.5 stars. The prior year were 4 stars and 4.5. So we lost half a star with that rating change on our PPO Medicare product at the same time.
They say this impact is expected to actually impact us by 2025. So that's next year.
Right.
So.
We have an independent star rating based on our Louisiana-based plans.
Say that again.
The Louisiana plans have an independent rating. They would stay as the plans in Louisiana get rated as Louisiana plans. they're not blended with what happens with the rest of Anthem.
That's correct. There's different plans with different star ratings, Senator Barrow, and I will say that we have appealed that position from CMS, and we will continue to pursue an overturn there.
Oh, so you guys are currently
Challenging it.
Okay.
Challenging the decisions, yes.
And so what led to that?
It was a reduction in the star ratings based on performance that they saw. That's what we're appealing.
Okay.
Right, the methodology change.
Okay. And then lastly, one of the things that Blue Cross did not offer, which, and you guys know this is something that is really important to me, is to care bariatric surgery for Louisianians. There are proven results in terms of how it has impacted and improved the quality of life for many citizens. Going forward, is that something that Elevance would actually consider?
You would know? Go ahead.
Yeah. We cover those procedures now for Medicaid members with Healthy Blue.
So, so Blue Cross did not actually provide it. So I want to know whether or not if this plan actually go into effect, is this something that you guys would consider?
Everything can be considered. And I don't know this, if it's a state mandate, if it's not a mandate.
No. We in most of our policies, we do not cover bariatric surgery. If an employer group wants to cover it, we would cover it.
So that, sorry.
No, the only thing I was going to say is in our follow-ups on that, I could go look and see where it's required in the mandate of a state, in any other state we do business, just to have a point of reference for the conversation.
But something that could be considered to answer your question, Senator Barrow.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Senator Wheat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I promise to be brief. So I have two parts to my conversation here. The first is pretty much just a statement, and it kind of agrees with what I think a lot of folks up here have already expanded on. I know Senator Talbot, Senator Cloud, in their remarks said, why don't we give the money back to the people who it was generated from? And I agree with that philosophy to a large extent. Look, I think the biggest problem for me is the amount going in each direction. 3-point-something billion, 300 million going to policyholders. That seems a little bit off to me, or a lot bit off to me. So I just wanted to make that statement that I think we got the formulation wrong, okay? My next one is, and look, in my statements that I had earlier, I hope that you took away from it that my only concern up here is what happens ultimately to the end users that are going to be affected most by this transition of the sale. And the 2 points that are being made as to why this sale needs to happen is that we're going to improve medical outcomes to our patients that we provide and move up that list that we're talking about that we always want to move up from. I tend to agree that leveraging a company's large portfolio has advantages there, but we also spoke to the side we have a lot of money in reserve that potentially we haven't expanded all of our potentials within our own organization first. So I just wanted to make that point. But my real question that I want to get to here is about the premium portion of this. And I want to go back and read a little bit of the opening statement, Dr. Stephen, that you provided to us here. And there was a lot of verbiage in this paragraph here that I think tried to persuade us as to what was going to happen with premiums. And I'm just going to read a couple sentences of that opening statement. It says, detractors say that the transition will increase premiums. A very bold statement followed that. This is not true. This is just not true. And then further down into that, you use several examples of other states supporting that evidence. And then you reaffirmed it again, said premiums will not go up when BLSA is part of Elevance? I'm a simple guy here, and my question to you is, where in the contract is there confirmation that our premiums are going to stay the same or go down once Elevance is taken?
So, Senator, that is not part of the agreement with Elevance. My comments, and I think I've been consistent on this, is one, medical costs have been going up for years and they're continuing to go up, particularly in the pharmacy space. The question is, can you bend that curve? So I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that the day this closes, premiums will go down. But what I will say is 5 years from now, if we stay as an independent plan, our customers will be paying more for that coverage in 5 years than if we're part of a large organization that has much greater administrative efficiency and a much greater tool set to help people stay well.
Yeah, and look, I understand that, but that's not what your statements in writing, using your own verbiage, has come to us and said in testimony. You're saying that they're going to go down based on other states. You're saying that they're not going to go up.
I was saying, and I think I've repeated in there several times, that it will be lower than if we stay as a single state plan. So they're going up, but they're going to go up more if we stay as a single state independent plan. And that, I believe, is what's in there.
Maybe I just need to read it more thoroughly. I've read it about a dozen times, but I don't. I'm reading the words that you wrote here. They're not going to go up, and well, we'll leave it at that.
Senator, just to be clear, the criticisms is that they're going to go up more than they otherwise should have because of Elevance, and that's what I'm saying is not true.
I get it.
The transaction itself is not going to cause premiums to go up because they're going to be raising premiums more than they should over what causes medical costs to go up. And I think I said in there that premiums are going to go up when medical costs go up, when what we pay goes up.
The next question I have, when it comes to compensation for those 90-something thousand policyholders with $3,000 payment, is there any allowance for a situation where a policyholder just passed away, and he's no longer going to get a policy statement saying that, or proxy that they're going to get, but they were part of the reason why that excess $300 billion sits there? Is there no way of figuring that into this formula with this amount of money we put into this trust to compensate those individuals that made Blue Cross Blue Shield the profitable company that it has? Are we going to reward those folks for having policies for that many years?
So we have many former policyholders that were former policyholders before we announced the transaction, and we have people leave us and join us every day. So to be eligible, you need to be a member the day that it was announced, and you need to be a member the day it closes.
It just seems a little bit unfair to maybe an elderly couple that paid premiums to Blue Cross Blue Shield for many, many years, and circumstances either one passed away or a job changed or retirement or what have you, and now they're just saying sorry. Anyway, food for thought there.
Thanks, Senator Wheat. Senator Bass.
Hello again. Good afternoon this time again. I'm going to follow up on a question that Senator Barrow asked. So Senator Barrow asked, what happens in the event that the voters say no? And you said it just goes back to the way it is. Is that?
So we will continue to be a single state Blue Cross Blue Shield plan operating as Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana as we do today. The structure of the company stays the same, and we continue to do the best we can with the resources we have.
But you'll have $75 million more in resources at that point, should it not go through, right?
No.
So am I reading this Annex B25 wrong, where it talks about the $75 million termination fee as long as it's the voters that say?
Are you
Okay,
reading
so explain it to me.
So if either party were to walk away for no good reason, there could be a termination fee either way. So if we walk away for no good reason, we have to pay them $75 million. If they walk away for no good reason, they would have to pay us. If the policyholders turn it down, that's a good reason to not move forward. If the insurance department doesn't approve it, that's a good reason to not move forward. If there's a good legitimate reason to not move forward, no money changes hands.
Okay. Well, that helps me understand that better. Mr. Barfield, I'm going to go back to the trust for a minute. You said there are examples in Missouri and California.
Correct.
Are there names for those? I mean, how do I go about looking those up?
Send you the names. I don't know them off the top of the head. I think it's the one is the California Health Foundation. I just can't remember the exact names, but I can send that to you.
Okay. So
I can send you the links to the websites and all that stuff.
Okay. So you talked about you and the three other initial board members, and there is a consultant or consultants that are helping find these board members.
So we have, yes,
How are they being paid?
the consultant
Because you don't have any money right now.
money. They're all being paid at this time by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. If the transaction closes, then ALI, who will hold the, will be allowed to do some administrative things to pursue it, including continued. They'll be allowed to do administrative things to kind of push it forward until the trust is approved or not approved, the legislation's approved, not approved, and then we'll go forward.
So, yeah. So I'm the consultants. I'm just curious. What does that application look like? What kind of questions are they answering? What's important to you and the other three?
I think it starts with a review of what they've done, what kind of experience and expertise they have, what kind of career they have, what their reputation is in the communities where they work and serve. It starts with that. I think there's questions about why would you want to do this? What's your passion? We're looking for people that have passion for this, that really have a heart for doing this. There's a time commitment. There's going to be, particularly I think in the startup mode, there's a much bigger time commitment than would be in what is called steady state. So the first 2-3 years, as you're building this, the board and the committees and hiring the leadership and the staff's being raised, there's going to be a lot more commitment to make sure that all that's done well. And at the end of the day, you're stepping into a very visible scenario where you're going to be, you're going to be in a fishbowl like we are today, and you're going to have to be very open to the fact that, this is going to be a very politically charged at time and have a lot of community involvement and oversight, and you've got to be able to be comfortable with that and have an appetite for that. So those are the things that we've been talking to the consultant about, asking them and getting on the background. And then last but not least, as we select those members, as we get to the point when we select those members, we're going to do background searches. We're going to make sure that there's, we do a thorough background search and make sure there's no surprises, even though we might have done some general background and other things.
So what would be considered a surprise?
Well, if somebody's had a significant conviction, if somebody's, all the different things that are out there that, you typically see in a background check, But those were things we'd want to look at those details and see what those are, right?
So you said it can be very politically charged. Are there any questions about nonprofits that they've supported in the past, or any type of questionnaire about the different nonprofits they may support in the future?
No, we've made a concerted effort to ask. We want a diverse board. We want a politically diverse board, but we want people who represent, again, the state of Louisiana. Obviously, like what nonprofits they've worked with, what nonprofits they volunteered with, and perhaps some of the supports would be determined, are they really committed to the community in doing that? But I don't think we're asking specifically who have you supported in the past, who you intend to support in the future. It's more about who have you served with? Have you been on boards of other nonprofits? Have you volunteered with other nonprofits and community organizations? That would be more relevant in my mind.
What about issues they've supported in the past or on record as supporting in the past, or things of that nature, the political issues?
Again, I don't know of any specific questions we'd ask about that, but I mean, that certainly, again, we're trying to have a board that will work well together, function well together, focus on the purpose, and be very diligent and be good stewards of that. And I think all of that, all those questions, all those background come into play. Or is this going to be a good workable board member, even though they may have different views, different beliefs, different philosophies?
Well, I guess my question, and I guess I'll put more of a point on it, you said earlier that you plan to bring other nonprofits in and partner with them. And so without knowing who your board is,
yes,
and what issues they've supported and what candidates they've supported, what stops your board and the makeup from that board to say supporting something? I come from a very conservative district in District 36.
Right.
What stops that board from contributing to a nonprofit organization that my constituents would adamantly be opposed to?
So again, we're not asking to contribute to it. Well, I guess we would partner with community organizations.
Partner to me says you financially are going to partner with them.
No,
So
well, when you're talking about
resources?
When you're talking about national nonprofits, what I'm hoping to do is to attract money from nonprofits who want to spend money on diabetes and mental health and other conditions that we want to support.
So how would you define mental health? What would be major mental health issues right now?
So I think a big category of that would be the addictive disorders and things of that nature. Obviously, mental illness like bipolar disorder and other things that affect people in our state. Those would be things around mental health that we.
Gender dysmorphia, would that be a mental health issue, something of that nature?
We don't want to. I'll tell you point blank, and we've said this from day one, and this will be certainly part of the considerations we have. We think there's issues like that. I'll call the abortion issue out, and I'll say as full disclosure, I'm pro-life, but we have so many needs in Louisiana. We have so many core needs in just chronic disease that we don't have to get involved in the abortion issue, pro or against. We want to meet people where they are, and we don't want to judge where you are, but where you are, if you fit into these categories, we want to help you get there. We do not expect, and we don't want to, we don't need to get involved in very politically decisive issues.
Yet you're not asking any questions to the people you're going to be serving with on the board to find out their views on it. So that's a little tough for me to understand is you're not asking those questions to find out where they are, yet so it's made up of people, right?
That's a very good point, but let me turn it around. We've actually, the people I've talked to, and again, I haven't talked to everybody that's in this pool, but that's exactly what I tell them. Like, there are so many fundamental issues here having to do with health care. We don't want to get involved in these issues. That's not our agenda. That's not what we want.
But is that listed in the operating document or the bylaws, those things that you don't want to get involved in, or are you just relying on the fact of you're going to put people on the board that don't align with those issues? I mean, is it spelled out in the operating agreement, the issues you do not want to get involved in?
It is not spelled out, no.
And so you see my pause here because there are a lot of different ways, both politically and otherwise, that money can be turned, yet we're not asking any of those questions on the front end, and it's not specifically defined on the back end of what I can and can't do with over $3 billion. So forgive me for having pause for this, but that's a lot of money and a lot of resources that are coming from policyholders in Louisiana that can be used a lot of different ways, if not clearly defined. And basically what you're telling me is there's a consultant that's interviewing these people and not asking these questions, and there's 4 board members.
Well, what I've said is we're not asking this question specifically, but we've told them we do not want to get involved in political divisive issues and ask them, are you okay with that? We want people with different views. Don't get me wrong, But we want people that will operate together and focus on the major health issues in Louisiana.
But
other issues.
Political divisive issues as you see it, as the other three sees it, as the board as a whole sees it, like what's the definition of what a politically divisive issue?
Yes.
Okay.
As I see it and the other board members.
So that will be clearly defined, or although it's not right now?
No, I at this point, we don't plan to clearly define that because we don't know what the world's going to look like in 10 years, 20 years, or anything else.
Well, you know, in my Bible, I'm not promised tomorrow. So, I mean, let's say you go out and unfortunately walk into traffic, then who's making that decision, I guess, is my concern, because there's nothing in the operating document or the bylaws that are clearly defining that. And so, by reputation, you are a good man, very honorable man. I'm not taking that away from you, but we're not promised tomorrow. So, not having that clear understanding, it brings me a great deal of pause.
Well, I understand, and I think we're trying to fashion an organization that's going to, again, focus on the major issues and be bipartisan, nonpartisan, and focus on issues. And I do think there's some, you know, there's all, this goes back to the issue about trust and why it's great to set the purpose in stone. And the political activities, I think, obviously, you have to draw the line somewhere, and we're trying to respect people's views, but also have a good understanding. And I think a lot has to do with the caliber of board members you get and how they'll pick their successors.
Who's determining the caliber?
We are, but there's going to be, we certainly understand there's going to be a lot of public oversight of that from a practical standpoint.
Not necessarily oversight, but public opinion, maybe.
Public opinion, but
because there's not any oversight, right?
I have, for instance, I have shared a list of the prospective pool of board members that we've gotten narrowed down to some extent, not finally, with the governor. And
do you think we can also see that list so we can help better define and understand what your vision is?
I think at some point, I think first of all, we want to more fully vet all those members, and we want to make sure they're committed to this process. And I think it's only fair to the people who have been considered. They need to understand what they're undertaking, and if they're willing to pull out, I don't want to necessarily use their name.
So is that point after this public meeting that occurs next week, where we're going to make this decision on funding this and everything? Is that the point with which
we've been trying to work to get to that point, but I don't know if we'll get there for the public meeting.
Okay, and so they have the public meeting, and like I don't quite understand what this functions at. I don't have the names of anything in the nation that functions like this, and so to Senator Edmonds' point, you're asking us to make a $3.1 billion leap of faith. Are you asking the policyholders or the voting members to make that? So I don't know. Sometimes the best move is to tap the brakes a little bit, and I understand that this has been an ongoing process, but it's very vague at best as to how this organization or foundation is going to operate, and we don't even have an example from somewhere in the country how that is. So that's difficult, and especially when you're saying that this is going to happen next week. So
I can provide you some examples. As I said,
Okay.
I'll give you those. There's also an example here in Louisiana. It's a medical conversion, a couple of medical conversion foundations. One is the Rapides Foundation.
What's the size of that?
I don't know the exact. It's a lot smaller.
Okay.
But it's a similar model at least. And the other is the Baptist Community Ministries Foundation in Greater New Orleans. I think they're about $300+ million today.
So it's a tenth of the size.
Tenth of the size. But again, the structure, part of this is the structure and the process, which is a big part of ensuring that it will develop the right way and do the right things. But
So the Baptist Association,
yes,
that's a nonprofit.
it is a nonprofit.
Do they clearly have defined in their bylaws what political issues they will be involved in and won't?
I don't know the answer to that.
Are there certain issues you think the Baptists won't be involved in?
I know they've told me that they're not going to be involved in an abortion issue. That's a great example.
So again, even the examples you're giving me inside the state have clearly defined issues that they're not going to be involved in. So
Right.
anyway, thank you for your time. I look forward to that information you're going to get us so I can review it further. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thanks, Senator Bass. Just a quick follow-up on that. If there are two examples that exist in the state with regards to these organizations, did they need to pass a law to? I mean, the answer would be no, right? I mean, because
well, they are, as I understand it, and I haven't verified this personally, but they're 501c3 organizations, and they pay the excise tax.
Mm-hmm.
On an annual basis, and I think that's a big difference. They also rely. I can't say this, but I know Rapides Foundation will also solicit donations from benefactors in the community, and if you're a 501c4, those donations are not tax deductible.
Right. So we're kind of back into this C4, C3 discussion again.
We are back there, but the benefit again, like if you look at what's unique about this is we can set up a 501c4 and we don't need a tax deduction because of the nature of the foundation. And you can put it in there and save what will, again, estimated to be $2 million a year. And over 20 years, that's $72 million of value to the organization. And that's I mean, if you think of the needs of Louisiana and what's $72 million, can fund directly or through the net investment earnings on that, that's a significant amount of money that we've been trying to preserve. We've been trying to do that. And we can have agreements in a trust. They can be immutable, unchangeable agreements that you can't be involved in political activities, and that's the number one concern versus a 501c3 versus a 501c4, and I understand that.
Yeah, but the point being is that we're talking about other examples where this does exist, but this isn't, for the reasons why you just stated, this isn't really apples to apples either.
Only in California, we're one of the two foundations of 501c4.
Okay.
And I don't know their commitment on political activities.
Hold on. Go ahead, Senator.
That's one thing I'll ask is if you're comparing it to California, what issues have they contributed to, or nonprofits have they supported, or what there's got to be a document that shows how they have functioned as far as their contribution and partnering with.
They have very detailed annual reports. I will say a big difference between California and what we desire to do.
There's a lot of big differences between us and California.
There are. But the foundations in California, the big difference in California and what we aspire to be is they spread their money out among a whole magnitude larger of different projects, programs, initiatives, things like that. I think the last time I looked at that, they had given over 50,000 grants. And again, our focus is to do bold, transformative things. Try to focus the money on a narrow focus, but actually do transformative things.
So you brought up abortion.
Yes.
Abortion is a medical procedure.
Yes.
As broadly as this is defined in these 4 bullets, do you see a way that could be supported and say it's not a political issue, it's a health issue?
Sorry. Honestly, I think the devil's always in the details. But
and this language is very broad. So again, if you're not there, I can just say, no, this isn't a political issue; it's a medical issue, and I'm living into this. And it all depends on those people, and we're not asking the questions to those people that are going to be on this board to find out what those political views are. Same thing with, I said gender dysmorphia. You can make that a medical issue, or you can make it a mental health issue. There's a lot of things that you can do to fund what these people want to fund and say it's not a political issue.
I understand.
So, thank you.
All right, Senator Alon.
Dr. Stephen, in your opening, I'm going to read just one sentence here. We are proposing the plan of reorganization because it will allow Blue Cross Blue Shield to offer its policyholders lower premium costs in the future than if the company stays as an independent single-state Blue Cross Blue Shield plan. Is this a forecast, or is this a measurable goal?
It's forecast. I mean, we forecast about a year ahead with our premiums. Really not able to go beyond that. But the thought is the scale we get, it being part of Elements, will reduce our operating costs. And we'll, as I said before, we'll have more programs and tools to help keep people well. That's the best way to have medical inflation go down, is to have people stay healthy. So they're not ending up in the emergency room. They're not ending up in the hospital. That's really what makes the difference. And, you know, we have a program today where we try to get people to take their medicines. We offer them for free, and they still don't take them.
So a follow-up to that is, say this deal did go through, is there another state that a single state independent Blue Cross Blue Shield plan that you could compare this deal to? Say you got this deal went through and you had another state. Could you compare the two side by side?
You know, I don't know that there's been a recent example. I mean, the last consolidation of Blue Plan that Anthem Elevance did was New York in 2006. There have been other ones. The Montana plan became part of Health Services Corporation out of Chicago a number of years ago. The Puerto Rico plan folded into Blue Cross Blue Shield of Florida. Yeah, Health Now and Buffalo became part of Highmark. Every state has a different set of laws governing these types of transactions, so they're all quite different. But what I will tell you is the history of Blue Cross Blue Shield plans. So if you go back in time, there was probably one point where there's probably over 150 of them. There's 34 now. Most of the time, in fact, from my memory, the only time that plans come together is weak and troubled. Very few plans have tried to combine like we are when you're doing well to stay well and do even better. So history's been pretty clear. We've gone from over 100 down to 34. And in the last 3 years, we've had 3 more consolidations happen in the Blues.
Yeah. And look, I'm not questioning your intentions. I think your intentions are good. I think you want to improve care. My point was that, you know, would you make this deal if it was tied to if you could tie it to an exact replica state in another state, would you cap it at, you say it's going to be lower, would you cap it at that percentage? Would you make that deal if you could compare it to another state?
You know, I mean, again, I don't think there's a comparable transaction, and I guess part of the reason I'm hesitating on looking at a cap is I look back at what we as a company have tried to project over the last 3 to 4 years. If you asked me in 2019, could I predict what was going to happen, I'd be completely wrong. In fact, we were completely wrong. We got it completely wrong in 2020, we got it completely wrong in 21, and we got it completely wrong in 22, right? Just because of the whole impact of the pandemic has had on healthcare utilization and costs. It was hugely suppressed, more than we thought, and now it's hugely high, more than we thought. So I think it's hard to make those predictions. We do our best job we can 1 year at a time. But I'll reiterate what I said is we know that we would like to do more for our policyholders than we're doing today. We're constrained by people, we're constrained by resources and time. And so we believe this allows us to do some of the things that we need to do in the state to best serve our policyholders.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Alon. All right. Senator Presley, and then we are going to go to public testimony.
I really do enjoy the second bite at the apple side of things. We don't get that in court.
Third, fourth, or fifth.
A couple of thoughts have come into my head while I've been sitting here. And one is the proposed foundation board's makeup. How are we going to make sure that the foundation board does not have a competitive disadvantage over the other competing health plans in the state?
Well, the foundation or the trust will not be a health plan. We are not.
Correct, but it's going to be under the Blue Cross Blue Shield name.
No. It's totally independent of the current It will be totally independent of the current entity, Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana.
So there'll be no marketing material that shows that one's related to the other?
There's no relation whatsoever. Now, the current Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana Foundation will continue in existence and be affiliated with Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana, if that's going to be the name. But
I don't mean to cut you off, just trying to move forward. I think you answered that question for me. My other question is, with having two members that are going to be appointed, one with the governor and one with the commissioner of insurance, do we feel like, do you have any concerns over government putting its thumb on the scale in favor of Elevance if this were to be approved?
So I think if you look at first of all, the one member of the Board of Trustees would be appointed by the governor. And then the commissioner of insurance, himself or herself, at the time, has a right to attend the meetings, to be an observer.
Sure.
But if you look at one of 11 members, I don't think that's a disproportionate amount of influence. I think it's actually, at the end of the day, I think it's a good move towards transparency and accountability. So I welcome that.
Sure.
As a good step forward.
Okay. Shifting gears a bit, has anyone asked for the voters list of the 95,000 or so members so that they can run some sort of, counter campaign or campaign that's providing the other side of the issue from the proponent side?
I believe that request has been made. That would be a violation of HIPAA. It'd be a violation of federal law.
Be a violation of HIPAA to provide the information regarding who the membership is? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the only people that we as a company can provide information to is somebody that is working on our behalf. So the federal privacy laws are very clear. We cannot divulge the identity of any one of our policyholders for a business purpose that's not our delegated business purpose. So we are not allowed to divulge those names.
Interesting. Has anyone asked for that information?
I'm not aware.
Is anyone in your group of individuals that are here with us today aware of anyone asking for that information? I'm sorry?
All right, hold on.
No. I'm just asking the table if anyone within the Blue Cross Blue Shield group that's here today has asked for that information.
As I said, Senator, I'm not aware.
Yeah. Thank you. Those are the questions.
Done? All right. Before I turn it over to the public hearing, we've heard a lot of testimony today, and it seems like there are more questions that need to be answered than answers, and we've gotten. And I know that's been a very long day. But one thing I want to ask, and I started to sort of formulate this question when Mr. Caldwell was up at the table. He had made a comment, let me see if I can't find it or not, about, I believe he said something to the tune of, if things are done with regards to the voting and I guess the advocacy for, against, really just for, if things are done that we didn't approve, that could be enough for disapproval. And I want to pose this question to you. If the Department of Insurance prepared an unbiased explanation on the transaction, would you be willing to distribute that information to the voting members and along with an unbiased analysis of Elevance in other markets?
I mean, I'd have to see what the request is, but if the insurance department asks us for things, we have generally complied with their requests.
Okay, that's a question that I'm going to propose to the Department of Insurance as well in our follow-up discussions. Okay, I believe I have everybody that's at the table that has submitted a green card. So we're going to be entering that wanted to speak and did so. We'll be entering those into the record as well as all the white cards for information purposes only. For the folks that are here that have submitted a red card, given that we are, 7 hours maybe in, we're gonna put, and I know that you guys have been here for a long time, but we're gonna impose a 3-minute time limit on this. But keep in mind, too, that we will be having another meeting. In fact, if anything, I think the testimony that we heard today certainly justifies a follow-up as well. So you would have an opportunity to speak then. If you guys, thank you for your testimony. If you will clear the table. Yes. Mariah Bowen with LSMS. I know that might be frustrating for some folks, but just this is a process. So, what's that? You want to get up 3 up? Yeah, why don't we do that? Ms. Bowen, you can take the table. John Bradford and Tuck Kinney. If y'all want to. No, we're not going to do that. But y'all want to take the table just for time purposes? All right, Ms. Bowen.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, you are. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Good afternoon. I'm Mariah Bowen. I represent the Louisiana State Medical Society, which, just for fun, is a 501c6 grassroots organization. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the State Medical Society and the following statewide specialty organizations, as well as a number of local societies, which include the Louisiana Academy of Family Physicians, the Louisiana Chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Louisiana Society of Anesthesiologists, the Louisiana Academy of Eye Physicians and Surgeons, the Louisiana Chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians, the Louisiana Chapter of the American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the Louisiana Orthopedic Association, the Louisiana Psychiatric Medical Association, the Louisiana Society of Interventional Pain Physicians, the Louisiana Society of Plastic Surgeons, the Louisiana Chapter of the American College of Physicians, the Calcasieu Parish Medical Society, the Jefferson Parish Medical Society, the Lafayette Parish Medical Society, and the Northwest Medical Society. Our physician members and the members of the organizations standing with us today have specifically asked that LSMS speak on their behalf. They are rightfully concerned and want to convey those concerns about what could happen to their patients with any disruption to patient care. They are rightfully concerned about the impacts on their current and future contracts and their ability to maintain working relationships with insurers. They are very cognizant that regardless of the outcome of the proceedings and those that are to follow, they will need to continue to have those working relationships with these insurers in order to maintain viable medical practices. This is a very large business transaction. Anytime corporations are involved in transactions of this magnitude, we must anticipate those changes. Neither of these corporations, however, will be personally impacted by these changes. Louisiana's patients, their physicians, and their other healthcare providers will be there. And in this particular instance, Louisiana physicians aren't just physicians. They're business owners worried about their ability to maintain appropriate and affordable coverage for their employees. They're policyholders worried about the adequacy of their benefits. And their patients worried about their own health needs. They are concerned about increased premiums for the sake of corporate profit, narrowing networks that exclude specialists and local quality practices in order to increase the financial bottom line. They're worried about significant reimbursement reductions, unpaid and underpaid claims, improper authorization denials, and all of the other occurrences that our counterparts around the country have shared with us. They are further worried about changing business practices being dictated from remote corporate headquarters. Insurance is difficult enough to navigate when there aren't artificial administrative hurdles and people aren't pawns in a game. You're all very aware of the struggles involved when huge corporate entities put profits over people, or you wouldn't have supported the physician community last year when we sought such significant prior authorization reforms. I would be remiss if I didn't emphatically say thank you for supporting us and our patients in that reform. Last week, we crafted an open letter to patients because of the many physician members who have patients looking for answers. Patients have serious reservations about their continuity of health care based on news reports from other states where patients have been reassigned to physicians they don't know. Please understand that the physicians we represent don't just treat the 90,000 plus individual policy owners who get to vote. Our physicians also care for the remainder of the 1.9 million non-voting Blue Cross customers who are in other plans, some of which are included in your very own Office of Group Benefits. Our physicians care about and treat their patients regardless of their insurance plan. Physicians have expressed serious concerns about the practice if this sale is finalized. If they aren't treated fairly, they aren't able to negotiate fair contracts, and if they aren't adequately and timely paid for their services, they may have no other choice but to terminate contracts, change business models, or practice their professions elsewhere. They also have concerns about being arbitrarily terminated from networks they've been part of for years. There is no doubt where the Louisiana State Medical Society stands right now. We stand with our physicians and their patients who have watched this partnership occur in other states and are very worried about what they are seeing and hearing. We've always been told to learn from history so that we don't repeat history. The articles and information shared from our counterparts and our physicians' peers is plentiful, and it is concerning to us. I very much appreciate your time and interest today. We welcome any additional discourse that may be out there and appreciate the sunshine that you've offered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. And let me say this. I'm going to take this opportunity to highlight the fact that the vast majority of input that I have gotten personally from constituents are from providers, physicians, nurses, hospital administrators, and the nature of this deal and who's involved has certainly given everyone pause in terms of voicing their true concerns and feelings with this, just given the fact that Blue Cross typically comprises anywhere between 40 and 65% of their business, of their individual practices. And so I certainly appreciate you being a voice for them here today.
Thank you.
And because those folks have, sworn an oath to provide the best care that they can to their patients, and I truly believe that where they are coming from is from that space too. And it's been said, repeatedly at this table today that maybe some of the concerns that the providers have stem from the fact that they haven't dealt with elephants. Well, I've never bungee jumped, but I know I don't really want to do it. So you don't have to have that direct. I believe that these are smart individuals, and they read their medical journals and are aware and talk to their colleagues from other states, and so they know what the true concerns are, and have voiced those to me, and I know a number of members on this committee, and I want to thank you for sharing that as well.
I appreciate that. I think we all recognize that the business of healthcare is very massive.
That's right.
But the practice of medicine is very personal, and that's between the patient and their physician, and that's who they come to when they need interpretation of their healthcare insurance policy, by the way.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. All right, the board is clear for you. All right, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Tutt, you guys, I'll let you. You want to throw him your. Oh, you want to take all the time. All right.
No, he wants to take his time, not my time.
There you go. All right, Mr. Tutt.
Yeah, thank you all very much. It's very important that I'm going to try to address as quickly as possible bullets, and you ask as hard a question as you feel is appropriate. I have nothing to gain financially or anything else.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Hold on.
So what you hear from me is neutral. Okay? Nothing. I have no clients. I'm not getting paid. Zero. But I know right from wrong. And when I saw that these folks were going to take 91% of the assets and give it to their hand-picked board, in the biggest conflict of interest that I've seen in 51 years of practice in law, Okay, I sent up the board there for this is the board of this so-called trust or foundation. That's it in a nutshell. It's not very big. Anything else, you kept on saying the articles or the operating agreement. No, that's it. And there is no limitation. Trust me when I say this, and you can go look at it. Their articles are in the Secretary of State. There is zero limitation on what these four men can do with that money. They can do what any other corporation or 501c4 can do. They have no limits. So anything they tell you and sat here and told you today about what they intend to do, what they want to do, that they've interviewed these people, they want to do that, none of that trumps one word in their articles of incorporation. Not a word. So all this make-believe about a trust in the future, it's not going to be a trust. You know what trusts have? They have trustees and they have beneficiaries. They're never going to allow beneficiaries to question the trustees. There's nobody. Today, the members of this board the members of this organization can challenge the directors. But that's all going to be gone. Those four men, okay? One's a dentist. He's been on a long time. Atkins, Barfield, Jerome Craig, and C. Brent McCoy. That's it. And they are there for their natural lives. Zero. They can do what they want with the money. The total amount of what it says they can do. It says they're a social welfare organization, and in furtherance of these purposes, the corporation may engage in any lawful act for which corporations may be organized under the Louisiana nonprofit law. So if anybody tells you they are limited, or they're going to do this, or they're going to do that, that is just not true. Now, you mentioned, I think, Senator McMath, you mentioned about the House and the Rector reports. What if you had two neutral reports that thoroughly, 100% objected to this plan? You said, what if the members would have had that? Let's go back a little bit further, though. What if the proxy statement would have said the Commissioner of Insurance hired two experts that were unrelated to anybody, neutral, and both of them said it was horrible, both of them questioned the conflicts, and both of them did something that nobody admitted here today. When somebody said, how did you come up with the 9%? And you got a mush mouthful of answer. Blue Cross, the board came up with that 9%. No expert came up with that 9%. They went to the experts and said, well, what if we just give 9% to the members? So all of this stuff about Mr. Barfield is going to do this and he's going to do that and do that. Who's he going to do that? What is he going to use to do that with? He's going to use the accumulated excess surplus, about $2 billion, plus the $2.5 billion that they get from Anthem Elevance. And they're going to take our money and they're going to give, what, $300 million. They chose to give pennies. And the expert from the Department of Insurance said he's never, ever seen that. He's an actuary. And he said it's a violation of the actuary rules. He wasn't equivocating. Okay, Mr. House said it's wrong. You can't do that. I've never seen it. And he lists 15 mutuals. Most of them, I think, were life insurance, but he lists 15 mutuals where he says you can't take the money and give it to somebody else. Yeah.
Mr. Kinney, you got a question by Senator Luna. You want to take that question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I have deals with Mr. Barfield's comments talking about the trust. And look, I'll tell you right up front, I'm not any kind of expert in trusts, don't know a whole lot about them. But he kept saying that they couldn't change that. They couldn't change that. I've never heard.
No idea what he's talking about. I deal with trust. Okay, and Senator, I'm jumping in.
Let me tell you what my question is. My question is, is there any provision in the law that says that you cannot revoke a provision in a trust? I mean, I know they're irrevocable trust. The entire trust is irrevocable, but can't all of the provisions in a trust be changed?
And not only that, the answer is these folks can change anything they want, 100%. They can amend the articles. They can take the money and go to Puerto Rico. They can do anything. There is not one limit. If I could get, I know it's small, but there's not one bit of limit in there, okay? So the answer is nobody knows what they're talking about with this trust. Because if it's a public trust, and I've studied public trusts, Title 9, 2751 et sec. Okay, that's all the housing trust. At least they're beneficiaries of those trusts where somebody can say to the trustee, you're screwing us. But they don't want to have that. They don't want to have a trust where there's somebody that can question what they do. They don't want to have beneficiaries where somebody can say, you're getting outrageously paid. You're putting your brother-in-law on the board, okay? I don't want you to stay there through your age 75 when you're 42 now. So the answer to that is I have no earthly idea, and I know something about trust, why they would want to do that. I can promise you they're never going to want a beneficiary.
Okay. Do you want to comment on that? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. I just don't know of any. I mean, and look, like I said, I don't do a lot of trust work, and it's been a long time since I've done it.
The answer is no. Quickly, I'll do this. Okay. Somebody mentioned I think it was Senator Presley. He said some kind of job thing. That stems from a website called Violation Tracker. And according to Violation Tracker, and I had a retired school teacher in Lafayette check every one of the violations listed on there. And it's $1.5 billion in fines. $1.5 billion in fines against Elevance and Anthem it ranges from California for $223 million fine, okay, and verified, Violation Tracker. They are the subject today of a United States Justice Department fraud suit. The opening paragraph is United States Department of Justice versus Elevance for fraud for their Medicare operations. Fraud. Now, that's not something they're going to be able to sweep under the table. That thing's going to trial. Okay? So there's nothing that, and you want to talk about Elevance? I think somebody, Senator Elevance, said, why are we going to get something good out of this? We're going from our own good star system, 4.5 stars, to Elevance has a 3.5 star. They said they appealed. They didn't appeal. They sued the federal government. There's no appeal. They went and sued because they said our star system is bad, their rating was bad. And as a result of that, I think Senator Presley was right. It's a $700 million knock on their money. So,
Mr. Kenny, if I can get you to go from 3 minutes to 30. And listen, I can tell you that the members of this committee are aware of the federal suit. I believe it's in the Southern District of New York.
It's in the Manhattan District. And the standard thing is, we're going to defend that vigorously. We can all judge for ourselves. Well, we should all not prejudge, but we can judge for ourselves. Do you think the United States Department of Justice would bring a fraud suit against that? And if they have an answer to that, I'd very much like to hear it. Okay? But, you know, the concept is this, and let me do this I'll get off the soapbox for a second. There are 92,000 members, and according to the articles of Blue Cross and Blue Shields, they vote. There are 1.9 million policyholders. Blue Cross will do this with who's a member, who's a policyholder. You're not going to, they are saying we don't need 2/3 of the membership. Occasionally, they'll slip up and say that. They believe they need 2/3 of the people that show up on that Saturday to vote. So if 12 people show up and they get 9 yes votes, that's the furthest thing in the world from 2/3 of the members. And that's what they want. So I'd be happy to, to expand, answer any questions. I very much appreciate the thoroughness of this committee. I think everybody really, really came prepared. And the fact that you knew about the fraud case, I think, is very well taken. The fact that we knew about the stars, the fact that you knew about the conflicts of interest. And the last thing I'll close on is this. And I think it was maybe Senator Cloud. In the deal, let's go back to 2 conflicts of interest, the last things. The board of directors violated their sacred fiduciary duties to us, and they broke them. One group of them winds up with this foundation or trust, whatever you want to call it. Those people are never going to have to pay for a cup of coffee as long as they live. Okay, they're going to dole out $165 million a year of my money. Okay, but the other 7, aside from Steve, are going on this advisory board that has no duties. Now they're trying to change it. The first plan that came up is they get $1 million. Now if it goes through, you tell me if that's, I know Senator Luna, I think Senator Bass are lawyers, I don't know about Senator Presley. If you vote for something where you're going to get $1 million, but if it doesn't pass, you're not going to get the $1 million, are you going to, or do you have a conflict of interest? Senator Luna, do you have a conflict of interest? You have the largest conflict of interest we've ever seen. Okay, you're going to get the million, at a minimum, it goes from $1,650,000 to $1,050,000. And then the other 4 get the $3 or $4 billion trust to dole out to whomever they choose. So I am very passionate. I've spent the last 6 months figuring out what was right and what was wrong. So,
well, we appreciate your testimony today.
I'd be happy to answer.
The board is clear, Mr. Kennedy. So, I'm sorry.
I just want to correct the record, please. I am not an attorney, okay, at all. I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying, Senator Bass. Mr. Bradford, you have minus 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I sent you, well, it should have in your packet, 5 different, starting with something like this, which is the statute itself.
We do that, we've circled that, and I believe we're going to be entering that into the record today. Yeah.
And I wish you would send the record to the commissioner so he can see everything that was said here today. It's important.
So let me address that real quickly because I don't want to forget to say it. But we will have staff write up a summary of today's hearings, essentially a report, and we'll be making a formal recommendation to the Department of Insurance based on the testimony that we heard today.
Thank you very much.
I am an intervener recognized by the commissioner. I asked for that. You can see my comments like January something, which I talk about when they sent me a copy of the proxy statement and the form. They said, do you have any suggestions? I wrote them down, put them in there. Some of them have been partially agreed to. One of the comments I said is that they have a conflict of interest. So every time they said it, you have to follow it. They saying I have a conflict of interest. Every time the board says I approve this deal, vote for it. The commissioner, I presume, made them do that. They did it. But the thing that they left out was what is the value? They said their conflict is a financial interest, and I want to know what is the value. How can we vote on something and say, look, let's vote on it if you don't know exactly what their interest is? So they refused to do that. I asked about the vote because I thought the voting procedure was skewed. It was not, you're not going to get a valid vote because, worst of all, they send out this and say $3,000 if you vote for it, nothing if it doesn't pass. I used to have a neighbor who was Buddy Leach. So I'm going to tell you that, to me, as a lawyer, they shouldn't have done that. They should have won the matter on if it's good for our health. That's the first question I asked when I first went to the meeting. If it's good for my health, I want it. Okay? I don't see it. They haven't told me. They give you glossary of things, but no specific things what they're going to do. I want my doctor, a guy with an MD who's specialist, to treat me, not an insurance company. But if you read it and you look at it, that's what you're getting. You're going to get AI. They're going to call up on the phone. You may get a nurse, but probably not. Maybe somebody from India or China. That's what you're going to get. Okay? Now, they operate on a formulary. Well, who does their formulary? And I can tell you that's true because of two things. If you look at this article, this is a True Life Louisiana article. It involves both Blue Cross and AIM, which is Elevance. Blue Cross has partnered with AIM already. They're not going to partner, they're going to sell it. So AIM will be in total control of what you do. And they said that we're denying this treatment that MD Anderson recommended, and they went back and forth, and he finally didn't get it. He had to pay $100,000 out of his own pocket, but he got well. And he went to the Fifth Circuit, and the Fifth Circuit, which is very difficult to win on an ERISA claim. I used to be an attorney, I'm sorry. I'm kind of not practicing anymore. But
Mr. Bradford, keep in mind I'm trying to, as best I can, to stick to the 3 minutes. I'm doing a horrible job at it. But
I'm sorry. The last page said, we're going to hold you arbitrary because you decided no in the light of substantiating evidence. They gave them the evidence. It wasn't bad enough that they received the evidence, they discarded it, got another independent guy, discarded it, and the Fifth Circuit came down and said, pay the guy the money. They had to do it, but they wanted a release, a confidential release, so you can't talk about it. And he said, no, I'm going to talk to the newspaper, and he did, and that's the article you got.
Mr. Bradford, you have a question by Senator Barrows. You want to ask a question by Senator Barrows?
It's not a question. It was just going to be a comment that I was going to make when he finished.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll come back to you.
I want to tell you, and I used to be a lawyer for the healthcare people, but no longer doing that anymore. But the way they and they made $6 billion, Elevance did. And what you can see is they delay payment to the providers. They hold on to the money. We've seen some suits. The bond secured deal was they held on to like almost $100 million. And what bond secured did is says, we're getting out of your network, sorry, and then they settled. They got all the money. So,
all right, Mr. Bradford, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please, if you can.
Wrap it up?
Yep.
You know, I'm wrapping it up by one thing that I want you to understand, because this is something you can do in effect. They're going to come back to you and ask you for some amendments to do this trust. Well, what I'm afraid, because they're not going to tell you, they might not tell you the whole thing, and if you don't read it, there's, in this article about compensation, it mentions eligible members 15 times, that's who gets the money. And then it says, oh, by the way, you could put it in a trust, but it's exclusively for the benefit of eligible members. So it's already there. If they're going to give it to a trust, then they got to come to you to change the law, and I don't know whether they will tell you the law is, that they have to trust. They have to do that. So I would tell you, be very careful. The last thing I gave you was Kansas went through the same thing. The people voted for it. The commissioner, after he studied it, got Price Waterhouse to look at all the premiums cost. They refused. They're still in business. They hadn't gotten out of business. The sky isn't falling. Sure. I hope you do keep our Blue Cross, because they have done a good job. And so I haven't found out the exact reason they really want to push settlement.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford.
That's it.
All right.
Thanks.
We have a red card from Sydney Bishop, who's representing the Academy of Eye Physicians. She is president, will provide information if requested. Just want to enter that in. Brian Gotro, you still here? Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to tell Mr. Kinney and the other gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to the table. I really do appreciate your comments and just kind of adding that information because I think it just kind of helps to add a little bit more clarity for us as we are looking at the decision. Well, we're not making a decision, but as we are looking at making sure that all of the members are made aware of what's going on and making sure that this information is being brought forward. One of the things, Mr. Chairman, I would hope that as we are taking all this information in, is that there is truly a true framework that is being provided for those voting members, and I do think that it is, even if it's in the testimony. I do appreciate that, but one of the things that come to mind is before Commissioner Donnellan, the former 3 commissioners had been implicated on some type of federal criminal activity in all of the unserved time. I think this is a very slippery slope, and I think it's one that, not for us, but for just caution for the incoming commissioner to be very careful because there are a lot of things here that kind of give me a lot of pause for concern. So I just thank you for making sure that this information is being made public.
Yeah. All right, Senator Barrow, thank you for bringing that up. It's a great point.
Yes.
Who do we have after? Mr. Gotro, while you're talking, why don't you get Chris Alexander and Kevin Landrew to come up too, just for time purposes. All right, Mr. Gotro.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm appreciative of the hearing today called by this Senate Health and Welfare Committee. Sir, if you can talk into the mic. I'm sorry. And I applaud the research you all have done in the pursuit of testimony today. There were additional areas of information which I've learned today. I thought it was rather interesting, the comments made about the ballot. Last week, I contacted my local governmental agency, which has a Blue Cross Blue Shield policy. My inquiry was about whether or not they had received their ballot, and if they had, if it would be open for public viewing. And the response was they've not received the ballot. So I think that was rather interesting. Overall, I'm not convinced of the assertions made by the proponents of this reorganization and sale of Blue Cross Blue Shield. I have been insured by Blue Cross Blue Shield for in excess of 35 years. It served me well. It served my family well. The proposal, in my opinion, is not in the best interest of the 1.9 insured by Blue Cross Blue Shield here in Louisiana. Another Louisianian was known to say, and I'll close with that quotation, "All that glitters is not gold." Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kevin Landreau, and I really do appreciate y'all having this hearing today. I'm an attorney in Baton Rouge, and I've been, I believe, insured by Blue Cross Blue Shield for approximately 20 years. And during that time, my premium has gone from $300 for a family of 5 to $2,100 for a family of 2, and with a deductible of $15,000 a year. And so we know how expensive it is to have health insurance. And I'm not speaking, and I think everyone that's up here speaking with the red cards are not speaking against Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I think most of you that were up there were not speaking against Blue Cross Blue Shield. we're speaking against the deal. And the deal is reducing a Louisiana insurer to essentially a national insurer. And when that happens, we lose the only Louisiana insurer in the state. All we have is national insurers. And right now, I think they stated they had 5 national insurers in the state, and then Blue Cross. And then we're going to go into 6 national insurers, and all for profit. And that is a huge problem for us here in Louisiana, because when we go to full for-profit, they're now competing with each other. However, they're competing with each other on a national level. And I could not see one thing that brought us from 50th in the nation in healthcare by adding another for-profit national insurer. Just couldn't see it. There were a lot. I'm a litigator, and so I wrote down so many things that I could have said, let me jump up here and object to that because that's wrong. One thing that bothered me was when I got my proxy and I saw that initially, and I said, well, so you're telling me to vote for it before I even vote? Before I even consider any of your documents, I had to vote for it. Then I looked at my proxy, and the first line above my proxy said, Board of Directors says vote for this. And so now they've told me twice to vote for it, and that's a push card. You all know what push cards are, right? That was a push card that was sent. And why was that push card sent? To vote for it. Not to consider it, it was to vote for it. And so when you go down through it, you get $3,000 per eligible member. Now, the doctor said, well, we can't give more than that because the bylaws don't allow it or whatever. Something in their articles don't allow it. Well, what allows them to give the $3,000? That should have come right to WM. Wait, you can give the $3,000, but you can't give 30? Because if you took that $3 billion and so $300 million is 10% of $3 billion, okay? So 10 times 3,000 is 30,000 per policyholder. What if they took that $30,000 per policyholder and put it in a trust to help each individual policyholder when they didn't have the money to pay their premiums, to get medical care, all of those things?
Mr. Landreneau, you have a question by Senator Luna. You want to take one, please? There you go.
Mr. Landreneau, do you do any trust work in your career? Have you done any trust work?
I have done some trust work. I haven't done a lot of trust work, but I have done some.
So again, the remarks about not being able to change a trust, they could put that they're not political, and no one could ever change that. I've never heard of that. I've heard of irrevocable trust, but not where you can't change a provision in a trust.
Typically, in a trust, you have to have a provision that states the purpose of the trust, and the purpose of the trust is usually for the beneficiaries. And so I think there was a great comment earlier when they said, wait, we're creating a trust that has no beneficiaries except for who the board determines or trustees determine is the beneficiary. So I think if all the trustees would decide, and get, again, if you have no beneficiary and you're all the trustees and you want to make a change to your trust, then there's no one to come back and contest it because you have no beneficiaries that you're taking money away from. So whether or not that they could make that change, they probably will be asking you when you pass new legislation, because the trust code doesn't currently allow them to create the trust they want to create. So when they come to ask you to create that trust, they probably will ask you to give provisions where they can make modifications to the trust if it's a possibility that they need it.
And the language in it is so broad. It says for any lawful purpose, like you normally see in boilerplate language that you see in these kind of documents. And so that leaves it wide open. But anyway, I'm going to find somebody that knows trust a lot better than you.
Well, you know, for instance, when they're doing the demutualization, so the mutualized company, all the policyholders are essentially the owners. The only value in the company is the policyholders. So when you're going to demutualize it, what they're going to do is they have to come to you to ask for you to change it. Is you have to pass a law that allows a demutualized company to issue stock. So you're going to have to come back and issue a for-stock company, but who gets the stock? Well, none of the policyholders get the stock. It immediately goes to Elevance, and it's transferred. And so all of the value that was that stock was that $3 billion. But that just goes to a foundation. And so it takes it out, and so they put it with the trust. So
thank you very much.
Look, there's so many, and I would like to say that the House Actuarial Solutions that was submitted to the Department of Insurance in every single summary, executive part of its summary said that this is not a good plan for the policyholders. Every
sir.
single part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Landrenew. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Alexander?
Thank you. I'm going to try to keep it within the 3 minutes. I might be the first one who's done that. Chris Alexander, I'm here on behalf of Louisiana Citizen Advocacy Group. We lobby here strictly for average, ordinary Louisiana citizens every day. No big special interests, for average, ordinary Louisiana citizens. Many of our members are current policyholders of Blue Cross Blue Shield. A number of other ones are current employees of Blue Cross Blue Shield. We've heard nothing today. In fact, we've heard every indication that if this deal goes through, premiums for policyholders will go up. We have every reason to believe, based on what we've heard here today, that the doctors that are currently serving policyholders may be lost to them. They may have to go somewhere else. We have every reason to believe that the job security of employees of Blue Cross Blue Shield after the 2-year period that we've talked about is up is going to be in serious jeopardy. No protection whatsoever. But the big concern that we have is a concern that Senator Bass raised, that this fine attorney raised earlier, that Senator Luna raised, that I think Senator Presley raised as well today, is we don't know anything about this $3 billion social welfare foundation that's going to be set up as a result of this transaction. This foundation is being set up using the premiums, hard-earned premiums of citizens from Louisiana across this state. And they're going to put this money into a foundation that can engage in virtually unlimited political activity, the likes of which we don't know, whether it's, I mean, they could target any one of you. They could advance issues that are completely contrary to the views of their policyholders. It's their money. Is that not a violation of their fiduciary duty to go forward with a deal when they have not assured the people who've been paying into this that they're not going to be advancing political issues or causes that undermine their values? It is extraordinary how absolutely broad-reaching this deal is. And until Louisiana citizens, and specifically Blue Cross policyholders, get assurance that this foundation is not going to be used in a way that undermines their values, we absolutely oppose it 100%. And Senator McMath, I would encourage the committee in its recommendation to the commissioner to recommend against ratifying this deal, assuming it goes through, and perhaps the parties, based on your very, very far-reaching questions and penetrating questions, may rethink the deal. But if it does go through, we're asking you to recommend that the commissioner not ratify it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. All right. Excuse me. 2 more. Coleman Brown. Did he's still here? All right, Mr. Brown. And then I'm going to mess this up. Brian. Albrecht. Albrecht? Albrecht. Oh. Yeah.
Coleman Brown, is this on?
Yep, go ahead.
Says
Nope, it was. Don't touch it. I got you. There you go.
Coleman Brown, Baton Rouge. I'm with the East Baton Rouge Parish Chamber of Commerce, and I'm a lifelong Baton Rougean, 50 years with Blue Cross, have had 5-star coverage with Blue Cross. It said 4-star, but it's 5-star. Anyhow, and I want to compliment this committee for your excellent questions today. I've testified a few times before the legislature, but this was one of the best conferences or questions I've ever experienced, and I just want to
They've
thank
had tremendous leadership today.
Thank you so much. That's right. That's right. You've done a fabulous job. Thank you. That's really all I want to say is just you've covered just about everything that people have brought up. All of our members in our chamber have all expressed dire concern with everything that you brought up. Been fabulous. Thank you.
Mr. Coleman, I got to be honest. You've testified in front of my committees and before particularly in transportation, and I was not expecting you to come up here and just say thank you. So, thank you.
Well, we'll get you back on transportation
Right.
later.
Yeah. All joking aside, I'm going to take this opportunity to thank the staff that did a wonderful job in preparing the members, particularly Ms. Peck and Miss Trapp as well. So thank you. I know we've been working on this for a few weeks now. So, all right, Ms. Albright.
Yeah, my name is Brian Albrecht. I'm an engineer. I'm representing my company that I get 3 votes on the plan. I've read all the evidence in the plan, and every point that I made that I sent in a little presentation, you all have made, and I'm very impressed with how well prepared all of you guys and ladies are with respect to this deal, because you got to sit down and read the 100 pages before you know what's going on. Then you got to research it. And so one of the points, I'm only going to cover a couple of points in my presentation that maybe have not been covered. The future profits on Elevance's $3 billion investment here is going to amount to somewhere between $300 million and $600 million a year. That's not part of the equation right now. That money's got to come from somewhere, and that money is going to be coming out of the pockets of policyholders, either in premiums or denied claims, and Elevance is famous for denying claims. You all cited many of the stories in the news with respect to the fines, the no pay, the slow pay. One of the things I hadn't heard is this company in 2010 at WellPoint in California, they actually wrote an algorithm to identify breast cancer patients, and they canceled their policy in the middle of the policy right after they identified them with breast cancer. My mother died of breast cancer. My wife's had breast cancer. And the story doesn't get better, it gets worse. And the example that Mr. Bradford brought up of a Natchitoches attorney, I actually think I sent him the article on it, where they said it was not medically necessary. He's got a tumor an inch long under his tongue, and he went on a trip, started spitting up blood, and goes to MD Anderson, and they wanted $95,000 for proton treatment, and he had to pay for it himself. Now, how many people can pay $95,000 for themselves? People get the claims denied, and they end up dying as a result. He ended up getting the treatment, decided to sue, and as pointed out already, they said abuse of discretion in the judgment, and that the guidelines that are being used, now this is Blue Cross Blue Shield LA, but it's the one part of Blue Cross Blue Shield LA that uses a product of Elevance called AIM Specialty or Carelon. They change the names every couple of years because there's so many negative news articles. And so he won the case, and they made him pay, and actually Blue Cross had a $35,000 they could have paid. Well, now they had to pay what he had to pay, the $95,000 plus $300,000 or whatever it would have been for legal fees that they fought this. Is that what we want more of in Louisiana? Is that type? Carlon's guidelines were cited in all the denials. So finally, the claim benefits that they say, I'm very skeptical. I don't think any of them exist. You heard their testimony. Oh, well, we had that big fine because our computer system was screwed up, and we had all these excuses they have about how great, but they tell you how great their technology is. Well, their technology is not better. I know people within Blue Cross Blue Shield, and they are comparing their technology with Blue Cross Blue Shield's technology, and they say, what Blue Cross has now is better than what Elevance has. So I will tell you, I've gotten 2 calls, lobbied very strongly to vote for this, and just let them lobby me, and we'll call you back. And I sent a certified letter to Dr. Steve asking for the list, and the list is You heard their excuse that they're going to violate HIPAA if they give the list out. And what corporate proxy do you ever, get where people get to vote and people get to present their side? And we can't present our side. And I've talked to many, many very smart, educated people that get that 100-page thing. They don't have time to read it, and they just simply, don't know. They say vote for it, vote for it.
Mr. Albrecht, Senator Presley's got a question for you, I believe.
Let me ask you real quick about the phone call, because I'm very interested in that. Tell me about specifically what they told you on that call.
They said the board recommends very strongly that you should vote for the plan, and it's going to be a better blue for you.
And then did they ask you to go ahead and vote?
They ask you to go ahead and vote. I can take your vote right now, and you can vote, which obviously, as you pointed out, is very risky, very hard to confirm. Now, I went online and I voted, and they sent me an email back that says, hey, we have your vote against.
When you had the phone call, did they ask you for the 11-digit PIN?
They did.
Before they started
it. That was the interesting part. It was that, well, we have to confirm it. She had it right in front of her.
Did she call you? I mean, did she say the numbers?
Huh?
Did she tell you the numbers?
She did not. She just said, I have to confirm it, indicating she had it right in front of her. And that if I could say the numbers, she then would confirm it and enter my vote.
And was that before or after she basically asked you to vote in favor of the bill or of the proxy? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
I mean, do you remember if she gave you the information about why the board was recommending to vote for prior to asking for your 11-digit number?
Yes.
Okay.
So was the first question she asked you wasn't what your 11-digit number was?
No.
Okay.
But it sure sounded like all I have to do is confirm it, and then we can enter your vote for you.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Albrecht, I'm sorry, Senator Allen.
Was there any mention of money?
Oh, yes.
$3,000 during the call?
Yes, there was a mention of money. And I wanted to make one other point. They're stacked the deck on this vote because simply people like my brother that's got a $300 a month Medicare policy, well, he gets a thing. Are they going to give me $3,000? I get a whole year of free health insurance, okay? Whereas the people that have $30,000 have a group and have $30,000 a month, $3,000 means nothing. But to a Medicare, and there's 40,000 Medicare recipients that get to vote. People that have individual policies or Medicare policies are the vast majority. Well, they have very little dollars that they have to put out every month, and $3,000 is a lot of money to them. So, they may not even read the rest of the 100 pages that they send to you.
Yeah. All right. I see. Thank you, Mr. Albrecht. I see Mr. Caldwell is still here. I want to thank you for sticking with us in person. And I have to say that there were a number of concerns, questions, unanswered questions, particularly with the procedure of how the voting has gone, that I hope that your office, I know that it has taken note of today. And look, I do not envy you. I do not envy the commissioner. I understand, as that you've testified earlier, that we've got a lot of problems in this state, and to get this out of the way before hurricane season would be ideal. Well, we've got a few more months. So please take that back to the commissioner as well. I know that he's been paying attention. And again, this committee will be preparing a, I'm sorry? Yes. Sure.
Right now, Blue Cross has no reason to raise premiums while they're sitting on $1.8 billion surplus. But if you take that surplus and drop it down to $800 million or whatever it is, they have a reason.
That's not lost on us. Yeah.
They have a reason, and then add on top of it the $300, $400, $500 million every year from now on that you got to add into the bottom line that's not there now is going to mean a lot of increase. And I've been through enough said.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Albrecht.
Thank you.
Like I was saying, this committee is going to come up with a summary of today's testimony. I believe we're going to have a number of questions. Did you put a card in? I didn't see it. Well, come on up. No sense of saying no to you. Hour 8.
3 minutes.
Go ahead.
Here?
State
Okay.
your name, too, if you don't mind.
Okay, my name is Bridget Gilbert, and I have just a quick letter. I'll give y'all a copy of it. Honorable Senators and Chairman, thank you for this opportunity to address the Senate Insurance and Health and Welfare Committee today. My name is Bridget Gilbert, and I'm a licensed insurance agent, but I'm here today on behalf of Health Agents for America. We're a nonprofit trade association dedicated to representing independent health agents across all 50 states. Over the past year, our members have convened to discuss concerns related to Elevance, prompting our appearance here today. Our primary focus has been on issues such as unpaid claims, delayed claims, challenges in contracting healthcare providers, and unfortunate loss of jobs within Elevance's plans throughout the United States. HAFA holds a unique perspective that with our members being in all 50 states, we come across Elevance. I could actually finish this, but I'll just give y'all the highlights. I'm an insurance agent. I work with an association for health insurance agents. I actually am licensed in 37 states. I have clients in Georgia that I have put on Elevance, and we are here to be a resource for y'all if you have any questions. In my previous life, I worked for Blue Cross Blue Shield. I love Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. We have a great relationship with them. We're concerned about losing that if Elevance comes in. We have a lot of issues when it comes to some of your largest employers in the state, such as OGB, doesn't have a vote in this when they have the majority of employees actually on a Blue Cross plan. And we can answer any questions that you have. One of the main things that I have heard here lately is that health insurance agents may be actually against this because of the commission issue. And I can tell you that that is absolutely false, because I get paid double in Georgia from Elevance than I do in the state of Louisiana from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. But I would prefer to deal with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. So,
Yeah.
actually I get paid
That speaks volumes, so I
Yeah.
appreciate that testimony.
a little bit over 2 times what I get paid with Elevance than I do here. But we like our relationship and being able to deal with Louisiana. And I'll leave this copy here.
Yeah, and we'll enter that into the record as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to get through this, I promise. So the committee is going to come up with a summary. We're going to include all the attachments that we received today and the committee's findings. Because we don't have a quorum at the moment, we're not going to be taking any sort of formal recommendation as of yet. But again, this is the first of what should be one other meeting at the very least. Looking to do it possibly somewhere around the 25th or so of February. We'll get with everyone's schedules and recognizing that the time-sensitive nature of what we have here as well. And we'll be tuning in on Ash Wednesday with our Bloody Marys. Okay. All right, we've got a motion by Senator Presley to adjourn. I want to thank you one last second. I got to thank Senator Bass and Senator Alon. This was their first committee hearing. They're normally not like this. So, yeah. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you again for staff. Thank you.
I'm always like
We are adjourned.